All right. After the crash, try this again. Talk politics, all kind of wonky things happen. Yeah, I'll try that link, see if it works. Okay.
What's going on, BGS? Computer crash?
Yep. Yep. Right in the middle of some deep stuff. I'm not shocked. It had to try to restore it like 3 times before it came back up. So, but I'm not shocked. I
The
told them
FBI got you.
they're assholes,
What's up?
man.
What's up?
They're assholes. I know they listened on the phone. I told them they're assholes, man. They had to crash the whole computer. We could have just cut the
That's the
internet
ongoing
connection.
joke in the chat. They got you.
Yeah, they got me, man, real good. They're assholes.
By the door.
No? Oh. Computer link not working. You got to refresh. Everybody, other people are on. Odinga, I'll put it in again. Try it again.
Yep.
It has to work because I got people on with me.
Maybe it's full. Is the chat full?
No, it's like no, it might be almost.
All right. Well, I don't know where I don't know where I left off, but it's just start again, I suppose. I guess we got too
So what do you
serious.
so what do you think about when James Comey came out about the wiretap and stuff?
I heard a little bit of it. Um, I didn't look at the because I used to be a spin junkie. I used to look at all the hearings and stuff like that. I've kind of got tired of it. What did you guys hear him say that jumped out at you guys?
Most of the
Because
thing that I've heard.
they because everybody is surveilled 24/7. There's no such thing as wiretapping anymore. You go to the NSA and says look up this conversation at this time with these phone numbers. The NSA goes back to the database and pulls it up. So there is no wiretapping. They listen. Everybody listens all the time. But the thing is, what they're telling him, you're the president of the United States. If you wanted to know, why are you coming to us? You go to the NSA and said, you go right to the NSA and said, was there a request for your conversations on your phone? And they'll tell you up front, you're sitting president. Stop whining.
True.
James,
Now, is it
he,
possible?
he has more access to it than James Comey. Why is he crying to James Comey? Because
Now, is it possible for like a high-profile person, like someone like Trump, to encrypt their conversations?
nope, not Trump.
Where like the
No,
NSA, or at least try to make it at least a little bit difficult for the NSA to get a hold of it?
they could, you know, they could, but you'd have to know that they're listening in. And if you encrypt, okay, say you encrypt your conversation over a cell phone or something like that, what's it going to make them do? It's going to make them look at you even harder.
Yeah.
Damn.
I always wondered if you can get around that by just going old school. Like if if you really want to have a conversation being private, why not send like one day shipping with mail? Granted, it's going to be more expensive, but I mean, at least is there more security in that?
I wouldn't
If
I
think
mean,
so.
they can intercept it.
well, they can intercept it if they can intercept it if they follow you and they know what box they put in. But the thing is, if it's but he's probably right. The odds of the thing is, they have to not know that who you're sending it to. In other words, if the guy on the other end is being watched too, no, they'll just intercept it. Because
Deep.
once he gets to the post office and stuff like that, they just whatever station that whatever postal station that that delivers mail to your area, they'll just put a note up and have your mail intercepted, or they just walk
Yep.
in, and they'll just hold your mail for whoever. Doesn't take that. It's not that hard. But
Yeah, that's
if
how they
they don't,
stop
Yeah.
drugs for
huh?
coming in. That's how they stop, like when they catch a package about drugs, they'll
Yeah.
hold it or just put a note on it, and they call the police. And whenever it delivers to, if you pick it up, you get arrested.
They don't call no the
Damn.
post. They don't call the police. They call the postal inspectors, federal. No, the DEA. If they find drugs going through the post office, they do not call the police. They call the postal inspectors. They call the DEA, and they will show up your house. Show up at your house because it's a federal offense to do what ship drugs through the mail.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't they still have to wait for you to pick it up? Like, they
No,
have to
No,
well, okay. This is what they do. Okay, say for instance, I decided to ship you drugs, right?
All right.
Okay. They would not hold it and wait for you to pick it up. What they would do is they would deliver it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they'll deliver it to you, or if it's something that you have to pick up from the post office,
No,
you'll
but
pick it up.
because if they hold it and have you come in, you're not going to come in. They deliver it to your house or to wherever it is that you're where it's supposed to be delivered to you. Nobody ever ships drugs to a post office box. That's stupid. They ship it to a house, and if it goes to your house and they find it, they ship it to the house and see who receives it, and then they come in and they raid the whole house. Because they want to see who's going to receive it. Because the owner might be out of town for 3 months or something like that. But somebody's going to be there. They'll put the package on the stoop and wait for somebody to come out and get it. When you come out and pick it up, that's when they arrest you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
BGS, why you think they went so hard on that? You know about that bus with the website, the guy that had the Silk Road, the website selling drugs on the dark web.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, why you think they gave slam to him so hard?
Probably because you're a trafficker. If you're doing it over the web, if you're doing it over the dark web like that, they selling weight. That means they pass you off as a trafficker. Yeah.
Oh,
and they
okay.
can't tax it, so you know.
Well, okay. Well, if you're just a street level dealer, that's one thing. But you doing it over the dark web, then they put the trafficker moniker on you. They give you more time, or a distributor.
I think that they just wanted to make an example out of him because he was like on some high level stuff. He was using Bitcoin,
Yeah.
and using the dark web, and
he's
curtailing every type of jurisdiction.
Yeah, they probably had what is it? What is it? The European intelligence agencies. What do they call
Interpol.
them? Interpol. You probably Interpol, the DEA, NSA. It had a whole bunch of people after you.
Yeah.
Name it. If you're that famous, you're using the dark web and Bitcoin. The Treasury, Department of Treasury's coming after you. A whole bunch of people coming after you when you start dealing with money and a currency like that. Then you get the feds in heavy on you. Treasury Department, DEA, Interpol, FBI, everybody's after your ass.
Yep.
So if you do get caught, You're gonna get thrown into a dark hole,
Right.
never to be seen
BGS.
again. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Do you know the story of Frank Matthews? Just being random.
Frank Matthews. Oh, you talking about the
Black Caesar, like he ditched the
yeah,
whole
yeah, yeah.
DEA. Like he was in Brooklyn. Yeah. Do you think they killed him, or like he's dead, or I don't know? There's not that much information.
The last I heard,
Wait, you
wasn't
mean
he
Frank Lucas?
Frank
No,
Lucas? Yeah.
Frank Lucas went to jail. Frank Matthews is they made the movie Black Caesar about him. He got away from the feds, took like 30 mil, went with his girlfriend and left on plane. But Frank Lucas went to jail. He got
Oh.
taken out, and then
No.
he just came back out like 10 years ago.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
then
I
he
was
made
gonna
that
say
movie
Frank
Work
Lucas
Against.
came out. Yeah, I was mixing the two up. No, I don't know anything. I know very little about him.
My bad. I was just
You
looking.
talking
I
about
was
the
like trying to find.
I believe I've heard of it, but I don't know a lot about it.
You talking about the '70s movie Black Caesar?
Yeah.
Oh,
What he's
okay.
talking about.
The story of Frank Matthews.
I've heard the name, but I don't know the story. I think isn't he a local legend?
Yeah, he's like a New Yorker, I'd say, but he's from
Yeah.
North Carolina.
Yeah, he's a local.
Is he
He's
like-
a local legend.
Man that can evade the the boys in the alphabet boys, I'd say. Like you can't get away from them. It seems like if you're trying thing.
Well, you could back then.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
it's
now.
completely difficult. But even
Uh,
back then, it was few people. I mean, there's probably more, but we just don't hear about them.
Yeah, there's more. There was more because it was everything wasn't connected, and the country weren't as connected. So they had to.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot more hands-on. I mean, to tap your phone, they had to physically tap your phone, stuff like that. So
Now it's impossible.
nowadays, it's almost you got to have help. Got to have help.
You go? Where can you go? Like, where can you not get extradited? Cuba's places, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it depends. Depends on depends on the crime. It depends on the crime. Because most countries, your Eastern countries, like your Asian countries, they'll send you back for drugs.
Yeah,
Don't
especially in
tolerate you.
Philippines with
Yeah.
that crazy
Well,
dude, what's his name, Duarte?
Oh yeah,
They'll
well
kill
Singapore, Japan, all that stuff. In other words, you're not bringing it in. What I'm saying is, if you're
You trying to run?
if they will extradite you if you're a drug dealer, they won't.
I mean,
hold you.
not even about drug. I mean, like if they're trying to get you, like if you're going up against the system and shit like that, and you're trying to expose some things and trying to stop some shit, they plant some killings on you.
Well, let's say like Ecuador. There's some South American countries you can go to. There's some Asian countries.
Yeah,
you can
Venezuela, but they'll kill you there.
No, Ecuador.
They probably gonna kill you there.
No, Ecuador. They're not kill you. Oh, if they want you bad enough, yeah. That's how come Hassan is trying to go to Ecuador, because they don't have a they don't have a extradition policy.
Yeah, let me ask this, BGS. What do you think about this is from the news? Basically, Trump is saying he wants the Republicans to pass his health care legislation, otherwise Obamacare stays.
Yeah, well, yeah, they don't have anything to replace it, so yeah, it has to stay.
Okay.
And I don't think Obamacare. That's why I put it up from Alpha Male Wisdom. He was telling it because he's an executive. He said they can't replace that stuff, and the stuff that they're trying to shove down people's throat, people aren't going to go for.
Yeah, then the Congress, they said it didn't pass the House.
They don't have enough votes, so they delayed the vote.
Right. So I mean, people ain't gonna commit their whole career down the drain just for one vote, because basically that's what's gonna happen if they voted for it. Even the Republicans, if they vote for it and it becomes a catastrophic failure, they're gonna eat their career.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, unless there's a whole lot of money behind them, where they they giving some congressmen some fuck you money. Yeah, I think they want to pass something that's symbolic. So that I think it'll come out with another draft to be Obamacare light.
I like the single payer. Just tax me something, my bone, I break my leg, I go to the hospital, get patched
White,
up.
white people aren't going to go for that.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah,
know.
that's the problem. I mean, the U.S. has this us versus them mentality when it comes to socialized governmental services like that.
Yeah.
Like the reason that stuff can get done in countries like the Scandinavian countries and stuff is because there's a certain level of cultural
Hmm.
homogeneity, and you just
Yeah.
don't have that.
Yeah.
But also, you have the wealthy, who lobby the government to make sure that they don't pass legislation like this, where they'll have to be taxed and pay for it.
Yep, you got it. Bingo.
It's what happens in a liberal, in a totally liberal country. You have this cat fight.
I think it's more because of corruption, though. Like I think there needs to be laws to stop like Wall Street and stuff like that from buying off these Congress people as much. I mean,
You have a liberal culture.
Whoever
Okay.
got the biggest stacks, it's the
What
biggest
what
stacks.
what do you what in some things, some things stacks don't matter. Okay, if people are going to reject the whole system, I don't care how many stacks you got, they're not going to do it.
Yep. That-
So
yep.
there's limits to everything.
But if I mean, what he's saying is like you have the plutocrats and the autocrats
Yeah.
that are basically controlling what policies come through and not. But they, like you say, they it's a vote based system. But I mean, they still probably going to try to draft up something. But they influence heavily policy in the United States and all over the
If they can,
world.
if they can get you convinced to accept it or convinced not to care, which they want to get you convinced not to care, then they can get something passed. But if the majority of people don't want it or really don't want it, it's not going to go anywhere. Nobody is going to commit not only political suicide, but the rich aren't going to commit suicide either.
Right.
yeah, but here's the thing: I don't think this will kill the rich. Like even if they pass this and they tax them, it's not going to stop them from being rich. They're still going to
No.
be rich.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
just that I actually think it's any there was a movie that made years and years ago. It's called A Bug's Life. Anybody remember that movie?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, basically, is this war between the grasshoppers and the ants, and the
Mhm.
grasshoppers make the ants collect all this so much grain for them a
Mhm.
year, and then at the end of the movie, the leader of the grasshoppers, he tells the other grasshoppers, he said, the reason we make them give us all this grain, it really has nothing to do with the food itself. It's really just about the power that
Mhm.
we can make them give us shit, and and
Mhm.
make them acquiesce. Like that's what I really think is it's a power thing.
That yeah, well, it has that, and basically it's a system that they want to adjust the system to what they want in life. I mean, it's always a give and take. It's a give and take between royals and subjects.
Yep.
And it's always a give and take.
Yep.
That's why I say you have to focus on how society is actually managed, because they manage a society, whether it's
Civilization.
well, civilization is a group of societies together. That's a civilization. But how you manage a society is a lot of give and take.
Yep.
Yeah, people want power, but there's only so much power that you can take without um, tipping that balance. Once you tip that balance, then you realize you don't have any. The power that you get, it comes from the people.
Yeah.
Okay, now, how does all this factor in VGS with what you say is the fall of this exploitative form of capitalism? Are people gonna get so pissed off that they're really gonna do something about it? Are they gonna vote someone in that's gonna change it? I mean, are we gonna get more socialists in office across the country? To really reel this in. How do you feel about it?
Well, the thing is, the thing about exploitative capitalism that is the end game. Okay, it's when it devours everything and there's nothing left. That is the end game of capitalism. The game's over. It's just like capitalism is like a game of Monopoly. Monopoly is a very good
Yep.
the metaphor for capitalism, because because what's the object is for one person to have all the chips and all the money and all the property, right?
Yep.
But when one person has all the chips, all the money, and all the property, what happens to the game?
It's over.
It's over. It's like capitalism. You have too few people have all the property, all the money, and all the chips. Guess what happened? Game's over.
But here's the thing, like, what do you think is gonna? Is there gonna be? Because I was reading about a month ago, I was reading about it was this book on Robespierre, and they were talking about the French Revolution. And do you see any parallels to that? Because basically, the French Revolution, they got rid of all the rich people. They killed all of them and took their property.
Took their
Pretty
property.
much.
Yeah.
And like that's what I was talking about earlier. Is like the white guy the little racist dude who chopped up the black dude. I mean, they will not call out the white elites and how they oppress the working class whites.
Yeah, they did. He killed an old black man. You're talking about one of the most powerless people in the country.
Yeah, that was in Midtown. It's crazy. Like me and my friends, like we hang out around there, and I used to go to church around there. It's crazy, bro. Be mad police over there. Bullshit. It's bullshit. Yeah.
So as far as though as be just like the elites that are in power, I think they are the ones who need to be targeted. How are they going to target them?
You have to. Well, how are you going to target them? You have to get to them first. They have layers between you and them. There are layers between you and them. Getting to them is difficult.
Stop buying into their bullshit. Stop buying their shit.
Well,
yeah, that's one method.
If you can stop buying it. The thing is, there is a give and take between people that lead or manage and the people that follow.
Right.
If you don't take care of the people that follow, how long can you lead?
Not too long.
Not too long. That's how that's how come I keep when I go over. That's why I keep telling you guys think like shepherds and not like sheep.
Hey,
If you put yourself in a rich person's shoes, okay, how do you get people to do stuff? People to do things. What are
violence?
It's force. It's money or wealth, and what? It's persuasion. You basically talk them into doing it. Make them think it's the right thing.
How does that all tie in? Because if you look at elitist groups or the richest families around the world, like the Rockefellers and the Bilderbergers and all, how do they stay in power? Because in terms of war, if there's no honor amongst thieves, like how can you make a whole people do something for you and they stay in power?
Because
how do the people not turn on the
Yeah. Okay. What makes you live in the United States and not live anyplace else?
Familiarity.
No. If you could easily move in the middle of a jungle somewhere, right? Easily, nobody would come look for you. You can fly any place in the world, walk out in the middle of the jungle, and guess what? Nobody's gonna come look for you. Why do you live in the United States and not any place else?
Because
you can do that.
I'm here to take advantage of all that the United States has.
Exactamundo. They make it comfortable for you to be here. That's why you're here. That's why you stay here. That's why you follow.
As black men, we're not comfortable here at all.
Bullshit.
Yep.
It's bullshit.
Yep.
Dr. Bill and Tom. Bullshit.
It's a lot of black people that are very comfortable.
Bullshit.
Very comfortable.
They did at the very beginning when they were trying to get the freed slaves to go back to Africa because they tried to ship them back. How come they didn't go back then?
No, the reason they didn't go back because there was no. I think they wanted to go back. There was no money for them to go. They
were comfortable here, and their culture was here. They didn't want to go back unknown land. It's bullshit. They're comfortable
They
here.
built their
Yeah,
life.
they
on
didn't
it,
even-
you know
Some
what
of
I mean?
them did go back though.
They didn't
Some
even
of them
want to
did.
did.
stop
A lot of them
slavery.
did.
They didn't
We-
A
even
lot
want to
of them did.
stop
Marcus
being
Garvey led
slave.
that movement.
They didn't even want to leave the plantation because it was comfortable. It was
Well, because it was
When you raise
familiar.
somebody somewhere, that's all they know.
familiar.
And even the people that even the ones that freed and left the plantation, did they want to go? Did they want to go overseas to an unknown land?
Nope.
Well, when you leaving
Nope.
a plantation, you don't know where you're going. You're going across swampland. You going
Yeah,
north,
I see
south.
what
You
you
going wherever. You going
But that's
away
the
from
risk
the
you take.
But your terrain is familiar. Most of the, 90, most of the United States is familiar. I mean, you have some variations here or there, but for the most part, it's familiar. You don't. The United States does not look like the continent, like sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, but when you're
Yeah, the
taking off that,
jungle.
when you're taking
Hyenas.
from your home and put on the plantation is the new home. You don't know anything outside of that.
How
Yeah,
many?
in a
I see
How
foreign
many?
what you're
How
land.
saying.
many? How many generations does it take for you for where you're at to become your home? It doesn't even take two, does it? It takes one.
Oh yeah.
Maybe even less than that. I mean, as soon as you
No,
start getting familiar, right?
well, no. As soon as you're born, okay, when
That's
you were
where you're
born,
from.
that's where you're from.
Yep.
And
I
as
was born in
if you grow
America.
up, if by the time you hit 7 or 8, that's your culture.
That's very
Yeah.
interesting because I've lived in different places,
Excuse me.
but I only consider myself from a certain place because of where I went to high school.
You're familiar, whatever city that you were born in, that's where at, at, at the age of 7 is when you separate your personality separates from your parents.
like the Prussian school system.
Right.
Yeah,
How
Yeah, but
they
yeah.
here's the
set up.
thing, BGS. I don't think black people in the United States feel 100% at home here because when you drive through black neighborhoods, at least this has been my experience, and like you don't see American flags in the front yards. Like if you go through like a white neighborhood, like in the South or the Midwest, you'll see, they'll have the American flag and stuff in their front
A
yard.
sense of home
I,
pride.
I,
Home
guar- I
pride.
You
guarantee you.
don't see that in black areas.
Go to any place and buy and get to negotiate one-way tickets for all Black Americans out of the United States to the continent and see how many people take it.
I'm a,
Well,
I'm a,
well,
guys,
I'm
can
a
I
Hold
jump in
add.
real
on,
with the
quick?
exception
I
of
hold on.
I
We have African Americans in Ghana right now.
I am a staunch Pan-African. A staunch Pan-African. Been a staunch Pan-African for 20 years. I've been over there a couple times. I'm in the community. I can tell you 95%, 90% of black people will not go to Africa. I can tell you that
I
right now.
believe that. I totally believe that.
I can tell you that. The only way black people are going to wholesale go to Africa if they start killing black folks.
When I was
And
younger, when I was bad, I was real bad. My father used to threaten me and talk to my mother. He say, "I'm gonna take the boy to go to Ghana," and I was scared shitless. I didn't want to go there. So I mean, trust me.
is your father from Ghana?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. I mean,
Have you,
Because of your views of Ghana. I mean, at that age, you have.
it's just my worldview. It was just my
Yeah,
worldview.
it was your view.
yeah, but I
It was
can
calling people African booty scratches and all that.
Yeah, they call me that a lot in school.
I can
Yeah.
personally tell you if
You're
you ever it's a culture shock. You go to Ghana if you leave the United States for a whole bunch of people. It's a culture
Absolutely.
shock.
I
Because
believe Africa is built up and it's very beautiful in a lot of different places.
in certain places,
Yeah, the
places.
city. But if you go to the village, sometimes the village could
Yeah.
get a little bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you drive, I would say if you from the edge of Accra, you drive 50 miles, baby, you in the bush.
Yeah, you in a shanty town.
Right.
Like if you go to the
Yeah.
Caribbean, some parts of the Caribbean, you can end up in a shanty town, like a slum, like where the
Yeah.
kids they looking for
Most black
touristy
people
rich people.
can't even tell you these names
What is that?
of like Accra or Lagos or
Yeah,
you know,
Lagos, Addis Ababa,
Abbottabad.
Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Last spots.
So I mean, My thing with this, I've been doing something different, which is listening for once. And what I basically hear is I hear a lot of people that basically want to reset the game because we're in the loser side. And I hear that you all are making it, you make it sound real complicated, but ultimately, and I said this yesterday on another hangout, we got to get out of this one apocalyptic situation for black men in particular to kind of get off our ass and start to work together. I mean, everybody's talking about they want the dollar to crash or they want, just stuff that's completely left, or they want to migrate to Africa, which I've always said most black people are not going to expatriate like that. Even black people build.
No.
Yeah.
There's no
I
migrate.
love anarchy.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. I think all that's necessary is I think that we need to do what the Haitians did, and we need to rebel and establish
what?
like a black
For
republic.
what?
I mean, isn't it a little bit too late for that?
Why the Haitians, right?
If white supremacy and white power is going to decline anyway, why are you going to rebel?
Yeah, why are we gonna lose lives? Just wait for it.
Because here's the reason why. Because when white power is declining, that's when you rebel because they're weak.
Strike. Oh, okay.
Why would you do that?
I disagree.
Okay,
Why,
you know what's
why
going
do you have to be loud?
In other words, that would be like poking holes in the boat.
That's the point.
Why do we have to be loud?
The quicker the boat sinks, the better.
So in other words, to free the rest of the world, you want to drown yourself.
Can you swim?
I'm not gonna drown.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. You're in the bottom of the boat. You got to remember, you're not at the top of the boat. You're not in first class at the top. You're in the
basement.
You're in the bay. You're in steerage at the very bottom of the boat. What happens when the water? What happens when you put holes in the boat? It's going to drown first.
You don't got to worry about it. You don't got to worry about it if you know how to swim.
Damn, but you're gonna risk a lot of people's lives.
Come on,
hey, being emotional.
Do you know how to swim?
So I can beat you and get my rating up.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Do you know how to swim?
Have you ever? So if I took you in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and dropped you off, you can swim to shore.
I can't swim.
Hell no. No, you're gonna die, man.
What I would do is I'd wait for like a tanker or something to come by and just hold on.
No. There's no tanker. You said you don't have to worry about drowning if you know how to swim. Don't folks on the Titanic?
Yeah, well, what I do is I'd swim until another boat saw me, and then I or something.
Look, man. I've been out there. I've been out there as a sailor. I can tell you the statistics, man. You're gonna die of hypothermia. You're out there for a half hour, you're gone.
Well, if I went missing,
it's done.
If I went missing, eventually they'd send like a rescue crew out.
You know how big the freaking ocean is, man.
It gets dangerous.
Hold on, BGS. This reminds me. Did you hear about that story, BGS? I believe it was a Lufthansa flight, or it was a flight coming from it was heading to Europe. It was either, I think it was probably coming from Australia to Europe or something like that.
I mean, there's a bunch of them. Which was the last one?
What happened was the flight crashed. It was a pretty big plane too. The flight crashed. Everyone died on board except this one black girl. She was the only survivor of. I gotta go look it up. But this happened like
# Black Girl Magic?
Yeah. She was the only one that
Yeah, it can happen.
They interviewed her family and stuff. I'll go look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, but the thing is, your plane has a beacon. They know when the plane crashes, and the plane has a beacon to send people to that spot. If you don't have a beacon to tell people where you are, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to be found.
I mean, what do black people have a beacon for? What, hip hop? We're gonna. I mean, you have to think about that.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I know you're doing thought experiments, man. We've been doing thought experiments with this stuff for 15 years. Okay, we've turned this stuff over as much as we can and say, okay, what happens if this? What happens if that? Dude, you wait. If it's gonna go down, you wait and you wait your time. You get get your money up, get your success together. So if things get totally wrong, because if there's holes in the boat, you need to go someplace else. You can't be in the bottom of the boat.
Mm.
You need to have your boat. You need to have your life raft to flow someplace else, if that's possible, because this is a big boat. And the reason that China doesn't want this boat to go down is because it's going to the wake will carry everything else with it.
Well,
So you may not be able to, it may not be a place you can escape.
Yeah,
And
yeah. And I
another
found,
thing
hold
is-
on, BGS. I found that article. Her name was Bahia Bakari. All right, this is
How long ago was that?
Yeah, Bahia Bakari is a French woman who was the sole survivor of Yemenia Flight 626, an Airbus A310, which crashed into the Indian Ocean near the north coast of Grand
Near
Comoros
the north coast. Yeah.
on June 30th, 2009, killing the 152 other people on board.
How'd they find her? How'd they find her?
Her rescue since the Comororan government has no ships of its own, so I think she was from Cameroon. It asked all commercial and private vessels to help in the search and rescue effort.
Yeah.
All right. It says all right. It says a privately owned ship which formerly carried passengers between Comoros and the neighboring island of Madagascar arrived at the crash site and discovered Bakari as the sole survivor.
Because they knew. In other words, they knew where the site was, right?
Yeah.
If anybody, any of the brothers that are sailors can tell you, even if you survive, they put you out in the middle of, say, of the Pacific Ocean, say the Pacific Ocean, or even the Atlantic Ocean, the odds of them finding you are so remote, man. You might as well be on the moon.
Yep.
In fact, it'd be better for you to be on the moon because they can see you. You out in the middle of that water, man. They cannot find you.
I put it to the brother like this: if America is in decline and crashes, what incentive does another country elsewhere has to save the Black America in the United States?
Because they got their own problems in Africa, even tribal problems. You can't just jump into that.
You don't belong to them. You belong to the United States. You are the United States problem.
That's why we need to set up probably a global connection where the Caribbean, Africa, and Black Americans, we can all connect and do business.
You already have one. You just don't use it.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't even know. My bad, brother.
Africa probably want to come over here and save us.
You already have it. They can't save you. They can't save themselves.
They can't save themselves.
Right. That's and it's too many of y'all are looking to get saved and not to save yourself. I mean, that's all I'm hearing.
You playing checkers
for self.
You playing checkers when it's chess.
Well, because Edward, they haven't thought this out. You have. They haven't.
Yeah.
They already got the game. They already got so many.
I've heard all this stuff before, so so I'm gonna let them go ahead and flail.
Y'all are making the millennials look bad, guys.
Yeah. That's why I said this is sheep talk, right? What's going on right now? So I'm letting the sheep talk. So basically, I'm letting the shepherds think they're sheep for a minute. They'll figure it out.
You a better man. I don't have that patience.
Well, because I'm older. Well, because I've gone. Because there's no way to speed up the process.
I'm just tired. I already know the end game. Shit, I'm just tired.
No, you don't. Nobody knows the end game.
Yeah.
I can tell you one thing: America is not ending anytime soon, or no dollars crashing.
You better hope that it doesn't. Do you really? Okay, think about it. Okay,
it's really
no. Okay, no, think about it. Everybody that wants it to crash, have you thought about where the hell you're gonna go when chaos reigns and you're a black person in America and a dollar?
I don't think people can even fathom the thought. I don't think they can even fathom the thought.
It's most likely to be a nuclear fallout. Most likely. I mean, if I was to guess.
A nuclear fallout from where?
Just World War III type concept.
Are you serious?
You're talking end of the world stuff from the world superpower, which is.
Have you gone? I mean, I'm hearing people that haven't done any kind of research. You're talking about World War III. How much of this planet do you think is going to be left?
There'll be some left, I believe.
Where? And the thing is, if you let off all those nuclear weapons and all that dust goes up in the air, and it's got to come down somewhere. Even the people that do survive, how long are they going to survive wherever they are?
They'll be underground.
Okay, so
The
y'all have been in the
physical,
most.
the physical wars are over. You
What,
can't
what,
fight
this
no
was
physical war.
this is what hangouts are for, though. Underground where?
I'm sure they got tunnels and stuff like that.
Yeah,
You
not
How
sure?
you
building
gonna
You
grow your
walls.
know.
food, man?
Okay. Well, so where you gonna grow food?
They probably got all of that. I'm sure they got all of that type of stuff.
So,
For how
so
long?
are
What do you have?
so are you on that list?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I mean, yeah, it was like I don't know what type of show it was. It was like one of those like Alfred Hitchcock type shows
Yeah.
where all elite got on the plane because the world was about to blow up. I mean,
You know what?
I'm not gonna be invited on the plane. Yeah.
Did you ever what movie was that about the asteroid crashing into the Earth? What was it called? Impact. Remember Impact?
Yeah.
Remember they had that lottery
Yep.
for people to escape into the caves and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In other words, there's like a 1% of the population will be deemed worthy of escaping into the caves. And the 99% of it's going to get wiped out.
Right.
So in other words, unless you are sure that you are the part, even if you are part of that 1%, it's no fun living out your existence in a cave and eking out a living
Right.
to survive.
I mean, the TV show one.
One at a time. Edward first.
Have you all ever heard of the show called The 100?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a good show. I'm an avid watcher of it. It's on CBS. What happened after the nuclear holocaust, where basically the buttons were pressed by accident because the artificial intelligence went full Terminator. It's a good movie for people that want to get a picture of if we survived, what that might look like. It's about people that went up into space as well as people that remained on the ground. So you have this technology people versus these primitive people and how they got to interact. So it's a good show.
Yeah.
To you a bone.
Yeah, they've been.
What's the name of it?
The 100.
Yeah, they've been
It's
kicking
a
them.
series.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they've been kicking around those ideas, man, since what is it? Since Wells back in the turn of the 20th century, the end of the world.
You know, I got a question for you, BTS, from an older man perspective. What's with all these damn incest pictures that's going on social media that they trying to call pregnancy pics? Have you been seeing them?
Well, you know what? Because women think it's cute.
Yep.
And they follow each other. That's how come women don't think anything's wrong with it, because it's a fad. Once one woman does, oh, that's cute, and then you see everybody else following them. Women are emotional, man. It's not logic. So we see it as one thing, and I see it as they think it's cute. First time I saw it, women do that. I said, okay, this is going to be a fad. It'll burn itself out because they think it's cute.
Who is doing it? I mean, basically, are these people that are doing it like well educated, like highly educated?
All of them. They're all doing it.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
What's the
From what I've seen was ratchets, like people that come from the ratchet type of,
Who's the first person I saw it? Years ago I saw Demi Moore do it a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't Ciara just
Like
do
20
that?
years
Or
ago.
Russell Wilson?
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, but they're copying. It's just a fad.
That shit is creepy though, especially doing that with another man's kid. Russell Wilson is really bumming for that.
We're reading way too much into it. Yeah, it's just
white
a fad.
people used to do that back in the day a lot, though. If you look at the pictures,
Yeah,
you used to have like
those
the
of
white.
y'all who not old enough.
I mean, dude is naked with another guy's kid. Like, what kind of?
Right. Standing from behind.
Yeah, they get in front of a photographer, say we want something that looks like this, and they start kicking around ideas, and that's what shows up.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just a fad.
Yeah, but the difference is what they're doing. I'm not talking about Demi Moore, Nia Long. I'm not talking about women doing it on their own. I'm talking about bringing in toddlers and slowly aging these kids up.
It It's women. Women think it's cute, and
Yeah.
women
I
have a
no, I
boundary.
understand.
Yeah,
I understand that. What
yeah.
my thing is, Jason. Okay, so I'll say it straight up. Jason Black theorized that if they're going to bring in child pornography, they're going to bring it in through the women because people are going to think exactly what you said,
They
that
already
it's a
bringing it
fad.
through. They
Women
already
needs to
bringing
be
it through.
controlled.
Wait a minute. The thing is, they have little. They're having little boys think that the little girls going to the little girl's bathroom. How bad can it get? If it
Right.
that is that if it gets that bad, that's even back in Rome that had full on homosexual relationships with boys and whatnot. They cut that off. We start turning little boys into little girls. They said, wait a minute, that's enough.
Well, in
Well,
the black community, they're
Augustus
doing
Caesar.
that. They're
what
doing that in the
BGS,
black community.
what
Well,
BGS.
yeah.
This
It's
is
just a
back to what we were talking
fad.
about earlier, right?
Mhm.
When a nation becomes too liberal, and that's what happened. There's no boundary. It's a
Yeah,
speed
but
of your
it's called
collapse.
laws. It's
It's
called
your
laws.
collapse. Well, the laws are going to be modified as people's mentality begin to adopt this liberal crap.
What was it? Well, that's anarchy.
That's an
That's not liberal.
That's an ideological standpoint.
That's anarchy. That's not liberalism. We call it
Yeah,
liberalism, but it's anarchy. It's
yeah,
social,
that's that.
that's social decay. You can have social
The-
decay in an authoritarian country. That's social decay.
Yeah, so
Liberal. When you say
I have to
liberal,
agree.
there's something else. Liberal has nothing to do with that. Liberalism has a set of ideas on a specific name, namely capitalism and free trade and freedom of religion. All that kind of stuff is liberalism.
So,
It has
I
so
mean,
nothing
liberalism
United
versus
to do with
States
any kind of
conservatism,
decay.
don't they have a
Europe.
set of morale?
Conservatism, a true,
Different set of morale.
a true conservative is basically a royalist, basically a monarchist. A monarchist or an authoritarian is a true
Well, I
conservative.
think unfortunately, the human brain or the human mind has to have some sort of boundary, and I think most people are not able to construct a boundary. Therefore, people needs to be controlled.
Society makes up
Wow,
rules.
I don't even say stuff like that.
No, society makes up rules to govern themselves by. Okay. In other words, when we think of morals or rules that we found out that society works best, those are the things that they govern by. And sometimes they have to be harsher, sometimes they're looser. It just depends.
Like, so the reason this annoys me as far as seeing black women do it, and here's the thing: I'm not talking about women taking pregnancy pics like in the nude on their own. I'm talking specifically when they bring children that are not newborns into it. And the reason, because let's be clear here, we have an incest problem in the black community, and
Yeah. Yeah, but
the
it's
truth
this
is,
problem worldwide. It's not
well,
Hey,
what
just
I'm
it's
saying
everywhere.
is, I understand that, but what I'm saying specifically is, black women have this predatory mindset.
what
It's
do you
something that's really been going on in the manosphere lately. We've been talking about it. Black women
predatory.
have this. Yeah, I use
Well,
that word.
explain it to me. Okay.
Okay. So for instance, when you see sisters that target black men that are young, okay, so sisters know that to a certain extent they cannot control black men that are older than them or their same age. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about playing the numbers. So what
Mm-hmm.
you see a lot of sisters do, you see
Mm-hmm.
this a lot in celebrities. Let me get to the point: is they will target men that are younger than them. You see
Mm-hmm.
this in Usher, you see this in Dwayne Wade, you see this in regular black life. And what happens is that crap goes all the way back to like when, like, for instance, they like to talk about all the white women that have sex with these high school boys. Man,
Mm-hmm.
black women will turn out a young boy.
Mm-hmm.
It's always focused on what black men do, but black women do this a lot more because society allows it. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so, but what I'm saying is it's a predatory mindset. And it's that mindset that manifests itself through control. So this is the
All women do that stuff, man. If
What?
you don't
Well,
restrict.
that's why women has to be controlled. In any society that lets their women run wild, That
Well,
society
black women are allowed to run wild because it creates
is
chaos in
due
the
to
community.
fair.
No,
Every
That society is due to fair.
okay. They're allowed. All women are allowed to run wild. The thing is, it's more. It's more. You see the effect more in the black community because our culture is damaged.
exactly.
Um,
This
That's
is
what I thought.
I agree, but I disagree. I think
okay. Why?
black men, I think other races of men can regulate their women, and
Why do you think that is?
Wait, no, that's bullshit. Because white culture is highly homosexual,
Yeah,
and this is this
and
is their
I'm
incestual.
not talking anything to do with homosexuality. I'm talking about if a white man bounces a white woman's head off the wall, the police gonna come in there and ask what happened.
Now they do. Yeah.
If a black man does it, that but look, okay, there's this story out today of this black woman. Jada Black was talking about it. How this black woman tried to ram a car into his boy was a former NFL player, or he's in limbo, boyfriend, and basically they still taking him to jail.
Uh
Like,
huh.
you don't see that with other races. The
when
Chinese.
you hear
There was a white woman. There was a white woman that ran her husband, that stalked her husband, ran him down and ran him over and got off.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, by and large, if a black man does anything in this society,
Yeah,
we and black women like to think that they're pigeonholed like we are. Black women are not pigeonholed like black men
I
are.
agree.
Not my okay. So my point is, black women. And Alpha Male Wisdom said it the best I've heard. But you can't even look at black women as people. You have to look
Why
at
not?
them as special citizens that have special citizenship.
No, you
That
don't.
Well, what I'm talking about is, when you talk about a black man and a black woman, in most situations, who's going to win out in that battle when it comes to society? Whether it's in the workplace or it's with the police, it's going to be the black woman.
You've been at the bottom of the totem pole for 200 years.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is
Mm,
that is a big we don't
okay,
have the same tools to
I,
regulate our women.
I
That's why Africa.
understand. Your culture is fucked up. So anything that the broader society does that can have any kind of negative reaction, who's going to catch it first?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the broader aspects. I'm just talking about.
You have to talk about the broader aspects because that's what's affecting you. If there was no white man to enforce the law against black people, against black men and black women, the shit wouldn't happen.
Mhm.
No,
Also, if black women.
Trust and
Black
believe when I
women
was a
feel a
kid.
part of the law. They feel a
Trust
part
and
of it.
believe when I was coming up as a kid, before all these violence against women laws came back, this black men kicked plenty of ass. Trust and believe.
No, and I understand that, and that's what. But what I'm saying is, to a certain, I understand what you're saying with white supremacy, but to a certain extent, the black woman, by and large, is complicit in this. That's why I always compare black women to white supremacists in their thinking and their mentality, by and large, because the way they view black
Stop,
men are similar.
stop being
no,
a sheep and stop trying to separate yourself out from the broader society. You have to look at it from the top down and see how it affects because we are a subgroup of a
who
broader
is the
class.
Edward. Edward, let
you
me
know,
ask you a
BGS,
question.
BGS,
Edward.
I understand what you're saying, and I think I may have the solution. I think the solution should, yeah, I think the solution should be that we must begin to use the world's resources. Meaning that in the U.S., what we can have are all the necessities in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. But however, as a man, specifically as a black man, we cannot have our rights. We cannot live as men. So therefore, um, we may have to move out to a different country to begin to experiment what it is
So
to be a man.
no. What I'm talking
Because
about.
because we can't be men
Let,
here.
let me finish. Yeah. Yeah, you never because of the way the system works. At least for I would say at least for the next, I would say 20 years. Who knows what's going to happen in 20, 30 years? But at least for the next 20, if things stay the way they are, you're always going to be the underclass. Caste systems are very, very hard to break. Very hard to break.
Well, most people don't even realize in the caste system.
Because you're not taught that. You're taught to be an American and being inclusive, which is what they're trying to do now.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I have my own ways of dealing with the situation personally. I mean,
Yeah.
but you know, that's why I always tell black men. That's why I get annoyed when like the conversation goes, I want to reset the game, because anybody focused on resetting.
When we say reset the game, what do you mean? You got to
I
explain
mean,
that.
I want the dollar to crash. I want to, you know, that's what I meant with the apocalypto kind of talk. But because when you're focused,
that's called the Samson theory.
Okay.
That's not,
So,
that's
I'm
not what I want.
gonna pull the pillar. I'm gonna kill everybody else. I'm pull. If you actually talk to black people, okay, black men, they know that it's not resetting the game. They know most black guys that want white supremacy to end and want to do it in the United States know that they're gonna die, or at least they know they're gonna die. They just haven't figured out do they really want to die or not. You know they're gonna die.
That's pretty
Right.
yeah, well, what I mean is what I'm talking about is individually and as a group. That's why black men have to get good about, you know, getting their money up and integrating in the economy in a different way than just going to corporate. Because we know the corporation is the white man's environment unless we quit our own corporation. So,
you think okay. You have to stop limiting your mind to what goes in the United States. You have a global economy.
Yeah, I agree.
And the way you work it, it's stop thinking locally. You have to think about where in the world can I make my money, because that's what everybody else does. If you want to truly be free, economically be free, then you will figure out where in the world that I can make my money. If it's here, it's here. You got farmers that go over to Africa and make $1 million a year. They go over to Africa.
If I may interject
I
on
agree.
this
I'm
point,
in digital marketing. I agree, but you don't get to that talk because ultimately the reality of the situation is, and this is why I agree completely with Sarge, is black men are by and large are too scared to integrate with the community, the economy in a different way like that. So what they do is they get into the apocalypto talk, but that's a spiritual talk because that's something where you don't have to get up and do anything.
It's certain black men. That's certain black men.
It's emotional, and it's emotional. It's emotional frustration that people say, you know, I'm tired of the system the way it is. Fuck it, I'd rather for it to end and crash.
That's most black men. By the way,
that's not even. That's every black man
or a lot.
Every black man at one time or another has said, fuck it, I'd rather for it to crash on my head than continue this. That's for a second. And then they figure out, okay, do I really want to die today? And the answer is no.
Maybe I'm not old enough to have that moment. Corey Holcomb says you get that moment when you're like 35. So maybe I'm still too young. But
it depends on your situation. If you
I've never thought that way because
if you've been harassed by police and been fucked with police and all that kind of stuff, and you've been harassed by crackers most of your life, you get to that point very early.
Oh no, I don't. I'm not downing nobody to that point. But this kind of back and forth that people are in. You know, this is like I said, man. Maybe it's just the Jason Black and me talking, but the reality of the situation is, you know, black men can get their money up and take control. As a group, it's difficult to take control of these women individually. A lot of the goofy stuff that I find a lot of brothers finding themselves in, quite frankly, is just because they could have just bought the bitch, just bought pussy, and they'd be good. But dudes, you know, it's
you. If the white man cannot control his woman, you're not going to control yours.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not even about. It's not so much. It's not about so much controlling. It's about protecting myself against a woman going left.
The only way to protect yourself against a woman going left is go MGTOW. That's it. Don't even get involved with them, because the possibility of her going left is always there.
Thank you.
Here's the thing. I think that the white man has more control over the white women than what you guys give. No, because let me explain why. Because here's the thing. Hold on. 56% of white women still voted for Donald Trump.
Why?
And then that white woman still knows that this white man controls enough capital in American society that he can still make, he can still enforce his will in most cases. So just that right there will make enough of them get in line. Yeah, you're gonna have your fat reject, white women and ugly white women who can't get a man who will run out there and be in the feminist movement, but the majority of them will still stay in line behind this white man.
They're not going to be able to
Hold
use
on
white
a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a
Go ahead.
second.
Hold
Stop
on.
freaking thinking of a man as an individual and think of it as a system. They are as much a part of this system as the white man is. They vote their priorities. Okay, black women.
Yeah, and hold on, be just
So the
what are
black
white women's priorities?
what are white men's priorities?
To stand by their man.
Not even stand by their man. The thing is, uh, thing that the white man wants.
Which is what? Hold on. Which is what?
If they
Hold on, no. I'll answer it. Let me answer it.
Okay,
Economic
White-
power.
white
Economic power.
supremacy.
Are you gonna answer? Or you ask me a question?
Come.
White
Let him
supremacy,
answer the
right?
question.
Wait. All right.
You ask me a question. Are you gonna answer your own
It's-
question?
Hold on. Okay, I was gonna make a point. My point is that
Well, you asked me a question. Well, don't ask me a question if you're gonna make a point.
Okay, well, the point I was trying to make, that I was going to make, is that the reason the white and Brother Polite has said this, but the reason that
Oh, boy, the polite. Oh, come on.
Okay,
no, the reason, no, the reason, no,
Don't even bring him up, man. Go ahead.
Okay.
the reason, no, the reason that the white women and the white man will still, even come hella high water, will still be down with each other is so that they can maintain white supremacy.
Okay, everybody knows that. We're talking about outside of that. Because, like, you ain't saying nothing profound. Like, I hate
Guys,
to
oh.
start.
I thought he was
be
gonna come up
coming
with
out
something
that way. Look, if the white man falls, these light skinned bitches and dark skinned women say will take over. I mean, white women know that. That's why they always trying to get tans. They know that deep down.
Why do white women uphold white supremacy?
It
Because
benefits
they're
them.
For their own
I'm
protection.
asking the brother.
Economically.
Why? Oh, so in other words, economically. In other words, it's good for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
it benefits them.
Yeah,
It
brother.
benefits them. That's how come black women hold up white supremacy, because it benefits
Absolutely.
them.
And hence what I said, hence what I about they are complicit. That's why black men have to get very killer when it comes to how we deal with our women. When I say killer, I mean instinct.
Yeah, we need an authoritarian government type system.
That's
Well,
what we
we
need.
We need
You
to
can't have
control
one
the
in a
man.
liberal government.
How you going to
now we-
impose an
that
authoritarian
liberal
type
don't
system
work.
inside of a liberal country, man? Come on.
You can't
I
do
mean,
it.
that's just
Listen, you
somebody
can't control nobody.
Well,
Oh,
then we
shit.
may have to go to a different country. That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
well, then you won't
A
have
man
to
got to get
control the
his
women.
money right. You can go get your
No,
money
no,
right. in a
Actually,
different
all
you
we
country.
have
gotta
to
do,
control.
all we gotta do, really, is develop a code.
All you
Well,
gotta
no,
do is get
Who
your
knows
money.
that
We don't
works
think
in
in a
a
Wait,
group.
what
We
is
don't
hey,
think in a
hey,
group
hey,
like
hey,
that.
hey, hey, hey,
hold on,
okay,
hold on.
okay,
One at a
okay.
time.
All the cats, calm down. Have to get it together, because everybody's gonna complain on the replay that we're talking over each other, one at a time. Who's first? Got 2 minutes there. We go ahead. I know you're first. Go ahead.
All I'm gonna say is all black men have to do is focus on minimizing the baggage they have and getting as much control over their own situation economically as they can. I call that the FU position. And you take that international when you get to the point, and when I say international, your ability to travel outside the United States, and that's all you have to do. The problem is too many brothers, when you start talking about actual business tactics, they get game goofy on you, and they start getting apocalypto, like what we're talking about now. They start saying things that they know they can't.
So why do you think they do that?
I agree. I completely. I mean, I
Black
agree
men
mostly with
afraid of
Edward, but
Whoa. I asked him a question. Let give me a response. Why do you think they do that?
Are black, it can be damaged, but fundamentally, the point is black men overall are afraid of money.
I've been
And I'm
saying
talking
that for a
about
long
the
time.
majority.
I said that. I've been saying that from day one. Go. Who's next?
yeah, I would say I agree with Edward on one end, but as far as the need to have all of black men on the same page, that will never happen.
I didn't say that.
you may only need 10%
I
of
said
those
1%.
of us who wants to.
It's not going to happen amongst 10%. But go ahead.
Well, at least 10%, right?
I said 1%.
Yeah, maybe 1% is more realistic.
You can start an enclave, but you're not gonna change the flow. You're not gonna change the environment. You're not gonna change the flow of this international environment. The flow is the other way.
Can I say
Go ahead.
something?
Well, hold on. Dinga's got another. Have you finished a Dinga?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
so I've been sitting back and I'm just listening to this. First of all, it was a question that was asked about what is the end game or what's gonna happen or whatever. That was an opinion. I don't wake up thinking all the world is gonna end, blah blah blah. I work in corporate America. I get the same coffee from the CEO that's worth $100 million. She speaks to me, I speak to her. I am in the middle of capitalism. I'm not never afraid of money. I'm trying to be right, in the mix. I'm trying to start a corporation right now. So I'm not, I ain't,
Thank you.
I just listen to
Let him
stuff.
finish. Let him finish. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I listen to this stuff, but this back and forth lip service about he better than me, she better than me stuff. I mean, that's good in the ring. At the end of the day, what's reality?
Well, I use when I post reality, people freak out.
Not me. Not me.
Well, see, if you want reality, go to the books channel, man.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Do you believe that hit dogs don't holler, but do you believe that majority of black men are afraid of money, or do you believe that's a false statement?
They're afraid.
No,
Oh, you talking to him?
I don't.
You don't. So you believe the majority of black
well, let him answer. Let him answer. Edward, let him answer.
Question. So, I'm in the Chicago area. So, you got cats that are selling drugs, risking life, limb, and everything for capitalism. So, no, I don't think that black men are afraid of. I believe black men are afraid of legal capitalism to help you in your premise out. Yeah.
So basically you're saying that the majority, that's like saying, I mean, a very small percentage of our population actually sells drugs, even within the black community. So you don't break that number. Like,
state your sources of where.
Well, I would say this. No, black men are not afraid of money. Black men are afraid of
to compete.
Work.
Yeah.
They're not afraid of competing.
I can agree with that.
I say money. So if you
that I agree with. Yeah.
If you went and handed any black man in the United States $1 million, he wouldn't be afraid of it. They're not afraid of money. They're afraid of effort.
Yeah, working
when I say afraid of money, I'm talking about the pursuit of attaining wealth and economics. That's what I'm talking about.
Because it's
very hard for a black man.
Have you read Black Enterprise?
One at a time. Who's first?
First of all, black.
No, not you, Edward. Who's next?
Well, I think that black men are scared, or they don't want to work and like get taken advantage of.
A structured environment. They're afraid of a structured environment.
I mean, right. It's hard for him to think outside of just go to work for this 8 hours and get a check.
Yeah, this is what Dame Dash said.
What did he say? What did Dame Dash say?
Dash said that he said on the Breakfast Club, you can look it up.
Well, you muted now, man. We can barely hear you.
Oh, well, he said it on the Breakfast Club. He said black men are afraid of being a boss. He said he doesn't respect black men that want to basically be sheep in a corporation. Now, I don't agree with that because you have to start somewhere.
That's not what I'm saying. That's 90% of
it's
the
a mindset mentality.
No, it's not just black men. That's 90% of the population.
That's all the sheep in America.
But that's not what I'm saying. Is when it comes to a black man, it's the same thing with the plantation mentality. when you look at economics. When you look at like working for someone else is only a small keyhole into how you can not integrate, but interact with the economy. And by and large, black men, the ones that are entrepreneurial, are basically ostracized from the community.
Also,
I don't.
True about that. I don't know that. I don't know that.
Let me say this. Let me say
I
this.
black man argument is.
Well, one at a
Let me
time.
say this.
One at a time. One at
Can
a
I
time.
can I can I
All right,
say
here
something
you
real
go.
quick?
Let me talk.
No, hold on there. Go ahead, bro.
As far as I don't believe that mentality anymore. I think most black people are excited to support black businesses. I just think
I
that
don't
the
know about, I don't know about
reason.
excited, but yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, they are. Especially like when you put it let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him
Let him
finish.
finish.
Like in my town, if there's like a new barbecue shack or something that opens up and I know it's black on, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna stop by there. I'm gonna see how good their food is. I just think that as far as we're not, our infrastructure game is just not as developed as it needs to be. It'll get there eventually, with people like Boyce Watkins and people. Eventually we'll get there, and more of us are gonna be forced into entrepreneurship anyways, to be honest.
If,
yeah.
if you really wanted to happen, you have to start with the younger generation and socialize them into thinking that way. Because most people, especially immigrants that come over and start businesses, it's part of their
They don't
culture.
socialize themselves once they get
No, they
18.
won't.
They don't.
Here's
they
why.
won't.
Here's why.
One at a time.
Once they get 18, they graduate college and realize that there's no jobs. They're gonna have to find some kind of way to sustain themselves.
Yeah, but you haven't been.
yes,
But you have not been socialized to do that.
Can I interject for a second?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just what's it called? My bad. It's just that many of the black youths were afraid to step out because we see that we're basically told by everybody in the community that if you go to school and if you do this and you get a job in that white corporation, you're gonna do good. And basically, if you try to do something on your own and you mess up, it's on you. And our own parents won't invest in us, and they don't teach us. We don't got nobody teaching us how to do this. So many people, they're trying to go to school and learn it, but it's not being taught.
Yeah,
in
but
school.
another thing. Hold on. Another thing is that
One at a time.
lot
One
of
at a time.
times.
One at a time. One at a time. Who's
My bad.
next?
Yeah, I got a quick point. Another thing
Quick.
is that they a lot of times when young black men want to go into business, a lot of times they'll saturate specific fields. So they'll do something that has to do with entertainment or sports or something like that.
That's what they
Music.
know.
Yeah,
That's what they know.
that kind of thing.
Can I
When
say something too?
Wait, no, let him finish.
I
Let
wanted
him
to
finish.
speak.
Let him finish, and then we'll go one at a time.
yeah, when
Finish
in
your point.
reality they need to just diversify.
Okay. Who's next?
I mean, it's this solar right here. This actual conversation. Once again, I have done this experiment. I've had my own business in the South Side of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I've already been through all this.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. I'm gonna even include myself. Not doing the research when you start the business on the demographics of the neighborhood. Is it worth being in business in this particular neighborhood? What people are buying in this particular neighborhood? Just the whole just
Breakdown of how you gonna get your money back.
right.
Wait, no, let him finish. Let him finish.
Business due diligence as far as, is this worth it? Count traffic, just, certain things that you learn in school or are taught or research.
Yeah.
That is not done.
First of all, you don't learn that in school, but okay.
When you basically try to do, like, when you start a small business, it's just you. So you are the accountant, you are the janitor, you are the person that has to fix anything that goes wrong. You the person that basically you the chief cook, dishwasher, everything. So you don't have the money to hire anybody. When you do hire someone, well, black people feel like because you're black, we part of the club, so I get to come in late. I'm your homie. I'm your automatic cousin.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm your automatic cousin.
Yeah.
So I get preference. Then the customer come in. I'm
hook
your
up.
bro. I'm your sister. Like, yeah, let me get a discount.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll pay you. I'll pay you for it
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yep. Yep.
They
Yep.
can't go to Walmart to do that.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
even other blacks will
That's,
be like,
that's,
I'm supporting you because this, that, and the other make it a racial thing. They don't go to Walmart and bring up any racial identity or anything like that, or wherever.
yeah.
Like it's and then you have black people that won't support you because the white man's ice is cold.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's all. Yeah. That's all too. Who's next? That's true. Somebody else
We're
had a
afraid to
point.
fail. Oh my bad. We're afraid to fail. That's what Diplo said. That's
Well,
true.
because we've seen examples of it. You have to be the people that succeed are the ones that are hard headed enough to keep going,
Yep.
regardless of the pain.
Yeah, and those are usually the ones that are ostracized because of, at the end of the day, people resent that. So I mean, everybody's coming back to what I said earlier anyway, which I find
Ostracize
amazing.
me with my money, huh?
It's not
As
about
far as
money.
what Edward is saying, as far as being ostracized, what I think is not that. I mean, what I think it is success is really lonely as you get up.
No, in
You'll
black
have,
society,
They're
you are
jealous.
resented.
You're jealous. Yeah. Jealousy.
yeah,
I mean, come on,
you'll
this
be
is an
happy.
obvious thing that happens. This is why you have a lot of these black people that when they get into the higher ends of black society, they either deal with each other or they deal with white people, and they create this class wall because I'll give you a perfect example. Like an example for me is whenever I deal with black people, I always try to give them actionable, usable information. I got a question for all y'all. Do you all know what NACA is?
Yeah.
Okay, I always tell black people that when it comes to NACA or different ways to get involved because it's a way for black people to get into home ownership, which is actually the
Oh yeah.
first step.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, it is what it is. They act like they absorb the information and they either take it, they don't. Because I tell them Google it, this is what it is. But a lot of times, what you have is you have a lot of black folks, and a lot of them in the younger generations. I'm not talking about young, but I'm talking about like in their 20s where they act like they can't be told shit. Now, a lot of these people I'm talking to are the women I mean when I'm thinking about saying this. But my point is, it's not like you just get successful and dudes start hating on you. Even when you are trying to, make your way, black people remember who was there for them when they needed help or even needed a shoulder to be on. And then black people who was laughing at them. And oftentimes, you'd be surprised who it is. And
Edward.
Because that's culture. That's culture.
Edward. Do you check out Black Enterprise regularly?
no, Black Enterprise sucks.
Well, I mean, you could disagree on that, but I say it doesn't because
You
the
want me to
reason
tell
why
you
is
why? You want me to tell you
No,
why?
let him finish.
yeah, yeah, you could tell me why. Why is
Why? Because Black Enterprise promotes black women, but they try to stunt black men. They don't talk a lot about black male businesses by and large. They who actually doing business. They promote stuff like Issa Rae and like stupid stuff. They're like an offset of Ebony magazine and the Black Feminist BS. Trust me, I used to be a subscriber of Black Enterprise, but they
Me
don't
too.
really
Me
talk
too.
about what's going on with
I
black business.
have subscribed. I don't know what they do lately, but when I used to subscribe to them, it was a lot
How long
of
ago is that?
this was like 10 years ago.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
long
come
time.
on, man.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
But here's the thing. I
Really?
know from reading it, even if it was 10 years ago, it's a lot of corporations, man, that are trying to do stuff and that are successful. You'll be surprised how many
Dude,
corporations, LLC.
They don't want to be. They don't want to be identified. They don't want to be identified as black
Yeah,
though. Because
yeah. It's all you need to
it's
have
like
a
a kiss of
business.
death.
All you need to have a business is a system, have capital,
that's not
and pretty much,
You can start. You can start a business with anything. In fact, Boyce Watkins was just saying it's
no.
easy. It's easier to start a business than it is to fill out a job application.
exactly.
10 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
10 years ago. That's all I got to say with that. But even to answer your question as far as black businesses,
I'm not
I
trying to
won't let
win the
them.
debate with you, but I mean,
No,
okay.
I'm not
One at a time.
debating.
One at a time. One at a
I'm
time.
not debating. I mean, that speaks for itself, and I get what you're saying. But let me answer that objection as far as the kiss of death of black businesses. Robert Smith, You don't have to do an expose on the business. You can do an expose on the person. Like
You making it harder than what it is.
Hey,
Very
don't step on
simple.
each other.
Robert Smith is a perfect example. Most people don't. Do any of you all know who Robert Smith is?
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
Who else? And just one person. Just one person.
yeah. There it
Robert
is.
Robert Smith. Okay, my point. Okay, BGS and the other dude. Okay, Robert Smith is a black billionaire. Most people, when we
Mhm.
put out our black billionaires, what do we hear? We hear Oprah. You know, or even what Jay-Z is doing with Tidal. No, I take that back. Let me start this. Does anybody know how much Nas Nas's technological portfolio? Is anybody aware of that?
So the scholar knows.
He's in Silicon Valley, I heard.
Yeah, and I'm not, and he's not in Silicon Valley. Is in, oh, I want these white people to let me in Silicon Valley. He has sold a lot of stakes, and I mean, Nas is worth almost like I think $200 million. A lot of people,
A Chameleonaire is doing that too. I heard, Edward. By the way.
yeah, but you're right. But Nas is doing it at a lot higher level. Nas is doing a lot higher level. Chameleonaire is more knocking at the door. But my point is, you won't know those differences if you don't have a black media, aka what Black Enterprise is supposed to be doing. This chronologically people.
There are a lot of black people that are doing a whole lot of things do not want it to be known because they don't want
Right.
to
Exactly.
They target black businesses. They really do, especially the more money you make.
I believe that, but Master P is not. I mean, if you look at like these entertainers, like Jay-Z or Nas,
They're entertainers though.
well, what I'm saying is, they're known. That's what they're known for. But Master P is trying to start a video game company. He's invested $200 million in. My point is, black people need to know the men that are. We only see the fuckery. That's what I mean. You think of Master P, you don't think about the smart businessman that brought in gold teeth in there to make these white people believe he was just another dumb Negro, so he can get negotiation power of these contracts, and that's how. See, black men don't know that. They just see the young thugs and the ASAP Rocky idiots out there. That's my point. Or even things that like Jordan Peele is doing, $4.5 million.
Okay, Edward, it's not a lot of it is not what they do, it's why they do it, and you need to find out why do they do it.
Well, what do you mean when you say why they do it?
In other words, if we don't know that they're doing this thing and they're not, because they could easily get out and tweet and trumpet their own horn, why are they not doing it?
Okay, I would say that let's assume I believe what you're saying as far as black business being targeted. I do believe that, and that's why I'm a little bit more forgiving when it comes to the last generation and maybe a Jason Black is. But what I'm gonna say that is, I don't.
Let's just talk about that because I'm a boomer.
Well, can I say?
Hold on a second. I'm a boomer, right? Okay, I'm a baby boomer. He's talking about our last generation. Jason Black is what, in his 40s?
37.
No, he's almost 40 years old. Martin Luther King, by the time he's 39 and they killed him, he had led a whole revolution. What have we have Gen Xers that are in their 50s. Okay, so all of a sudden they talk about baby boomers. Okay, what did they do?
Well, I think he's going to put them all in the same boat, personally. But
I'm saying you can't point at a generation if you're 37, you're almost 40 years old. What did you do?
What did you do?
What did your generation do?
What are you doing now?
I'm only 30, so I'm in. But what I'm saying is, Jason Black is in that. Jason Black.
You got millennials like Zuckerberg, and I'm killing the game. Okay, you know what I'm saying is you can't point at a generation. The thing is, you can't. Basically, if you look, I'll tell you what would if you take the boomers, the civil rights generation out of the equation, where would you guys be?
Dog shit.
I mean, I'm black, but no. You can argue black. You can argue, before the boomers, you had Black Wall Street.
Yeah, but under Jim Crow,
that was their only option,
and they were burning him down.
Okay,
you like getting pulled out of your house. Okay, you like that kind of stuff.
I can answer this question.
Answer it.
BGS. this is where I come from, is where I believe Jason Black really comes from with that. Most baby boomers will not admit to, like, this is what we did right, this is what we did wrong. What they do is they come at somebody, like, they don't come at me this way because they know I'm not the one. Once they talk to me, they know what I know. But they will come at these kids at a very, like, patronizing standpoint as to why aren't you doing this and why aren't you doing that, when in reality, by and large, that generation didn't pass on anything. And let me
Bullshit.
Nah, they really did try. They tried to pass us
Bullshit.
YMCA programs,
Bullshit. How do you think? Before the civil rights generation came up? Do you think you went to college?
Look at all of.
Do you think you? How do you think you get in these corporations? You think they just let you in corporations?
The question is, would I trade all that bullshit in for Black Wall Street? That's the real question.
Black Wall Street burnt down. They burnt it down during the race riot. They did it.
They rebuilt it though.
They did it. No, they did. They
killed the people in it.
They killed the people in it.
No, they didn't kill everyone.
They killed women and children in that shit, man.
Yeah, but
no,
Does it still exist?
We are arguing assimilation versus what we had, and I understand it. But
what is the option to assimilation? We've gone over this. What do you think the option was?
What you're saying, there was no option.
There was an option. The Fabian Socialist told you what the option is. The same one the Jews got in Germany.
And the Native Americans. You die out.
Yeah, but
the Native Americans didn't die out though. They're still going strong.
Most of them are gone.
90 million of them are dead, bro.
They're not strong.
They're getting stronger though.
But 90 million of them died.
What percentage of the population?
Wait. Let him make his point.
I look at every institution that Black people have now. They're controlled by people that are your age.
Hold on. When you speaking to the mic, dude, you never lived under Jim Crow, man. You never lived under it. That's what I'm talking about.
The Black people have the Black Church, the HBCUs, the Congressional Black Caucus, and they are controlled by people your age. And these institutions are in shambles. And the reality of the situation is, I don't look everybody into the same boat. I know there's people that are trying to.
No, what I'm saying is, the thing is, I hear people talk about this over time, all the time. But you never lived under Jim Crow. You don't know what it's like.
Well, but you know what it's like. I mean, Jim Crow.
You know what it's like. You know what it's like. You know what it's like.
Didn't live under it either. They were born in the civil rights movement.
No, why do you think there was a civil rights movement? Why do you think there was one?
But okay, so even if I was going to let the civil rights movement off the hook, what about the preceding generation?
It was so wonderful. It was so wonderful that 20 million Black people got up and protested. You had all these riots because it was so wonderful living under Jim Crow in that era.
But that's not what I'm talking about though. But this idea that we quote unquote assimilated. We never economically assimilated though.
Yes, you are.
Where do
you work?
I mean, I'm self-employed, but
I'm saying, who do you work for?
What do you mean? Who do I work for?
What platform do you work under? You're self-employed. Who's your customers?
I mean, I use Shopify.
White power.
Wait, who's your customers?
Who's my customers? I mean, I got a lot of different customers. It depends on my clients.
Yeah, you're integrated into the society, into the platform. Yes, you are.
Man, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You do.
I know what you're talking about. No, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. You're integrated.
I mean, because this is the same thing. Boyce Watkins says the same thing, though. It's not Jason is more of a firebrand about it, but Boyce Watkins, all the guys. Dr. Claude Anderson says the same thing.
I've talked to Dr. Claude Anderson personally, and he doesn't tell you the whole truth because you can't accept it.
Okay,
most people can't.
What's the truth then?
In other words, the civil rights movement did work. They were supposed to integrate you on purpose so that you would have an opportunity. Okay, and the thing is, somebody has to make the first step and lay the base so that the future generations can build on that.
I believe that.
The boomers were really not supposed to build. You guys are supposed to build because we laid the groundwork for you to build. Before you build anything, what the first thing you have to do? You have to clear the land, don't you?
Yes.
And then the crack
We built
carrot.
hip hop.
We
gave
cleared the
hip-hop.
land for you. We cleared the land for you. We gave you the opportunity to go to school. We gave you the opportunity to integrate into the society and make money. We gave you the opportunity to work in
I'll
corporations.
do that.
We
But hold on.
made hip
We
hop.
gave you the opportunity to go to any school that you want to and learn anything that you want to at any time all over the world. We gave you those opportunities.
But keep in
Now,
mind,
are you building with it?
We got
But
too
just-
entitled.
no, Dad, let me respond because you're looping everybody in the same boat. There's a generation in between millennials and boomers. Okay, the
The
crack
Xers, the
era
X.
was not a
Which X?
millennial
And we
problem.
created hip hop. We created the
No,
soul force that's
you grew
running this
up
whole
in
world.
hip hop. No, you're who's over 35 years old other than BBS?
Okay, let me ask you a question, Edward. Just a simple question. What in this world, in this society, that you cannot do you yourself, that you don't have an opportunity to do?
I mean, me personally, there's nothing.
Nothing. Anybody on the line, anybody here on the line, is stopped from doing anything that they want to do in this country?
No, sir.
No, unless you got a felony.
That was when I was coming up as a kid. That was not the case.
Okay,
But
but here's the thing.
what I'm talking about is there's a generation in between the millennials and the boomers.
That's Jason Black's generation. It's X.
Okay, if I could say this, I see where Edward is coming from, and I agree with him. I'll explain why. As far as what you're saying, BGS, that okay, the boomers, they gave us the opportunity to go to school, they gave us the opportunity to, be integrated into the society. But the fact of the matter is that you integrated into a society that devalued you as a black person. So therefore, the integration is for the most part it wasn't effective.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
What else were you going to do?
We could have had another Black Wall Street.
Wait. Wall Street was singular and it got burnt down.
Yeah, there were many Black Wall Streets. There were many towns like that. It wasn't just one town.
There's lots of them.
I mean, I live in North Carolina. We had two.
Was the North Carolina?
It was Durham and Wilmington. And then in Richmond was also kind of.
What happened to them?
They either got burned down or they use the interstate system to dismantle them.
No, you know what really happened to them? You know what really happened to them? Here's the thing, BGS. What happened to them is the civil rights movement is what happened to them. Once the civil rights movement came along, black people divested from their own communities because they wanted to integrate. That's what happened to them.
You had two. Okay, this is the fucking deal. This is the fucking deal. That's why I'm on here. The fucking deal is you had no choice but to integrate. You have two choices. Either you join them Jews in the freaking ground, or you integrate. Those are your two choices. Because the first one didn't work, which was deport you.
I don't believe the U.S. government would have ever wholesale slaughtered black people.
Bullshit.
I don't believe that.
Bullshit.
Come on, man. Really?
Hold on, BGS. You did say that when they went into
all the lynching.
One at a time. One at a time. Hey. One at a time.
Oh, chill.
Even if you look at all the lynchings that occurred in American history, that are documented, they never accounted for more than 6,000. And also, if you're going to talk about like groups such as like the U.S. military and stuff like that, the U.S. military has a history of displacing people, like stuff of like the Trail of Tears.
Look at the history. Look at the history of the Fabian socialists. Look at the history of the Fabian socialists. They were planning to kill you.
Okay, can I respond? Can I respond to this quickly? If you go to Australia, right? Because the origin of white Americans is the UK, and likewise the the origin of the Australian folks, the UK as well. So what did they do to the so-called Aborigines? They killed them all.
Keep in mind, that was a prison colony.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
They were,
that too.
they were. You believe in the
But they would do
good?
the same thing to us.
Oh, okay, let me ask you. Say, do you believe in the good graces of white people?
No, I do believe
I'm asking my boy because he's prideful, like they weren't going to do something to you. You believe in the good graces of white people?
Okay, it's not about the good graces of white people. It's the fact that first of all, a wholesale like slaughter of black people. If they were gonna do that, they could have just done that during slavery. Or they could have
Why
did
did they
that.
try to do that?
Because there was never no need to do that.
What is that? What is that?
There was never a need to do that.
Your window dressing. Bullshit. I'm gonna start saying that. You're window dressing. You making it seem like it was all nice. It was people petting puppies.
I didn't say it was all nice. I said yes, there was lynchings, there were oppression,
6,000
but
people
I
hanging
highly
from a
doubt
tree.
that.
It was more than
Hold on. Hey, do you know anybody?
That the U.S. government would have had the political will?
I mean,
to
they lynching people
orchestrate
today.
a
That's the police
genocide
stuff.
of a wholesale genocide and removal of black people from this country. I highly doubt it.
Yes, and would not.
There's a whole history of it. There's a whole history of it. I mean, I walk you.
You be off the books.
I walk you through the history of it. That's why I put this stuff up. There's a history of it. Yes, they would have.
Where are the Indians at?
They couldn't even kill all the Filipinos in the Philippines when they were occupying the Philippines. They wanted to do that, but that didn't go through.
No, they didn't.
No, where are
They wanted to kill all the Native Americans. That they didn't kill all of them.
They killed most of them.
They finished them off most.
They didn't kill all of them though.
What do you
Well, how many
talking
do
about? Like, this ain't the Matrix, man, where it's like every to the last one. They just have to kill off another one so they're not a viable population.
That's all they
There
wanted.
you go.
Yeah.
90 million Native Americans died.
Let's use
Yeah,
our
that's
Yeah, but
basically
most
your
of
whole.
that, hold on, most
your
of
whole
that
bloodline.
was actually by disease. It
doesn't
wasn't
matter.
by
They got rid
it
of
wasn't by bullets.
Who
It
brought
was
the
by
disease?
disease.
Who brought
What
the
you're
disease?
talking
So
about,
is that
what
nice?
BGS is talking
Is that
about,
nice? Does that make it better?
what BGS is talking about is like a wholesale slaughter, like what you saw in places like Russia, where they just sent the army in and killed a bunch of people or worked people to death in gulags and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's
What-
one
what- what-
thing.
what-
That's
what-
one
Do you
thing.
know anything about Africa?
That's one thing. But if you look at if you look at the civil rights movement would not have been
What makes you think that wouldn't have happened here?
because there wouldn't have been any political will to do
How
it.
do you really?
Yeah.
Can I interject on this point? Look,
He does believe in the
it's
kindness of
it's not about. It's not like they're going to
Political will
line
is,
up.
we don't
It's
need you
not.
anymore.
They're not going to line up the population of black people to get rid of them. I don't think you're being nearly creative enough. There's more than one way to kill a person, and more than one way to kill a population. You don't have to put up concentration camps and work them to death. You can fertilize the water. You can poison them. You can starve them. There are plenty of ways to kill a population, and the only thing, frankly, that saved us was a moral decision. That was the only reason.
It was a
There
moral
are more than one ways to kill a person or a population.
And they
all
said
right? It doesn't have to be obvious.
Yeah, that's why it took me such a long time to find, because I always wondered why. So how come we didn't wind up like the Jews were? And then I found it. They said because Eisenhower visited the death camps, he made a moral decision. This is not us. This is not what we stand for, because he saw the horrors of it. He said he came back, and that's when he started the integration process. They decided
he was inspired by the death camps because he saw what happens, when you take like the marginalization of a group to the extreme.
Exactly.
Black people were marginalized, okay, but the political will, white people did not have the time, resources, money, or even the desire to kill every single black person. That makes no sense.
What are you talking about? They just finished fighting for World War. What do you mean?
Mister, 1 second. Didn't they also spread syphilis amongst soldiers
No, it was an
and also
experiment.
That
it
was an experiment.
Tuskegee experiment. Yeah, weren't they trying? Yeah.
No, they weren't.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
they were trying to find out the evolution of the disease. They weren't trying to kill off a population.
If,
No,
if,
and because you had the Fabian socialists. We have Fabian socialists here that were cheering about Zyklon B. They wanted to get rid of an unwanted population, but they wanted to do it humanely.
Okay.
yes,
That's what they were. That's the biggest secret about Fabian socialists in England cheering on the Nazi death camps.
Yeah. Okay.
yes. Why did they bring Africans over here in the first?
To work.
Right.
Work.
So if they kill everybody, if they killed everybody, who basically would work in
Exactly my point.
White people don't work. You're the worker. White people manage the workers.
Well, that was pre what? Pre-industrialization.
And then another thing is, they also make up a big margin of the military. So now you're military soldiers.
Yeah, but we ain't got the special forces. That's mandatory.
You had Jews in the German army. So what?
Yeah, you did a lot.
You have Jews
that ain't
in the German army.
Yeah.
That's not true. They got rid of all
you
the
did have Jews. You had Jews in the German army.
If
They stripped them and killed them.
Why do you think a lot of them stayed?
Yeah.
They believe, but anyway, that's here's my thing. I gotta offer a counter to what you're saying as far as that they cleared the land so we can build it. Here's the reality of the situation. If you I'm talking about the majority. I'm not talking about this 10% of black folks that they meant well. They did they did what they could and stuff.
Show me the numbers. Show me the numbers, because the charts show the exact opposite of what you're talking about.
What?
Exact opposite of what you're talking about. The civil rights movement did work because
I didn't say it didn't work. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, this is the issue that I have. I really don't have an issue with the civil rights movement, but I will say that I felt like they believed that integration was the absolute solution.
It was the only door that was offered you.
I get what I'm talking about.
Did you like where you were? What were your options? You say, well, Black Wall Street. How many Black Wall Streets were there?
They destroyed the Black Wall Street for it.
And it was a small space. It was a small.
There were many
space.
Black Wall Street.
And it was a small space. And it was a small window in time for people to actually do that.
What I'm talking about is the culture of business that you talk about. You have to socialize people to believe that. The reality of the situation is that there is a generational disconnect in between that business mentality, and that just doesn't come.
Yes, I believe that.
Now. And you cannot tell me that every old person passed that down to their children. You can what I know, with the stuff that I knew and what my grandfather taught me, simple stuff when it comes to business. I'll give you examples. Let me give you something that's common sense. Most black men should know, but for some reason they don't think about. I always say this. When I rented my first townhome, the first thing I did was I looped in my brother, who's 5 years younger than me, to live. I said, look, this is a $1,200 bill. You can only pay $300, and then we looped in another guy that was my best friend. Now, totally, I made about $700 a month on it. Just keep my townhome, not a triplex. Over 700 times is 84, so roughly $16,000 in equity I built in that house. Simple stuff like that is not passed down to us, because when we look at our, family books, our family photo albums, we see the old niggas with Cadillacs and stupid stuff like that. You look at Detroit. When you look at Detroit, you look at where all that money they got for the years that they did work in the auto industry.
And what happened to the auto industry?
Gone.
What happened to the auto industry? All the other white people that worked there?
Huh?
What happened to the auto industry and the other people that worked there besides black people? What happened to them?
I mean, they left. I mean, you talk about the city. They left. They went to the outer.
What happened to all those Rust Belt towns that were along that river? What happened to the white people there? They
fell apart too. But what I'm talking,
they fell apart too.
But black people know, we've always known that we were in a different situation, and they didn't pass that. Like, where do you think go to school, get a good education, and get a good job comes from?
Go talk to the people. Go talk to the people that lived during the old folks that are still alive. I know they're in their 80s and some in their 90s, and ask them.
I talked to these people. I have talked to these people.
And so they liked it better.
No, but what they have, the ones that will acknowledge, they will acknowledge that they did believe that there was nothing else that would have had to be done. They thought integration was the answer. And the ones that will acknowledge that, and that it's not really, they will admit that. That I can respect, because I get, I don't expect anything to be perfect. But what I am saying is we don't even, you have a hard time having black men admit that business is the problem, or the way we interact with the economy is a problem.
Business is not the problem. Your culture is the problem.
Yes. Well, you have black people have a hard time admitting that. Like
they don't because they weren't taught that. If I didn't come on and say it, would you know it?
It's like it's like imprinting. It's like imprinting. If you articulate it,
I understand. I mean, if I didn't say it, would you even know it?
Yeah,
it's like imprinting. I knew it was there, but I didn't know the word for it.
You don't know why?
Yeah, I think a lot of black. I think a lot of black mothers raising their children by themselves, they complain a lot and they pass it on to their children. Then their children, get imprinted with that constant complaining instead of men being more logical and just
that comes all the way back to
action. Can I say something real quick about
this? Goes further than that, but yeah.
Can I say something real quick about this?
Go ahead.
All right. I'm seeing what Eric's saying, and it does have some truth into it, but the thing that has to be said is that not everybody back then was a business person. Some people were just a blue-collar worker.
Even the business, there was some successful business, but most of them weren't.
Yeah, and so like my situation, my grandfather, he was a brick mason, and my father was a blue-collar worker, but they didn't really know credit like that. So for me, I didn't learn about credit till later on in life. Edward's grandparents knew about business, so they brought that into his family, and so he showed that to his family. Not all our ancestors or grandparents were business people. A lot of them weren't. They were just regular salt of the earth.
I hear that, but here's my issue.
We're gonna give you guys 30 more minutes. We're gonna cycle the room because we want people to get in. But go ahead, Edward.
All right. There's two things in black society when it comes to getting money that right now is a lie, but it keep being perpetuated. Number one, if you get yourself a public sector job, you'll be taken care of with benefits. Now we start. And number two, if you go to school, get a good education, white will let a black man in. These were lies, and they've been lies for a long time now.
Back then it did work.
Okay, starting in 1990, going up, that hasn't been true.
How long does it take culture to change?
As a whole, okay, but visually, I don't buy that. Like, you got black people that don't even have.
Wait a minute, you have experts that would beg to differ. Where's your sources that you're thinking you pull it out of your ass right now?
So is there an excuse for a person to not have life insurance for their kids?
White people have life insurance for their kids.
They haven't been taught.
Okay, see, that's where we disagree. This thing about people I haven't been taught, so I didn't know. Got a lot of damaged people because
who taught you?
A lot of what I know, I learned on my own.
Well, who taught you the basics? You were just talking about your father, your grandfather.
My grandfather, I've always been inquisitive, but my grandfather did teach me a good amount. But a lot of the details of stuff, I learned on my own.
But I said he set the
groundwork.
He set the groundwork.
The groundwork, and I can tell you, my family personally is split between dudes that ain't. I'm talking about in my mother's line between people that ain't shit and people that are, and then you see so kids of the people that wanted to play around, like you, and they had the same piece of information, and that's the lie. That I feel like a lot of people say they will hide behind. Look, in the barbershop, and I'm gonna back off after this. And one thing I've noticed in the barbershop is a lot of older folks will use the advantage of what black people, because you are different. So I'm not lumping people in the same category, but they will use the fact that you don't know what happened, like in the crack era and in all these other eras, and they'll try to act like they were saints. And the reality is they were one of the main ones contributing to the decline of the community, but because you don't know that because you aren't there, you point it out. What I know is this is what I know. I know the black community is in shambles. This
Yeah.
idea that I'm 30 years old, oh well, because I'm not at Zuckerberg's level, that's my fault. That's why I always say we need to take the stuff back from these old people in the first place.
You know what the dirty little secret is that you forget? The whole fucking country is in shambles.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dirty little secret. You got how many white? You got what? As far as white people, you got about 90 million white people. No, about 80 million white people out of work.
There's a heroin epidemic.
Control 48%.
You got a heroin epidemic. You got a heroin epidemic going. Just because you don't see it in the paper doesn't mean it exists. The whole fucking country. Why you think Trump got elected? Because the whole fucking country is in shambles.
East Indians control 48% of the motel industry in this country.
So what? But it doesn't have anything to do with it. Doesn't have anything to do with the whole country being in shambles. You are part of the country. We're not a separate.
So are they. They are too. Like
yeah, but they are too. But the thing is, but they come from outside the culture. Yeah, so Guatemalans come in here starting businesses with taco trucks, but they come from outside the culture. You have Africans coming from the continent that are going gangbusters, but they come from outside the culture.
But at the end of the day, you have to be accountable to your own bloodline. So at the macro level, you're right. But at the individual level, I'm not gonna allow somebody individually to tell me, my mom did things right, she did things wrong, she did more right than wrong. But at the end of the day, if I'm gonna evaluate the older generation, I'm talking about just from my line. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh well.
No, what I'm saying, I don't mind being evaluated because there's a lot of things that the boomers didn't do right. There's tons of things the boomers do right. What I don't like is people not being accurate about it.
Okay, I can understand that, and I'm gonna tell you,
you're not accurate about it because the thing is,
what am I not accurate about?
In other words, I keep asking you, and you keep giving me bullshit that all of a sudden, if the boomers didn't get off their ass and fight for their independence and fight for access into the society, you're acting like it would have been all peaches and cream, and I'm saying that's bullshit.
I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is the boomers, they deny history from us. If you leave it up to the boomers, we would never talk about Black Wall Street. If you leave it up to the boomers, we would never.
Where did you learn it from?
Where did you learn it from? I learned it from a couple of people like Dr. Clark Anderson. There's a couple
is Dr. Clark Anderson a boomer?
I believe. Come on, you know what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about individually.
Well, in other words, Black Wall Street and the history of Black Wall Street got uncovered basically in the early '80s, where students actually came back and rewrote the history and found out about it. That's how you know about it.
So why during Black History Month we don't talk about certain things we don't talk about? Why do we only talk about the assimilation is good side, but we don't talk about
because you listen to mainstream media instead of doing your own homework. There's tons of literature out there.
Even within our own stuff, like Ebony magazine if you go back and you start to look at old Ebony magazine covers before they got bought out, there's certain things they never talked about. Like there is the crack era. You said this, and you are one of the first people to actually really articulate the crack era. And I can tell you in my own family, like boom, not boomers, but this is not boomers though. This is the now that we're talking about X or the other generation. They
Hmm.
lie. They act like the era was something that just swooped in and took over. They don't talk about how they're, because this is really who Jason Black is really targeting, and I feel like he puts it all on the boomers, but in reality, it's the next generation. It's really the real problem.
You know,
That's what
what,
stuff.
what I'm saying to people like Jason Black and the millennials or whoever. Don't sit up there and point fingers. Prove us fucking wrong. If you guys are going bang gangbusters, and then you said, "Well, the boomers didn't create shit. They didn't do shit." We can't do nothing but agree with you because you guys are going gangbusters. You're kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, but one thing that Jason Black does talk about is this mindset that, and this is mainly with the women, and this is where I go back to this predatory mindset
Uh
to
huh.
where we owe the last generation our lives. And you're not like that. I can tell by how you talk with your children that that's not obviously the case. But come on, BGS, you're an exception. You are not the rule. Dr. Clark Anderson is an exception, not the rule. If you want to talk about like a 60, 70% of people in that age, let's be clear here, man. They were not all sacrificing, but they like to play like they were. A lot of them
But
were the main ones cooning it up and against it. Everybody wasn't listening to Malcolm.
no,
Everybody wasn't listening to Martin.
no.
So that's all I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying that the people that actually put time in do not deserve absolute respect. That's why your channel is swelling with a lot of younger people, because real recognizes, well, people recognize information. I don't want to say real recognizes real. So nobody's sitting there and saying, oh, because you said, you didn't get married or whatever. Ain't nobody saying, oh, well, you're one of them. No, we understand a man that was there for his children when we see it. So you're a perfect example of people being on this hangout. But that tells you how much the younger
Yeah,
generation
yeah.
yearns for people like that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying, even in basically, the boomers aren't boomers. Boomers got basically bought out too, just like everybody else. Just like the Xers got bought out, went in corporate, got bought out. Millennials are doing the same thing. It's because nobody wants to be oppressed. Nobody wants to be targeted. Nobody wants to be different than everybody. Everybody wants to basically integrate and get along because that is the objective. You get tired of cops pointing at you. Get tired of cops stopping you. Get tired of cops being able to beat you and nothing happened to them
I
because
understand that.
you know
I
And they laugh
understand.
it
get
off.
tired of I had uncles that had uncles that had to leave the South and go into the service because they had a disagreement with a white man, and them white men came to pull him out of his house to lynch him or
I
kill him.
understand that. I understand that. And my answer to that,
Yeah.
and that I get, and here's the thing that we have to figure out is my generation is how we can be more stealthy about it. But here's the thing: I would have came to that conclusion a lot earlier had people would have told the truth about what happened.
I understand, and that's why I say your scholars have laid down on the job, okay? And not only boomer scholars, but ex scholars, even millennial scholars that are still lying about it.
Because
They're not telling the truth.
correct me if I'm wrong, and then I'm done after this. The way I look at Black history is a little bit differently than most people look at it. I look at Black history like there's two sides of Black history. Now you'll say we never had a choice. I understand that, but I believe there is the assimilationists, which are the guys that really push gung ho towards assimilation, and then there was people like Marcus Garvey that wanted to do our own stuff. I understand that to a certain extent we had to assimilate. I get that, but this idea that we wholesale wiped away Marcus Garvey and wiped away his memory, or which paved the way for why people didn't accept what Dr. Clark Anderson had to say or Amos Wilson had to say because they were all on this assimilation and stuff. I understand what you're talking about is we didn't have a choice, but everybody doesn't know enough information to know that. What,
But that's in any society. Even white folks don't know. Even white people come to this. White people come to this channel because they want to learn. Okay.
I know, I
And,
understand that, but what I'm
and, and,
saying is,
that's why I'm here, and and there's, like I said, boomers did a whole bunch of shit. Okay, I'm not even gonna lie about it. Boomers did a whole bunch of shit, and boomers are gonna have to accept that because of the way you guys are and the way you guys live. It does have an effect on that.
Because we
before
can,
that,
I got a question,
we can
BGS.
accept the good and the bad.
you got to remember
I got a question.
the boomers' parents came out of depression and they were poor. A lot of boomers were poor, and they basically they had to go to school. They had to lay some of this groundwork so that you and push so that you guys could go to school and open up the avenues to where you guys can learn and get these resources, because they were draining resources out of these HBCUs. Historical black colleges. They were draining. If you look back at the black colleges back then, with a few exceptions where the mulattoes went, there wasn't no money in there. They didn't have any resources.
But this stuff is not but one of the reasons we have some of these cultural issues, like these things are not reinforced, is because nobody ever really effectively communicates what the value is, even to people that are not going to these schools. A part of that is this denial of history. And this is what in my personal family, I've had to rip out information as far as what really went on. And a lot of people
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, a lot of people are bold-faced lying. Look, I'll give you a perfect example of a personal situation with my mom. I'll give you a perfect example. My brother, the brother I was talking about, look, if it was up to my mom, that fool would be gay right now, and he's not. But the reason why I say that is because my mom used to grow his hair out. Okay, I'm going to tell a little bit of my business. My mom did not want women. My mom did not want daughters. My mom had abortions every time she found out she was pregnant with a daughter.
Okay.
And I'm the oldest.
Okay.
And she's got 3 sons. But what my mom used to do is do this duality in which she would try to grow my younger brother's hair out.
Okay.
And he's already light skinned.
She still wanted a baby doll, because my daughter does the same thing.
And my second cousin, my mom's cousin, one day when we were at his house, he just decided to be not be a man. He is a man, but he took it upon a man thing and just took his hair and started cutting it. He cut it with scissors, and then she got mad, but she got over it. I can tell you, I cannot tell you the gunk that got pulled out of my brother's hair that filled the sink. It was amazing. I didn't know products could stay in your hair like that.
It does. Yeah.
Well,
see, because you're 30, and my son is 30, that I can basically tell you what had happened, man. They that's why I go through the history. That's how come I went through the history too, because I needed to understand exactly what happened, what went wrong, and what went south. They basically, you only got a portion of what you're supposed to get as far as integration. They gave you half. By the time I went to school, man, they were already killing civil rights. Civil rights basically got finished in 65. By the time I went to college in 77, man, they were already stripping 90% of that stuff.
Yeah, the benign neglect the minorities, but they don't tell us that. What they do is they act like we should be. And here's the thing: I'm not saying we should not be grateful for what they did, but denying this, I'm not saying that, and that's where I do disagree with Jason Black, because I feel like he just goes. I feel like he does that for shock value. Personally, I know he knows the difference.
He should.
He knows the difference, but he does it for shock value to get people out of their comfort zone so they understand how serious it is. But thing is, this idea that everybody denies this, because they're complicit. We know average black people, they keep their skeletons in their closet, and by not talking about it, even within stores, they pass it on.
I agree, and I say this to women and men.
Talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's every generation, but go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
all right, that's all I wanted to say. I want you to say that.
15 minutes. I want everybody to cycle out, because we got a whole bunch of people that want to get in and talk. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, this is a quick question based on what was talked about. I've been hearing that a lot of the civil rights struggle was centered around integration, but not only integration, but the interracial marriage that folks were really after.
That's Jason Black. So
that's bullshit. Black, right? I can tell you that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
All right.
Basically, what they really wanted is they wanted white people to stop fucking with them, stop beating us up. Right. Stop burning our houses down. Stop trying to lynch us. Stop trying to shoot us. Stop all that kind of stuff. And basically the aim to keep all that stuff from happening, because black people really didn't want to go to school with white folks, right? I'm gonna tell you that they really didn't. Okay, what they wanted was the ability and of their dollars to go into the schools, so they upgraded school so that their kids get the same education that the white kids get. That's all they wanted. They did not want to join the white population. They wanted to be a part, but they still wanted to keep their identity. They still do. They still do. But the thing is, in other words, if things are so bad and this is the only door that's being offered to you, what do? You either stay where you are and take what you get, or you take what's offered and say, okay, maybe we can make this work, because at least this is better than where we were.
Yeah, and I probably can agree with that too. This is probably why there's a lot of black women who call especially their daughters, all these different names like Keisha, Nakisha, all that, right? So
yeah, well, yeah, that was the 70s, man, when they had the big African this big African awakening, and people wanted to feel African, so they just started like making up names. But that kind of yeah. But what's his name? Bobby. He did a whole book on Africa on black names, and that kind of stuff had been around for a long time. They just kind of went mixed in the African with it and kind of went crazy with it, and still are. Black women been doing that for hundreds of years. Black women treat their kids like baby dolls, and they always have, and they want to be different. So I don't want my kid's name to be the same as this kid's name. So I want the same thing but different. That's what women always do. But that's just a feature of women. But I can tell you that integration was not at the forefront. The immigration was the only way you could do it to solve the doggone problem. Integrate. And that's why I come argue with white people all the time. Is that integration was bad? Integration was for your society managers to solve a problem that had been going on for 200 years. That's come out. I need to finish it. I'm going to finish it about the and do the integration piece, because that is the piece that's least understood. The first two things, which is deportation, which I already went through. If you went through that, and then I haven't finished the whole part about the elimination, which is eugenics. Eugenics was a big thing. They just didn't know how to do it, because there's a debate about it being not immoral, but not unethical, but what do they call inhumane? And they were really the eugenics movement was really, really big, really, really big. And that's why I have to, I didn't know, I until recently, I didn't know how important Eisenhower actually was. I said, okay, we know where they were going. I said, why all of a sudden did they stop? Because eugenics, they had all the birth control, they were sterilizing, all the stuff they did to the Jews before they actually started exterminating. They did the same thing. So why did Germany do it and not the U.S.? Because the eugenics movement started here in the U.S. and not in Germany. So why did it happen to them and not us? And when I found out, I still got to find that piece. I always need to save video when I find it, because it's hard for me to find it again. But he said that when Eisenhower visited, he was talking about the Fabian Socialists and how Fabian Socialists were talking about Zyklon B and how what a humane gas it was. And the only reason they disagreed with them using it on the Jews, because the Jews were the upper class in Germany. They had money, they had banks, they had businesses, stuff like that. So you weren't supposed to use that on a wanted class, useful class of people. That's where the useless eaters came in. And black people then were considered useless eaters in the United States. And I was just wondering, how come it happened to the Jews and it didn't happen to us? And the reason it didn't happen to us, and you can go back to the timing, that when in 45, when 44, 45, when Eisenhower visited the Nazi death camps, he changed his mind and he came back and he talked to the president and said, we need to, this is not us. We got to do something different, because we can't show the world that we're like these people. And they said, okay, we can't kill them. What are we going to do? What's the last alternative?
If you're
BGS.
not
So
remain
so
the
BGS,
a world
if we know that they were about to do that, right? So what kind of stand should we take now? I mean, should we have a trust to be with
What I'm saying is
among
they're not trying to
this is
eliminate you now. What I'm
no
saying
no no,
is
but that was the intention. So the intention is probably still there.
it's to integrate you. In other words, okay, how do you get rid of a
Well,
problem? You can't have a separate society like that because it's caused problems for 200 years. What do you do with them? And now what you do with them is make them you.
Yeah.
Every society wants to be homogenous. You look
I
at
want
China. China eliminated most of their people. It's like they're like 98% Han. Go
hello.
ahead. Go ahead, Albert.
Okay, on the 2 points or 3 points on the eugenics
Mhm.
tip, they didn't really stop doing the sterilization until the 70s. What they did with a lot of women is when they went in for that first child, they would destroy their reproductive system so they wouldn't be able to sustain another life.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying this from what
That's
I've observed.
yes, control. Yeah, but it depends on where you were, though. It depends on where you were because they were paying Chicago, Chicago mothers in New York and Chicago to 4, 5, and 6 kids. So it depends on where you are.
On the tip on what Ed was talking about, culturally, we have not been succinct or culturally driven as a group to straighten up our behavior. There's no reason why we spend $1 trillion on BS in this country, and we've had the purchasing power as a group for many, many years, and we
Mm-hmm.
could support the things that we're crying about. But
Mm-hmm.
we're crying about HBCUs not getting funds or not getting this, that, and the other. Culturally, that got to stop buying hair, we got to stop buying BS cars,
Yeah.
and settle up and be willing to pay for stuff.
Cultural discipline. I mean, I had to learn that on my own because my parents don't have it. They insist on living paycheck to paycheck. Even now, and they're retired. They can't wait till their retirement checks come so they can go spend it. I said, don't you? Because they asked me, said, do you know? Don't you know when you get paid? I said, I don't. I said, generally, but I don't really care. Yeah, I get paid when I get paid because I'm not living from paycheck to paycheck. I stopped that a long time ago because I learned better. But the thing is that's culturally that's passed down from parent to child until we break it.
So on that simple level, the things that
Mm-hmm.
we're hearing are, at least from my observation of what Ed was complaining about, which is he
Mm-hmm.
has a valid point, but
There's valid points, yeah.
we're not preparing that cultural schism that we have. That is, because like my parents are I guess boomers, and I was
Mm-hmm.
born to them when they were fairly old, and so I
Okay.
have a different cultural
Yeah,
perspective.
you did. Yeah.
And like the stuff that I'm seeing, like I remember the COINTELPRO type stuff that I after learning what it was and
Mm-hmm.
understanding, okay, you throw in trash into the culture, and basically you can direct people to destroy themselves, basically.
Yeah.
And we have what this trill music that's been going for the last few years is, you know,
What's trill music?
just
drill.
race murder,
Oh,
you
okay.
know, that
Okay.
kind of stuff.
Okay.
It's culturally dead, for lack
Yeah.
of a better way of putting it. Ain't
Yeah.
there's no redeeming quality about it. It may sound
Yeah.
okay, it may sound good to
Mm-hmm.
some, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not anything in it that's gonna elevate you.
Well, okay, the real thing that destroyed, and T.S. Johnson said it. He said it last night. If he said it the previous night. It's like I'm gonna replayed it, especially that part. Um, Feminism. The biggest thing that killed the spirit of black boys is feminism because they tried to basically demasculinize all boys, and
Sports.
who are the weakest link in who are the weakest group of boys in the country?
Black boys.
Black boys. So where are you going to see the biggest negative effect on boys amongst the group?
I can say from observation, listen to how most of us talk in this
Hmm.
generation. We
Hmm.
don't have bassy voices. Like I've got cousins that are overseas and they sound a whole octave different.
Hmm.
And how many guys here have heard "Don't take that tone with me"? and it's
Yeah.
just your natural speech pattern. And then when you talk to somebody who's female in your natural speech pattern, they're not even able to deal with the frequency that you're putting out.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it's funny, BGS. I actually been told that. I was talking to a black woman, and she said that I sound
Angry.
masculine. Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
angry masculine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that's
Well,
just
she's
my
not used.
natural way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's not used to hearing it. Yeah, a stern voice. That's how come a lot of women get upset with me. They're attracted. They're repelled by it, but they're attracted to it, which is like Latia San Johnson said, is weird.
Yeah.
No,
And
I
especially in corporate America, you do see very strong looking black men, but
Mm,
when they start talking,
mm.
well, they don't sound as strong,
Yeah, yeah. Well, they
They
wouldn't
get
get hired
emotional.
that way.
Yeah.
The only way, really, in corporate America, really in corporate America, either you have to be much, as far as a black man, and Albert probably can tell you when you work, you have to be much better than everybody else if you want to be an individual black man. You got to be so good they cannot not hire you.
and on to BGS's point about after integration, what happened was you
Mm,
did have a lot of guys that were like alpha males that
hmm
were like basically killing it, and it was like, oh God, we got to do something to slow these jokers down.
Or
So
you bring them, or you basically cut them off from the rest of the herd. You basically what happened to a lot of those guys, the successful guys. What did they do? They basically promoted you away from everybody else, so you
they
couldn't pull
isolate you.
everybody. They isolate you. Like I'm sure, well, if you weren't working in a black town, Albert, you probably would be working in a white corporation someplace. You'd be isolated from everybody else, right?
I would have to. I think about my friends that I graduated with and what they're doing. The ones that are really successful, they're
Hmm
in places where they're literally 10 black folks.
hmm
So there is no chance of a black community. Like every black person in town,
Yeah. What
and
what 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 do you think SW Sergeant Willie Pete complains about? Why do you think he's complaining?
I think he needs to move. Honestly,
Well, he does need to move, but what he's complaining about is that he's basically corporatized, and he's in white America, and he looks around and he sees everybody but him because he excelled. What are they going to do? They're going to cut you off. They're going to separate you.
I don't to a certain extent. I don't think it's even intentional because we
No.
are what 10% of the population. So naturally, if you go someplace where we're not the majority,
hmm
it's not even intentional. You're not the majority.
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Boyce Watkins said that as far as working for a university, we'll hire you because you're so good, but you're going to have to not do what you've been doing as far as helping black people. And Boyce said, I will take a pay cut if I can continue to help my black people. And I said, that's not what we do. In other words, yeah, you got people at the top that are separating themselves from black people. They're not saying it, which I do agree with Edward. But the thing is, you also have that in all generations, not just the boomers.
And
I mean, me personally, I probably would, if I had been a different path, I probably wouldn't be on here talking to you because I'm one of the ones that fell through the cracks. I'm probably one of the ones that fell through the cracks because this kind of stuff probably is not supposed to be spoken to everyday brothers. It's
But real
supposed to be
talk, you're
spoken to
talking
academic.
to 1%. You're talking to 1%, and you've reached. I'm gonna say through your videos, probably 10,000 people out of a 40 million population.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I read,
It's
what I'm saying, if I spread 10,000 seeds, in other words, when I say something that you never thought of, or you think about it and you find out it's true, do you hold it to yourself?
no. I try
You
and
talk
share a
to
little
people.
bit of it.
You share. But in other words, that's our group, our circle, our think tank. That's how we work. We're not trying to talk to a million people. We're trying to talk to people that think, because the people that think, people that have the ability to change, even in their own little circle, are seeds. If you plant, you can't plant a forest with large trees, but you start off with saplings or seeds. That's where you start, and the forest will grow, and that's what we believe. You guys You guys hear me, 4,000 of you, but you have ability to change because you guys influence other people. Like when we talk, we give out information. Um, it's not just black people on the line. You got presidents. You have presidents of countries that listen to our information. They have the ability to change things, or people that are next to them. Because one of the guys whose program used to be on, he's constantly paid for going to the continent to talk to people because they want to hear what he has to say. They want the research that we've done, and they want to look at it, and they want to see if it can be applied. And
Now
that's
this
how
is
yeah, go ahead.
this is one question I have.
Mhm.
With education and whatnot. I know you. I'm trying to remember the name of the book. The Miseducation of the Negro and
Okay.
how we're educated in this country. One of the
Mhm.
things that I was observing when I was watching some videos on Zimbabwe and other countries, it
Mhm.
seemed like from the perspective of an
I gotta
American,
go, folks. So with that.
from the perspective of an American, and looking at how we're educated over here and looking at what the people were complaining about over there, it seemed like there was like a lot of core societal things that were being too much on the social side of the society as opposed to the brick and mortar side of the society. So you had people complaining about, we don't have this, we don't have that, but you got people
Mhm.
who are doing like basically sociology type work as opposed to real nuts and bolts, cogs and gears, social, build up your environment and improve what you're having access to kind of building.
Mhm. The thing is, what most people don't understand is how these structures are built and how these structures are in place because their education or the education they've been given doesn't even point to it.
Yeah, that's what I meant when I said the social
Yeah,
stuff as opposed to
yeah,
nuts and bolts.
yeah, yeah. What I'm saying, yeah, that's because this is an elite education. This is what, so you go to Harvard or someplace like that, and then they will point you to it, or these things are spoken in small little gatherings and communities, right?
Hmm.
But they're not all connected. That's how come I look at the right wing, I look at the left wing because they all have something. Because I put Richard Wolff on, and people go crazy. Oh, he's a leftist. Who gives a fuck? Listen to what he has to say and consider it. I put Streak on. Streak is, Wolfgang Streak is brilliant because he actually broke down capitalism because capitalism is not anything like that. Any financial system is a social system. It's not mathematics. It's not natural. It's a social system to basically trade with. But he did a brilliant job of telling the truth about how capitalism started, what they had to do to get it going, and then what the patches they have to make to keep the thing running. Socialism, people think socialism easy. No, they needed socialism because capitalism doesn't work without it.
So okay, using a country like Zimbabwe for example,
Yeah.
who has a black leadership,
Hmm.
and I don't know how long Mugabe's been there, but they have basically
Well, like 40
40
years or something
years,
like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
40 years,
Yeah.
and it's basically an authoritarian
Yeah.
society at this point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
going off of that authoritarian society,
Hmm.
who was the guy who was in Burkina Faso?
Jesus, I can't even remember.
You
Now
know
I
who I'm
have to
talking
talk.
about, though.
I know you're talking about.
Why couldn't
Yeah,
you
but
take?
I'd have to talk to one of my. I have to talk to one of my guys because they're experts at that. I don't keep up with as much with that as
You,
like they do.
you saw what he did with that country in basically less than 5 years, and they killed him, and they
Yeah.
got his best friend to be the dictator. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the example that they did, they didn't say, "Oh, we broke. We need to go to South Africa because South Africa has, or whatever the nearest colonized place that has
Hmm.
more stuff than them." They said, "Okay, we broke. Everybody pick up a shovel. We need to do this project."
Hmm.
And 5 years, they had basically went from dead dead in the water to building up that economy and that society. Now,
Hmm.
I hear the complaints that we have in these different discussions and whatnot, but
Hmm.
to a certain extent, there has to be a come to Jesus, pick up the shovel, nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
This is where we're going to lay our groundwork to try and improve the society. Okay, we want clean water. What do we need to do that? Okay, we want to have our own fiber and textiles industry, so we don't have to ship out
Yeah.
money for this. Okay, we
Yeah.
need
I mean,
shoes, clothing.
Yeah, I mean, Obama even said it. He said it about China. He said it about who else? Singapore. There's a few. Korea, Japan. Authoritarian cultures do work. They are very, very efficient, but there's an upside and a downside to it. The reason it doesn't take hold here is because you live in a liberal society. There's benefits to living in a liberal society, and there's a downside. The downside is that liberal societies are not very efficient because you have all these voices. You don't have to worry about being told and directed and all that kind of stuff and living under an authoritarian society. Whereas there's pluses and minuses. You have to look at both societies.
I'm not even paying attention to the United States. I'm saying with the countries that are struggling right now, I was from that program that I saw in Zimbabwe. You would think
Zimbabwe, Burkina Faso, all those places basically rose and started to expand and basically progress is because of you wouldn't believe it. What's the event that allowed them to start doing that?
The separation from the colonial base.
Nope. It basically is the Iraq-Afghanistan war.
Huh. So I thought the guy from Burkina Faso was from like in the late 80s, early 90s.
Europe and the United States had a death grip on Africa. The only thing that loosened their grip is because they needed to go hit Iraq and Afghanistan, and that the Gulf basically to cut off oil from China. That's the reason, and they loosened their grip. And once they loosened their grip, because they needed to do something that had to point their basically their grip someplace else. What happened? They had to loosen the grip. They can't hold on to the whole world.
Right.
And basically that allowed the Chinese to bring in an alternative financing system, construction technology, and all that stuff that allowed them to do progress, which is one reason they killed Gaddafi to slow that down. There's a reason that it happened. Things don't happen in a vacuum. That's the reason they progressed because Europe doesn't eat without Africa. They had a death grip on Africa. They couldn't put up, the rates for making a telephone call was so high in Africa because Europe wouldn't allow them to put up their own satellite until they loosened up enough, and Gaddafi paid the Chinese. It was the Russians to put up a AFCOM satellite to reduce the prices of making a phone call on the continent. Because Europe was killing Africa by getting I think it was $600 million a year they were getting off the satellite, the phone system off the continent. They were killing them, man. Almost billions of dollars a year, making money off of them until Gaddafi broke their back and put their satellite up. And then China came in and put up another one, basically, and that allowed them to breathe and allow them to use money to do other things. There's a whole lot of reasons things happen, but the thing is, you have to figure things just don't happen because they happen. The thing is, what was the environment before, and what allowed them to progress, and that's one of the reasons.
Okay, now this is probably a question that you might have explained, or I might be asking it the wrong way.
Go ahead, ask it again.
Okay, so. In forming up of an economy or on a macro scale, like in a country, when you have basic necessities and needs that you can fulfill within the country, why is it that then that they allow imports and stop the local people from having a local economy? So I can grow chickens in a country, I can grow cotton in a country, I can plant certain trees and things because it's a tropical environment. I can grow certain things. Why is it that you have people starving and not doing things that would be improving?
Why are people starving and not improving? Well, there's tons of reasons for it. When you say starving, what do you mean? They don't have the same nutrition, the same.
Well, all right. I'm
What do you
going
mean?
to use my family for an example. My dad
Okay.
tells me stories about his childhood. No toilet
Mm-hmm.
in the house, no running
Mm-hmm.
water. You know, and like I said, because he's a boomer, and like he when he was probably the best because of the job that he had, and
Uh-huh. You're dropping. You're
his
dropping.
parents didn't take too kindly to that. But because
Okay.
of that decision, he's
Okay.
continued to grow.
Your mic is dropping, so we're gonna get bits and pieces. Repeat what you
I
said the
said
last couple.
because he quit the job, went to
Okay.
complete his education, went to college, got in the
Mm-hmm.
force, and because of that, was continuing able to grow and
Mm-hmm.
strive to move forward. And because of that,
Mm-hmm.
I've had a better life,
Mm-hmm.
and his brothers and sisters have had better lives.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that generational growth not strive for and passed on in African and Black communities?
A lot of things is the environment that you come up in. Because if the environment is conducive, like say if you come up in a growth spurt where the whole country's growing and progressing, you kind of ride that wave. And if you grow up in if you grow up in a downturn where there's no jobs, no opportunities, that kind of stuff, it's going to slow you down. There's no straight line. Okay, it's going to go up, it's going to go down, it's going to go up. Well, hopefully it pushes you in the right direction. Hopefully it pushes you in the right direction. But the thing is, it happens as a whole society. It doesn't happen in individual peoples here and there. Yeah, you can rise above it even in depression. But the thing is, for the vast majority of people, the whole society has to do it. So when the whole society does better, things will get better. White people complain about Nixon going off the gold standard. They caused stagflation for the whole generation of the 70s. Because I remember when I was a teenager, it was, until like 1982, 83, it was tough to find a job because you were right in the middle of stagflation, which is worse. Because you look at the downturn we had between, let's say, from 2008 on. Okay, then it was worse. We had oil shocks, we had gas price shocks, we had inflation. But the thing with stagflation means your wages aren't going up, but inflation is.
Yeah.
Wages are stagnated, but you have to grow up in it. There's a whole lot of reasons things happen. And it's not just okay. Well, they didn't build. We forget that there is no level playing field. There is no calm. Basically, you guys grew up in pretty much. I don't know how old you are, but pretty much calm territory for the last, I would say, 30 years or so. You've had some bumps, but it's been fairly smooth, especially during the I would say from Reagan through, I would say, like before your first downturn, which was basically from Reagan up to 2008, pretty much was pretty smooth.
I don't know. I remember from Reagan, I remember gas was about 25, 35 cents a gallon. And I think
How old are you?
I'm 35.
You're 35? Okay, you remember that, man. You got a good memory.
I remember it's about 4, I guess, or 5.
Okay, good grief. You had a good
Not a
memory.
lot, not a whole lot, but just
There's 35 cents. Well, it depends on where you were, because in California it was, I remember, I think the last low rate I remember I was in, I guess it was like 1980. It was like, I think it was like 67 cents a gallon.
I think that might have been where you were, because
Yeah.
At least where I was, which was on the East Coast next to Washington, it was still 35 cents, 40 cents,
Okay.
somewhere around there.
Okay.
And I remember, it went from that to about $2 was about the highest I remember it being. And then, this last time when it got up to about $4.
Oh, well, it actually got up to like
6, right?
5. I think the top off 5.
6? No, it worked. Hello?
We can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, it worked. It worked.
Oh, he's talking to somebody else. Okay.
So, okay, with everything going the way
Okay.
it's going,
Uh-huh.
the gig economy seems to be where everything's going to be in at
Yeah,
least the
yeah,
United
yeah,
States.
yeah. Because it's called global. It's called global rebalancing, where they basically
Yeah, I think it did.
you have a you have high wages in the West, you have low wages in the basically in the East, in the third world,
No. Damn.
basically in the third world, and they're trying to figure out how do we balance this out. And that's
Do you
been
think
going
they're
on.
ever going to figure out how to balance out that cost of living?
Well, cost of living and all that kind of stuff is basically what supply and demand. If people ain't got no money, who's gonna buy it?
Nobody.
Nobody's got to go. The prices have to go down. In fact, if you look at your fast food joints, man, they're giving them specials away left and right. Because demand, people don't have no money. What are you gonna do?
Let me ask you, BGS, what do you think about and I just saw this in the news, 3,500 retail stores across the country are going to close in the next few months. What do you think about the death of retail in America?
I put up. I put up. Mish was talking about that. If you go to my books channel, look up Max and Mish. Mish was talking about the death of retail. Basically, the internet is killing local retail. E-commerce is well, they knew that. Hell, they knew that. Albert probably can tell you. They probably knew that maybe since Amazon came up that the death. Really, when they knew the death of the e-commerce and retail was actually gonna be a thing was actually Napster.
Yeah,
Napster
I
killed.
agree with that.
Napster basically
That
killed the music
took
industry.
the
Not
bottom
killed
out
it,
of
took the
CDs.
bottom out of it. Yeah, and they knew that. In fact, there used to be. Remember, Albert? I don't know. You old enough, man. You remember? Remember they used to call it Napsterized when they talk about
Say it one
retail.
more time.
Napsterized. In other words, say Amazon was going to do to retail what Napster did to music. There's a term they used to talk about that all the time. Call it Napsterized. In other words, Amazon did it to the when it first came out. Did it to the local bookstore because when I was coming up, there's tons. There's bookstores in every community, man. Basically
Yeah,
within a mile
I
or
think
so, bookstore. And they
2000 the bookstore died. Or
I think
98, 2000.
I think
Because I remember.
the bookstores were actually dead. I would say
I mean, like DOA gone.
they were gone.
2000.
They're basically. I think they're gone. I think they're gone like 2001, 2002, something like that. They were basically
Yeah.
gone. Yeah. Amazon killed Barnes and Nobles, and Amazon basically killed the local bookstore, and then that's right after Napster basically killed the music business. And you see that with YouTube and the other things killing cable. Cable's getting
Well, the fact that you can watch anything that you want to watch for free on the internet, if you know how to do
yeah
it,
yeah. That's how come.
killed
That's
cable.
how come. Yeah, kill cable. That's it's basically put a huge dent in the movie business. That's how come you see nothing but blockbusters because one thing you can't replicate is sound. So
Well,
it's a
you got a certain amount of buzz that you're missing. Also, there hasn't been any real original writing for a minute. Also, and then for whatever reason, Hollywood likes to produce movies that I consider that are too white.
mm-hmm.
They play fine in American markets, but if you make a movie that's too white, it's not going to do anything in the global market.
Okay. Think about it. Think about this. If it's just a regular movie, say just take something like a rom-com or even a comedy, right? Just a regular movie, right? There's no special effects, no huge explosion, anything like that.
$4 million movie.
I think they were surprised at Get Out, which is surprising. $5 million movie that people actually wouldn't see instead of waiting to download it, waiting 3 weeks to download the thing.
Yeah, it got the right kind of buzz. It was interesting and it was different.
It was
not
different.
a completely original idea, but it's different.
So people wanted to go see it live, okay? Whereas for the majority of films, say like you, says you're connected. What makes you go see a film or not go see a film, rather than waiting for it to download it or get it on DVD and see it at home? What's the difference with
It's
you?
a social experience.
Okay.
I go out with people. That's the only reason why I like we're going to go see whatever movie that's coming out tomorrow
Hmm.
or today,
Hmm.
tomorrow, because it's a social experience
Hmm.
as opposed to, like I know I can watch it on my computer, but I enjoy the experience of going out, sitting down
Yeah.
with people, and talking about the movie after the movie.
Yeah. What I'm saying is if you download it on your computer, see watch say like say you watch like uh, Logan. It's not
Say
the
that
same
again.
experience on your say like the movie Logan with Wolverine, right? That movie's not going to be the same experience as you would have if you were in the theater with the big speakers and the Dolby sound and all that kind of stuff. You can't get the same experience.
Nah, not really. I mean, yeah, if you
And
invest a few $1,000s in a TV and Dolby surround sound, but then it's still at home.
it's still at home. That's what I'm talking about. It's not the same. Whereas the big theater room, you can't replicate that. There's just no way you can replicate that. It's like a concert hall. I mean, you can get the best speakers in the world. You can't replicate a concert hall. Um, so basically the movies that you go see are the big budget, like what's his before Logan came out, the big budget movie. What was it? What's his name? The shoot 'em up. What's his name?
I'm trying to think.
It's not a remake, but it's part two. I can't remember the name of
Oh, John Wick.
John Wick.
John Wick. There's no way you can replicate that at home. Basically, you have to go to the theater and get that kind of experience.
I think I watched the
And that's how
first one
come
at home.
you watched the first one at home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, did you go see the second one?
I meant to, but we kept talking about it, and then we went and saw Logan, and then we went and saw something else, and just never got around to it.
Oh, I'm saying you can't replicate the experience. So in other words, that's how come you see a lot of these special effects and big budget films, because the experience can't be replicated at home. That keeps you from downloading. At least go to the theater and watch it.
The last movie that I can think of that I saw that was an experience that I could not get into if I watch it at home was Speed Racer. I'm not saying that was a good movie, but I'm just saying as far as a visual and sound experience. If you watch it
it's
at home,
horrible.
it looks like garbage.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of movies like that. But what I'm saying is, eventually, technology is going to eat all this stuff up, and that's what you're seeing about the gig economy and retail going out. Because basically, you have what they call e-tail. In other words, you order it online and then you go pick it up from the store instead of them
BGS.
shipping it to you. Yeah.
What do you mean by you can't replicate sound?
Uh, in other words, human beings are more sensitive because I'm an basically audiophile. Human beings can they'll forgive the picture. Anybody that makes a movie says human beings are more forgiving of sight than they are of sound. In other words, I could put you in front of your computer screen, and you'll be fine if you can get the same feeling of sound that you get out of a movie theater. In other words, screen doesn't matter as much as its sound experience.
Oh,
So in other
okay.
words, you cannot replicate. You can get the fanciest speakers in the world and stuff like that in your home theater, right? But you can't replicate the big theater because the sound needs a space. It has to be designed a certain way, and you cannot replicate that. Cannot replicate that at home. You can't. You're not gonna. They spend like $100,000 on a sound system.
Right.
Okay, it's like going to a concert. Can you get the same experience like listening to a CD that you can with a concert?
No.
An open air, the sound is different, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what they found. That's what they know. That's how come big budget films are more sound intense. So that's how come people can't get the same experience at home that they can in the theater. So they're more likely, and I'm not saying it's 100%, but they're more likely to go see it at a theater rather than download it.
Oh, okay.
So you see a lot more blockbusters.
And then another question, like when in other hangouts you used to say you always said that Dominican Republic is like turned into like a whorehouse.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like how I never understood that, or like I never really found where I could like research that.
What
How
what
is
what
it
what what is drawing people to the Dominican Republic
Cheap
for the
women.
most part?
the women?
Cheap women. Yeah. What what
Uh,
what? Why do people? Why do people go to men go to Brazil for the culture?
women.
Go to there for women. The Dominican Republic is basically a whorehouse because what other economy do they have?
Okay, okay.
This is my opinion. I could be wrong, but yeah, basically that's my opinion. They basically promote it for the most part. It is what it is. They turn a blind eye to it.
Let
Even
me
even
ask some BGS.
go ahead.
I keep on hearing black women talking about Melania Trump for some reason. Like I don't know why. Like I heard this one black woman say that get in an argument with her husband. She was saying that Melania Trump is complicit with all this controversy with Trump. And her husband's mentality is, well, basically it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't something he should be concerned about. But I keep on hearing, and then they say she doesn't live in the White House. I heard another black
I've heard
woman.
I've
Hold
heard
on.
I've heard that
I
she
heard
lives.
another black woman say that the
I've heard.
reason she doesn't
Well,
live in the White House is because of the whole. What do you think about that?
she was what I've heard because my brother knows a guy that in D.C. that knows. He said they couldn't clear her. You have to have a security clearance to be in the White House, and the reason she's not in there is not because she doesn't want to live there. Is because she's a Russian immigrant, and they couldn't clear her security clearance to live there. That's what I've heard in the background.
I see.
In other words, he
Oh, so
became
she's
president.
Russian, huh?
She's Russian, yes.
I thought she was Italian.
No, she's Russian.
I thought Melania was an Italian name.
Well, you can name your child anything you want, but that doesn't mean what we name our children.
If she's not Russian, she's one of them
You know,
Georgians or one of those former USSR
I- I've heard,
places.
I've heard she was Russian. That's
She's like Yugoslavian, but it's the same thing as Russian, basically.
or is she Yugoslavian? Well,
Yeah, I think so.
whatever it is they couldn't clear. They couldn't give her a security clearance to live in the White House. That's what I've heard.
She's Slavic or some shit. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Uh,
But I mean, back to the black woman. BGS. Why are they obsessed with Melania Trump? Is it sometimes I
Because she's
feel
the
like
flavor of the week, brother. That's
no.
all
Hold
it
on.
is.
I have this thing. Sometimes I feel that black women are obsessed with white. American black women are obsessed with white women.
yeah,
Can you
yeah,
have an opinion?
yeah.
Yeah, of
They have.
course.
They always have
That's the
been
main culture.
because
I mean,
because
that's the mainstream media's
what the thing is.
Eurocentric beauty.
Well, it's Eurocentric beauty, but also when we were on the plantation, even when we weren't on the plantation, where did the where did black women for the most part find work?
Miss Ann.
They say that in Miss Ann's house, right? So who are they going to be jealous of?
Miss Ann.
Yeah, but I find that weak though. That would be like me as a black
It
man
might be
sitting
weak,
up
but it's
here.
true.
Hold on,
Because
hold on. Here's the thing. That's a turn off to me because that would be like it shows that you're unconfident of yourself. That would be like me as a black man.
We wear like
Hold on, let me finish. Because would black women find me attractive if all I did is run around talk about how oppressed I am by the white man and I have this big inferiority complex and I can't do shit? Would black women find that attractive?
you asked me a
No. I
question.
don't, and I don't find it when
But
women find it attractive.
dude, where are you from?
Trollville, USA.
I'm from right
No,
where
no,
you. I'm from
you
right
from
where
LA. I'm saying, who are your parents?
my parents. What do you mean, my parents?
Who are your
Your
parents? Because
parents.
my grandmother worked for Miss Ann. Okay. You see,
My
that's what
my
she
my
told her.
parents. My,
That's what she told her children. That's how come to go to school, get your education, because you don't want to work for the white woman. You want to what? Be the white woman.
Well, it's the same thing with black men. We work for Mr. Charlie. We work for the white man, you
It
know.
ain't the
But
same.
you don't
It
see
ain't the
us
same,
running
boss.
around
We have
jealous
a
of
different
white
No,
mindset.
men.
it ain't the same, boss. We didn't work in the house. We work in the field. We work with our
Yeah, but we were
hands.
still working for the fucking white man.
We hated the white man. We didn't want
Of
to be
course.
him. But they didn't. Women are different, man. They
They
wanted to
want to
be the
emulate the
man.
higher woman. They
Women
want to
want to be
BGS.
put on
emulate
a
If
them.
pedestal.
I
Men
want
if
to
want to
if
work
be on a
here.
No,
pedestal.
that a lot of this shit is just weakness. It's just the fact that
well,
American black,
how was you
a lot
explaining
of
that?
them,
BGS.
they don't have the presence of character to be confident in themselves. So they
Why is
always
that?
got to worry about
Why is
what the white
Okay,
woman is
we know
doing.
it, but
where are you
why?
from,
Why?
man? Where are you from? What part of
Los
the country are you from?
Los Angeles.
Los
What part of
Angeles.
Los Angeles? You know, LA's a big place. Where you? What part?
Um,
Um, come
South
on, dude.
Central.
Okay, South Central. I'm in South Central. An area.
BGS, I probably we lived there, I guarantee we probably no more than a few blocks from where you are right now.
I'm about Morningside. What they call it, Morningside Circle now, but Morningside Park area, which is right on the borderline of Inglewood.
Yeah, we were right down the street from the. I used to live in Inglewood back in 2011 too, but we were right down the street from the Coliseum.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Are,
Okay?
are your
You live
parents
closer
both
to
black?
downtown.
And what's that?
Are your parents
Are
both
your
black?
parents both black?
Are my parents black?
Are your parents both black? That's what he is asking.
Yes, they're both black.
Okay. What I'm saying is, Albert can tell you where it comes from because I know where it comes from because like if you've had a parent or grandparent that worked in Miss Ann's house, you know where it comes from. You know why when what they pass down to their daughters. Of course they want to. Of
Okay,
course
but
they.
here's the thing: Hispanic women work for Miss Ann, and they don't have that same complex. You don't see Hispanic women obsessing over
They're,
white
they're
bitches
more
like
tied
that.
to their
Bullshit,
culture.
bullshit. No, that's true. No, bullshit. They do. That's bullshit. Yes, they do obsess over white women. They want to be white women because
Yeah, they do.
they dye their hair. They put contacts in. Yes, they do.
They
But the
want the
thing is,
Yeah,
smile.
but they don't do that. Not all of them do
but they
that.
can marry white men because they are because they are mixed with what white. Some of them are
But
considered white.
they mainly marry men in their own culture, though.
You see, with the ones that don't pass,
You're not seeing the
you'd
one
be
at the taco
surprised.
stand.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised to see the Hispanic women that marry white men. Remember the chick that used to play Wonder Woman, Linda Carter,
Yep, yep.
Hispanic. Linda Ronstadt, who married was going with Jerry Brown, Hispanic. They pass.
I don't know very much about California. I've never been out there, but I've been on the West Coast,
Mhm.
and the perspective that this brother is sharing, I guess it's something that's for him and his generation.
Yeah, it must be his generation. Yeah, but he says his weakness. What I'm saying, of course, his weakness. We're not saying it's not a problem because we suffer from it. That's when in our dating and interaction. In fact, Dr. Johnson just said the same thing. Just said the same thing last night. He said exactly the same thing. The myth. In fact, those when I played those women, they were talking about white. They were obsessed with what? White women. What's it? Light skinned chick. The belief in white womanhood and how they
Well,
black men. You know how she thought black men saw black women in respect to white women.
I I,
They've
I
always been obsessed with white women.
I hear Chrissy complaining about that colorism stuff, and
Yeah.
I get it, but from the male perspective, you either you look good or you don't. If you look good, color is independent of whether you're looking good.
Yep.
Now, broad nose, big features, unproportioned body, that could be, if you look at like Rachel Dolezal, for instance,
Hmm.
in the context of white beauty, she's plain as a moose.
Yeah. Yeah, she wouldn't be attractive
Yeah,
in
but
as
see,
far as white
here's the
people.
thing. Here's the thing, BJ's. I don't
Okay,
have an inferiority complex like that, man.
I
When I look
didn't
at
say
the
you
black
did.
women, man, they have an inferiority complex.
Yes, they
It's
do.
sad. It's
Yes, they
really
do.
sad,
Yes, it is.
and it's pathetic. And they don't have to have it, but it's like they choose to have. They pass that shit
They
on
didn't.
from
They
mother
didn't.
to daughter.
They didn't choose to have it. They didn't choose to have it. They didn't choose to
Well, I mean,
have
you
it.
can have that opinion, but
Most black men have an inferiority complex. They walk around with it. They didn't choose
I,
to have it.
I don't think. I think black men. I think we cocky as a motherfucker. I
No,
think we
that's
too
bullshit.
much of ourselves.
Bullshit.
No, we think
That's
too much of
bullshit.
ourselves.
No
Like,
bullshit. That's
it's the
bullshit.
opposite.
Edward was just
As a
talking about it.
non-slick
Why you think
person,
we
I know
talk
my
so much shit?
limitations.
Why you think why,
Huh?
why you think
Be,
we talk
be,
so much shit to
because
each other?
we're woofing until we go up against the man and we back down like a motherfucker.
I know my limitations. I'm not, I'm not gonna be saying I can't have or I can't get with someone because of how I look, but I still know my limitations.
Yeah, I mean, most black, the reason, Jason Black complains about that all the time. Especially the latest generation. He said, they're meek. They don't have a whole lot of self confidence. What we did have, feminism destroyed a lot of that stuff, man. A lot of men, period, don't have self confidence.
Well,
Lots of them.
if you were to talk to someone and they put you in a mindset of I want to smash your face after they disrespect you, you get tired of that after a certain point in time. It's
Hmm.
one thing to be rebuffed by someone or I don't want to deal with you, but it's another thing to be disrespected.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing, BGS. Here's the
Hmm.
thing. It's double sided because I feel that black women have an inferiority
Yeah,
complex
they
about
do.
white women, but at
Yeah.
the same time, I feel that white men have a fear and inferiority complex about black men.
Physically, yeah.
And our penis, yeah, and this has manifested itself through lynchings and racism and through history and stuff. So, I find that a very interesting dynamic.
Lynchings were a lot more. Lynchings were public displays. They were a lot more economics as far as lynching concerned, and basically, it was the fear came in after the slave revolts because they didn't. There's a whole things that's mixed up in with white folks not wanting a black population, and it happened way even before formal slavery because they
Yes.
black people were a competing workforce. Go ahead, bro.
No, just like the original Birth of a Nation when they
Hmm.
played that, that
Hmm.
also perpetrated that whole fear of the black man.
Hmm.
King Kong, if you want to go that route.
Oh yeah,
Tarzan.
yeah. King Kong. King Kong wearing a spiked helmet was used to basically kill Jews. That's what they want to do. The hell they call Filipinos monkeys. Um, Back in the day when they wanted to kill them. So anybody that you want to ostracize or make
Dehumanize.
subhuman, dehumanize, yeah, they did that.
I have a
But
question
yeah,
for you,
well, I mean,
BGS.
go ahead,
This might be shifting gears a little, but
go ahead.
um, would it be accurate to say that the definition of what type of government you exist in is based on the relationship the system has with its people? And
Hmm.
if so, considering that America has a class or a caste system,
Hmm.
is it possible that based on whatever class or caste you fall under, the relationship you have with your government differs? So for the higher
Yeah.
echelons, you would say that yes, it's clearly more a liberal government because you have the resources to have more options and your uh, economic footprint has more weight. But when you're on the opposite end of the scale, it's more of an authoritarian
Mm.
government
Mm.
because you don't have as much influence to change the system. So is it just a matter of perspective whether or not you exist in an authoritarian or liberal state, and all that is based on
No,
how
nope,
much influence you have?
nope, nope, nope. The authoritarian government. It goes from all the way at the top to all the way at the bottom. It's an authoritarian government all the way because if it's a authoritarian culture, you just naturally follow. What's his name? Stardust. He gave an example because he lives in Germany, right? He's an American living in Germany. He gave a real good. I think I've said this example before. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. No traffic in the German town where he's at, right? Coming from a pub, and they're going to cross the street, and it's a red light. In America, do you do what? And there's no cars on the street. You do what?
Well, I personally, if I got a pack of smokes, I'm just going to take my time. But you're going to jaywalk.
You're gonna cross the street, right?
Yeah.
You're just gonna cross the street, right? Because logically, in a liberal country, logically, yeah, there's rules, but there's exceptions to the rule, right? And no, you're not supposed to walk against a red light. He said in Germany, the same thing happened. He's American. He's getting ready to walk against a red light, right? Because logically, there's no cars on the street. The reason that the red light is to keep you from getting killed. No cars on the street. That means that rule is invalid, right?
Right.
Guess what his German compatriots did when he tried to cross the street?
I actually heard that podcast. They held him. They held him back.
They held him back. That is an authoritarian culture.
Okay.
Not just a country, but an authoritarian culture.
Okay.
You go into there's certain rules. The Japanese, even though you can have sex 20 ways to Sunday, there's a accepted culture that you follow. Period. But the authoritarian culture can allow some things and take away some things, but people follow it automatically because that's part of their culture.
Then I think I'm conflating the issue between. I think I'm confusing definitions between processes and culture, because when I think about all the NSA bit and how they could tap into the phone, so on and so forth, that smacks of authoritarianism. Now, is that a part of our culture, or is that just a process?
That's a process.
Okay. Let me ask you this, BJ. Do you think there's a case to be made? I think that certain groups genetically are inclined to certain governments. Like if I look at the Japanese, I can say that because of the history, that you could make a case that genetically they
That's
may
culture,
be.
man. That's not
No,
genetics.
hold on. Let me finish. I mean, he's gonna make a point. No, he's gonna make a point. You finish your point.
Like if you look at the Japanese and the Germans, you can make a case that genetically they have more of an inclination towards an authoritarian type government. Where if you look at like Americans genetically, because of our history, because we overthrew an authoritarian government to found our country in the first place. So genetically, we may come from stock that is just a little bit more liberal in terms of their political ideology, or how you think about that?
In other words, can you separate nature from nurture?
Yeah.
How can you?
Well, I'm asking you. Do you think?
In other words, okay. I'll just do this real simple experiment. Okay. Say nature brings. Say you're growing flowers or plants or whatnot, right? And nature, you put a seed in the ground and flowers gonna grow. And you're what they call nurture, the nurturer, or culture. Can you decide which? Can you basically decide which plants are going to grow and which are going to reproduce and which ones don't? The ground is nature. You are culture as a gardener. So basically, you have an effect on the basic biological leanings of a people by natural selection, right? It's not naturally selecting. You're selecting by culture. In other words, white people with blue eyes are recessive, blonde hair is recessive, right? So the culture has to do what? Select for blonde hair and blue eyes, and that's how. So you can't separate the two. So yes, in some cases that you probably are correct to an extent that they're biologically suited to live in an authoritarian culture because they've been selected over time to do that, be that way. That's another thing that why culture is important.
And
I
I have
got
a
a question
to
for
that
you.
guy.
Go ahead, brother.
All right, when you said that America overtook a government, are you talking about just the British colonies fighting for their
Yeah, that's what he's
independence?
talking about. Which
Okay,
liberal culture goes back way before started. They overthrew. They went with the Magna Carta way before they even sailed across the ocean to the United States. That started. They didn't overthrow them. They never overthrew the government.
okay, that's
But
I was
basically,
like,
what they did, they started to separate themselves as far as liberalism before that.
all right, go ahead, Albert. I was like, okay, where is he getting that from?
No, that's what he's saying. In other words, Americans, because it explains the liberal culture here in the United States, but how can you explain the liberal culture in Great Britain, where the seeds came from? Because there they have a liberal culture too.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go
this
ahead,
is
Albert.
out of the context of what we're talking about. This is kind of
Go
off of
ahead.
the beauty shop conversation we had last week with
Okay.
that last young lady that we was talking with. Um, why would she not get the fact that the mother was the driving factor and not come to
Because
the realization?
because she's Nigerian and she's not American.
Because she might have been the best. She'd probably be the best candidate that guy would ever get. Treat him nice, is most respectful, whatever, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But Mama basically squashed that, and she just quite.
She didn't get it. Yeah. She didn't get it.
Both the young ladies on there seem to be in that same boat, and I'm like, you're chasing the white guy, and Mama's saying no. It's got nothing to do with you as a person.
because
Yeah, kissing the white man's ass once again.
No, because one girl was from Nigeria, and the other girl's from Senegal. They're not Americans.
Mm.
They don't carry the same.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think black women have this sickness for white men that is actually to their detriment. Black women will, maybe it's a stage they're going through, but black women will run after these white boys, and then these white boys' families and shit will be racist to them.
It's called
treat them like,
hypergamy. It's called hypergamy.
I call it stupidity. If a man did some shit like that, no, if a man do some shit like that, when you chase after bitches that don't want you and shit, and that's called stalking.
You're a man. You're a man.
Well,
okay.
She had a relationship with the dude. The dude was making 100,000 plus a year.
Yeah, that's what she wanted out of him.
200,000.
200,000 a year. Any woman in her right mind, regardless of race, I can't be mad at her for dating a guy that makes 200K a year. Regardless of race.
Listen to what she said. She said that she felt that the white guy didn't 100% trust her, and I think he picked up on this bitch. She wants me for my money. She wants me for my paper. Who knows? Maybe his mama saw something in the girl that he didn't see. Maybe his mama was
black.
right.
She was black. She failed that category.
She failed that test because if he wasn't well, hold on, because we're talking to a little older black man. If he would not have brought her to meet his parents if he wasn't serious about her. And she failed it because we couldn't figure out what it was until she said he was white, and all of a sudden everything clicked in. Oh, yeah, of course, that was what it was. That's the test
I
you
listened
failed.
to that conversation, and I knew he was white all along because chicks like her, like she's the type that I knew because first of all, I've had conversation with her before. I know she's dated white guys before, but chicks like her, like if you just look at the tone of her voice, you can tell. Yeah, she's the kind of chick.
She mentioned the German, and she mentioned the Italian, and she mentioned Rick Fox. I knew she had a type.
Yeah, she had a type. Yeah, but I'm saying, but the thing is, it's not that who she dated or the fact that she dated. The thing is, he was asking how come she couldn't see. That's how come she was not accepted by the mother. She couldn't see it. She couldn't. She didn't know. In other words, she didn't know how big a role that the white mother played in her not being, because she couldn't figure it out. That's how come she asked. She didn't know. She didn't know
about that.
She didn't know. And the reason she didn't know is because she basically her culture doesn't come from this country. So a white there's no big difference between a white man. If you come from Nigeria, everybody over here is an American. You're not Nigerian.
But on that tip, how many Nigerians are marrying white people in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, there's
Yeah.
not that there's in other words, there's not that many of them to marry. But
So
if a white man wanted to come over and marry a Nigerian, he could.
in the
No
heartbeat, I
problem. In a
imagine, as
heartbeat,
long as
yeah.
he's not too dusty.
As long as he's got as long as he's got some resources, that's what they care about most. They don't want a broke white man. But if he making $200K, he's got a PhD, Nigerian mom is gonna say, get him.
I'm gonna say 90% of American moms
Yeah, they
of
would. I know.
sons.
Yeah. But it wasn't that she didn't want him, is that she couldn't figure out how come she didn't pass the test.
But she
And
a
as
white
soon as
woman
we
from
said,
Texas of a certain age. I say a white woman from Texas of a certain age,
mm-hmm.
and she doesn't have a black husband.
Yeah.
I wasn't being funny when I said, get somebody who's either biracial or a little bit lower on the economic class scale because they're not as tough. But
Yeah,
I
that's the
don't
thing. Is
I
black
don't think
women really do try to gold dig. Like
it's
they're
not
like
gold
All,
digging,
all
man.
like
women are
like they're
gold digging,
white
man.
women. Like
It's
white
not gold
women
digging.
can get away with that shit. Like you would think black. It would serve them better to have a complimentary attitude towards black men.
She
Wanting to
wasn't
get.
gold digging though,
Hold
man.
on, let me finish, sir. Let me finish, bro.
okay, got to
Wanting to get with a black
shorten
man.
this
Hold on, let
soliloquy
me
a little
finish.
bit. I know, but hold on a second. You can't go on a ramble because we're
I'm
having a
not gonna
discussion.
ramble.
Okay.
You should get with a brother and help build that brother up instead of trying to get a ready-made $150,000 a year white man with a racist
No,
mama.
no, she shouldn't. And I'm gonna say the same thing for the black men. No, we shouldn't have to worry about building somebody up. If she's going to school and she's got a PhD and she's successful in her own right, she doesn't have to go get some dude that she has to build up. She did the right thing. She was dating essentially in her own class. The only thing that she did wrong.
Actually, no, because you
Well,
can have a
wait. Let him finish.
PhD
Let
and
him
be
finish.
broke.
Let him finish. Let him finish. You wanted to be finished. Let him finish. Go ahead, Albert.
She was dating somebody who was essentially in the same class as her, in the sense that both of them were college educated, both of them had PhDs, or were at that same level. Otherwise, they would not have met each other. The only flaw in her plan is she dated somebody whose mother was unaccepting, and he was not independent of her enough to deal with her.
Yep.
That's it.
And she couldn't.
So
And the reason he was asking is he's asking how come she didn't see it. That's what Albert was asking. We know what it was. Albert, as soon as she found out his wife, Albert knew what it was because we couldn't figure it out. I said, wait a minute. Okay, we would think a normal black woman would automatically know, okay, why she failed that test. But the thing is, she's Nigerian. She couldn't figure it out. She truly couldn't figure it out until we told her.
that's why I asked her whether or not she was a first generation or a second or third, because I have Nigerian peoples who I've associated with that are second gen, and basically they've married outside their race because they chose to, but they married somebody who was a doctor and was of mixed race heritage, so that parent didn't have that same pathology. Out of Texas, but guy making 200K plus a year, no problem. Pretty young lady, same kind of look, but didn't marry somebody who had a white patriarchal structure.
Yeah, but
Albert.
this.
Yvonne Orji said the same thing. That, for a Nigerian to come out of Nigeria, spend all that money, come out of Nigeria, bring their kids, educate their kids, the tons of money they have to spend to actually do that, they will not allow their daughter to date below a particular station.
You know what Nigerians should do? Nigerians like someone like her, instead of trying to like westernize and shit, Nigerians should take their kids, and African Americans too that are talented, and send them back to Africa to help build up Africa. Like that's what I really think. They try to come over here, and here's she, and I know the girl was Nigerian. Here's what she doesn't understand. Nigerians come to America thinking that they're gonna assimilate and stuff. They don't take into account that America is a racist, white supremacist country. They don't take that into account. What they just think that that they can be like Europeans, or they can just come and within a generation they're American, and that's not how it works.
You know what they see. You know what they see is better than where they came from. That's what they see.
Yeah, but where they came from could be better if they reinvested in it.
Well, yeah, that's true, and that is the problem that they're having. But the thing is, there's a lot of immigrants that do the exact same thing.
I put it to
Indians,
you like this.
yeah. Go ahead.
Do you want to build up a broken house, or do you want to move into a house that's already fixed?
I want to build up. No, you know what? I want to build up a broken house because the
No, you
broken
don't.
house. No.
You don't live in a broken house.
Here's why. Let me explain why. First of all, the broken house, at least I own it, and if I repair it, it'll increase in value. If I leave my house and move into someone else's house that person doesn't even want me there, I'm gonna take a loss. So it's in my interest to build up my own house than to
You
go.
never own a house, brother. You always rent the house because you pay taxes to the state.
What,
And you
okay.
never lived in a broken house.
The thing is, you're looking at it from an American culture. You're not looking at it from the way they see things. It's very difficult to get a visa to the United States. It's very expensive to come here. It's very expensive as a Nigerian to pay those out of state fees and whatnot. It's been a hell of a lot of money to get you here. It's been a hell of a lot of money to invest in you to get you a PhD. And trust and believe, they do not allow you to marry below your station.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. And she said it didn't matter whether he was black, white, or another. If the black man met her qualifications.
Yeah,
And
they're the upper crust of Africans.
They are the upper crust. They are the elite of Africa. That's the only way they get over here. Trust and believe. If you've been in West Africa and see the American consulate where they try to line up trying to get a visa, man, they stand out in that hot ass sun, man, for 3 hours trying to get in just for an interview, just for a fucking application. It's difficult to get over here. And Yvonne Orji said that about her parents. That's like she said she's not married, she's not a virgin, she's still a virgin because her parents have a certain expectation of her, who she marries and stuff like that.
Wait, who again?
She's trying to get a white man.
The woman from what you call
Insecure.
Yeah.
She played.
Wow, that's crazy.
Molly. Yeah,
that's crazy.
I understood what she was saying when she's saying she couldn't. I said she couldn't go below at least a master's, and she couldn't go below 75,000 because their parents would kill her.
Man, I think that's more of a West African thing. No, it's more of a elite African parent thing.
Yeah, that's an elitist thing, but see, that's bullshit. They setting her up for failure because what's gonna happen is she's gonna keep trying to go after old rich white guy after
and they get dogged out like that. You hear about a lot of Nigerian educated girls getting dogged out.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Especially in Europe, getting dogged out by the British dudes.
Oh, well, one at a time.
My bad.
One of the things, but it might be stupid, but it is what it is. Okay, that's what she's culture socialized. Yeah.
After a certain point in time, that's why they crazy as cat shit. She's under 25. She ain't made it there yet, but when she hit about 30 and gone through this circle a few more times, she's gonna be crazy as cat shit.
She's gonna be you heard me first time.
She's gonna be seen as used, even though she's not used.
She's gonna say fuck it.
Yeah, she gonna end up with Ray Ray.
Because basically, I know a Christian.
No, she's not gonna end up with Ray Ray. She's gonna end up. She's gonna end up somewhere, but not.
Yeah, I think it's more on the women. The men are different as far as
Nigerian
men picking a
will
wife.
smash anything. Like my bros, they'll smash anything. They'll smash anything.
They marry for different reasons. But Nigerian women, they're expected to, just like any other upper class woman, that you're not married below your station.
Of course. Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of black women. There's a lot of upper class black women are exactly the same way.
Yeah, especially in Maryland.
Yeah.
I was out there with my cousin.
That shit does not. I don't think that shit.
Well, you don't have a daughter. You don't have a daughter.
It just doesn't work for black women. Like that high society shit.
Yes, it
The o-
does.
Shit doesn't
only
work
way
for
it
them.
works though is if the
It doesn't
father
work.
picks out the
The
husband.
husband, yeah,
But
yeah,
most of the time, the women are not going to fall in line with that. At
yep.
least in this generation.
Not just generation, no.
Mhm.
Yeah, but yeah, if you have a daughter, you know what I'm talking about. I got 2 daughters, so I know what they're talking about.
Hey, I hope I don't have one. No disrespect. I don't know. I don't know.
No, it's up to you. I'm not saying, I didn't choose their sex, so I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't
I'd
have no
rather have a
power over that.
son. Because having a
Huh?
daughter is a whole nother game.
Yes, it is.
Crazy.
Yes, it is. Because you don't have to worry. You have to worry about wombs when we have daughters.
Yep.
What their
You ever
wombs
had to
do.
beat somebody up over your daughter or something? BGS. Posted with the shotgun
No,
outside the movie
no,
theater.
not no, no. I never had to do that.
You had to show the gun.
Had to
No,
show him the Tech 9.
no, I had to show them anything. I tell them I said I was a chemist. I said I was a chemist in college. I'll blow up your house with your grandparents in it.
Oh, he went to.
Breaking Bad.
No, really.
Yeah, I never
He
had
said,
after that they were respectful. Yeah,
I have another.
I'm not to be played with.
I have another question, and this is going to come out of left field again, but
Go ahead.
I've been toying around with the concept of identity, especially how if you're to look into the YouTube channels that are focused around politics,
Mm-hmm.
there's a rage against identity politics. And
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, is identity a necessary condition for the benefit of humanity? It
Yeah.
seems that it's an
Yeah.
ideology that's
No.
weaponized.
No. It's a natural part of being human. It's part of being the tribe. You identify with your people.
Do you
And
think that's going to change, however,
no,
with the advent of technology?
no.
The only way that it's going to change is if you're able to completely isolate yourself and make a fake avatar and live in that avatar, and then people respecting that
And,
avatar as you.
and basically, your avatar has to group with other people's avatars. That's just human condition. The only way that's going to stop is you stop being human.
I understand that it's a natural part of the human condition. I'm just wondering if it's beneficial because it seems like it's
Yes.
more
Yeah.
used as a weapon against other
Okay.
people more often than
What
not.
what what makes people cooperate?
You're like me.
Similarities,
Similarities.
identifying similarities.
When you identify with that person as you and you work together, otherwise you would not survive on this planet.
Understood. Understood.
You feel me?
Yeah, understood. Another question. I'm just going to fire this off when I
Go
have the
ahead.
chance. What's your take on the geopolitical climate of the Middle East? I've been looking up this Justice Democrat movement and their platform, right? And
Was it
one of
Middle East? Which part? Which part of Middle East?
when I say Middle
Which country?
East, when I say Middle East, I'm not okay. I'm
It's all
focusing.
broken up.
I'm focused more along the lines of Turkey, right? And I'm more
Oh,
curious about
Turkey.
how the moves Turkey is playing, especially considering how I don't know the current leader's name, but apparently Sweden or one of those countries is having a problem with him sending the leader of Turkey sending government officials to rile up the refugees there for political purposes. And I was just wondering how it's all connected. The justice.
But basically what's going on, especially with Turkey and with Europe, especially because Turkey's a bridge. Basically, Turkey sits between the Middle East and Europe. It's a bridge to Europe. So Turkey's like half in, half out. But Turkey considers itself part of Europe more than it does the Middle East or the Central Asia, as they like to say. Um, what's going on with Turkey is basically the decline of Western power. In other words, since the end of World War II, basically you had what they call a Pax Americana, and basically the United States has controlled what goes on in Europe as far as keeping them from fighting each other. But as that grip loosens, and it recently has because Turkey has basically abandoned the United States. So now the old rivalries that you've seen that have gone on like prior to World War II are starting back up again.
Question.
I'm sorry. I just want to kind of
Go ahead.
finish this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you understood that, but go ahead.
Not clearly, no. I gotta do
In other
my
words,
more
in
research.
other words, Turkey's been part of NATO for so long, so a lot of what's going on in Turkey has been dictated by the United States.
Okay, that's the thing I wanted to bring
And
up.
the
And
The Ottoman Empire actually fought most of Europe alongside the Prussia, or what you call the Germans, and I think was it Italy, or who was it with the Axis powers in World War One?
from
But
Italy,
in other words,
Germany,
huh?
Turkey.
Yeah, yeah.
from what I hear, there's an agenda to whether it's realistic or not. There's an agenda for Turkey to kind of try to revise the Ottoman Empire,
Yeah.
and with
Question.
the
This is going into what you're talking about. Why is
uh,
it that Turkey is going to try and be a non-secular society versus a more Muslim society? I think is the more direct question.
Aren't they European, technically?
They're not.
The
They're like
Asiatic.
They're Eurasian, I'd say.
they're
Like some
Eurasia. They're like
Russians.
in between
Yeah.
there's a mix of basically Roman, Italian, Greece,
And
and
Arabian,
Arab
probably.
Arabian, and with the hordes that came in and drove and basically conquered that area.
Oh, you said the horse? The Moors,
The
right?
hordes,
Oh, okay, okay.
Asiatic hordes that came in and conquered them. So Turkey is a mix, but they always consider themselves more European than as what called quote unquote Middle East. So
do you think that with the decline of the American military grasp in that region, Turkey's going to be pushing to not physically but maybe politically expand its influence and its borders, or do you think Russia and China are going to suppress that?
That's a damn good question, because Europe is up for grabs right now, and I think everybody's scrambling to figure out what they're going to do, because they dodged a bullet with the Netherlands triggering an Article 50 in France, because that would have triggered France, that would have triggered a few Italy, and a few others. And Greece wants to go anyway. So in other words, eventually the European Union is going to break up, and the way we figure the plate is going to break is that Northern Europe, Germany, the northern part of Europe, that Germany, Sweden, Norway is going to push toward the Russian sphere. We have no idea where France is going to go. But
Question.
yeah.
Okay. This is an opinion and then followed up with how you think this is affecting it. The sub-replacement populations of the Western world are primarily being caused by industrialization and the lack of children being born.
Yeah.
In this reality where the Muslim majority, or not the Muslim majority, but the Muslim populations are basically outbreeding the quote unquote white populations.
Right.
And them not truly I guess
assimilating.
Well, not then the quantities that are coming in are not non-assimilatable. And the fact that the European are afraid of this, why is it that they're not addressing the cultural issues that they need to do to re-engage their population to have children, as opposed to fighting the war of we don't have bodies here and we're bringing these people in so our tax base doesn't collapse?
Because to do that you would have to the only way to actually encourage women to have kids is either spend massive amounts of money, or change the environment, which we have to spend massive amounts of money. And you can do it to a certain level, but it peaks out at just barely at replacement. basically Putin just did that. He did that in 2005 because I think the Russians had probably some of the lowest birth rates in the world. I think they were like 1.3 or something like that. And he spent massive amounts of money to encourage women to have babies.
If you look at Russia as a country, isn't it like most of the time kind of cold there and kind of miserable?
It is. But the reason reason that a lot of reason that the population went down so fast in Russia, or basically that is because the collapse of the Soviet Union and the economy was so bad, people just fled. Same thing's going on in say like the basically the Mediterranean countries like Italy, Greece, Portugal, and Spain. The economy's so bad they're just fleeing. They're going.
How do
They're
you
going.
reorganize the economy to encourage people to have children? I guess would be the $10 million question.
Oh, oh, the $10 million question. Well, basically, it's a $10 trillion question. You got to reconquer Africa and start sucking the blood from Africa again.
Nah, all you gotta do is just have some teddy pendergrass, low light.
That doesn't work. Yeah, that don't work. That'll cause you. That'll cause them to make love. That won't cause them to have babies.
Hey, it's worth a try.
Do you think that these refugee pockets, and once again, I'm specifically talking about Turkey itself, do you think that these refugee pockets are just circumstance or is it a power play? I'm starting to question whether I think
it was.
you brought up the Netherlands, right? And I think they had a scare because you had a pocket of refugees that were across the border and they were legally, uh, uh, I guess, they were legally citizens of the Netherlands, but they were voting to benefit their ideological ally, Turkey. So I just think it was a brilliant move. Like, you take a pocket of your people, put it in a different country, and then alter the laws of the country to benefit your homeland and whatnot. And I'm just thinking, okay, maybe this is just a political kind of takeover where conventional warfare is out of the question.
Most politics are done. You take advantage. Most politicians aren't that smart. They're just taking advantage of what already is. They can't look. They don't look ahead and see. Oh, if we plant this group of people here, which really is very difficult to do because you know how the populations break. But you take advantage of of what's there already. The biggest thing that's causing the refugee thing is basically uh, uh, basically the EU trying to save itself by attacking Libya and Syria, trying to hold back the Chinese.
But it seems like they're not playing the game very smartly.
Well, the thing is, those are the only moves that they had.
What about the classic move of exporting people?
You could have, you could have, if you hadn't bombed what they should do, and I think if they had the money to actually do it, which they should do, is just send them back and say, most people want to go back. Hey, here's some money, go back and rebuild your homeland, and we'll, instead of paying you here, we'll pay you there. Just go back and rebuild your cities and stuff like that. Most people would go back.
I think so. I think, at least in my opinion, the wars that we've had in America have been bad games because they would have done more exporting culture than they would have with the long ride and the bomb.
Which wars are we talking about in particular?
Last couple wars that we've had.
The last couple wars we had, or have nothing to do with it. They have nothing to do with proxies, or even with direct attack when we went in Iraq or Afghanistan. It is a civilizational war between the United States and China. They're trying to repress. In fact, I was thinking about doing that. Reading PNAC's document and basically going through it on my books channel and basically showing you this is where the war started. If you read quickly, you know where the war started.
Well, what I'm getting at is, okay, you look at the Reagan years, the Cold War between the Russians and the United States. There was a financial component to it, but there was a huge cultural component to it, where for many decades of that time frame. You know, you think about all the movies that were targeting Russia culturally, and how much cheaper was it for them to target Russia culturally? Basically, you know, y'all have an okay thing going on, but the American way is better, and this is why the American way is better. You know, freedom, uh, macho guys, good food, California, yeah.
Well, the thing is, basically, it was the economic war they fought against the Russians. The reason you kept Reagan went into a building spree is to force the Russians to do what they couldn't afford to do, or the Soviets do what they couldn't afford to do, which was get into an arms race, because they literally could not afford to do that. And what happens after Reagan came in and accelerated the arms race? What happened to the Soviet Union?
It collapsed.
And they economically collapsed. They could not afford to keep it up.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if the Russians had said, "Okay, y'all can have that," we're gonna, you know, do our Russian cultural thing and produce this product that's interesting to the rest of the world. I think the Russians could have gone further than just putting bombs and guns in everybody's hand.
That's true, but the thing is, if there's a hostile country pointing weapons at you, are you inclined to do that?
They fell for the okie doke.
How do you know it's okie doke? Can you take that chance?
Okay, so the United States, aside from oil, gold, and diamonds, who wants to go to Russia?
Russians, because that's where they're from.
Okay. What I'm saying, as far as the United States going to Russia and occupying Russia or taking over
Oh,
that,
no. In other words, they don't have to occupy it, but attack it, because they've attacked it before.
to what
Europeans
means?
have, huh?
I'm saying
To
the U.S., not
okay,
Europeans.
basically, if you know, I finally figured out why they've been doing it, attacking the Europeans have been attacking Russia for all this time. Is because basically really wasn't Russia, it was the Soviet Union. And the reason they were attacking the Soviet Union is because the Soviet Union kicked out the royal family. The royal families were European, were Russian, were Prussians. And right after 1917, all of a sudden the Europeans started attacking the Soviet Union, right?
Uh-huh. So
Then they
basically,
didn't.
it's an old elite, old money kind of
Yeah, and
situation.
but there's basically the elite attacking basically non-elite people, and
So
as soon as
basically,
but
they figured out how
you
to
don't
be
see them
free
other than the Ukrainian war. Have they really bothered Putin for the most part?
No,
Why you think that is?
because Putin is a prince or a bastard of a prince.
He's a royal bastard. Yeah, he's royalty. That's how come all the Europeans where they couldn't stand under any of the Soviet presidents, they love him. It took me a while. I said I couldn't figure that out until I was reading something. Well, Catherine Great came from Prussia to become the Russian the basic Russian queen. I said, oh, now that makes sense.
If I may, I've been thinking about what you just said, BGS, and I have to respectfully disagree.
Why?
You made the comment. I'm bringing this back to the Turkey thing. You made the comment that their politicians aren't necessarily thinking that far ahead, and you know, if I, as an ignorant layman, can sit here and just think about it, then I find it hard to believe that there isn't somebody else in that echelon of power over there not thinking or plotting the exact same thing. And you made the comment that
you
it's
can
about,
think about it, but pulling it off is another thing. And most politicians are not that smart.
well, you also brought up the fact that it's about taking advantage of an opportunity, and the opportunity exists there, and the events are happening.
Yeah. Of course, they were taking advantage of an opportunity, but you're saying that they send that enclave there purposely to basically swing the Netherlands in their favor. And I said, I don't think so. I don't see any proof of that. But I
I
said,
know there were some
but it,
imams that were talking about that a few years ago.
hmm?
Imams,
Yeah,
religious
yeah,
leaders.
yeah. But those people had already been there. If they're citizens, if they're voting in the Netherlands, that means they're citizens.
But the whole thing with them, okay, you're here. Since you're here, have more babies than they're having, and the country will be yours without
Yeah,
any guns being
yeah,
fired.
yeah. Oh, but yeah, this is natural consequence. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, here's another thing that
Hmm.
I've got a question about. When it comes to the tribalism aspect, I was
Hmm.
wondering that with the reshuffling of the power board, as it were,
Hmm.
do you see any potential unifying figures as far as the Muslim-based culture rising to essentially become a Muslim power state? Now, not necessarily on the same military degree as Russia or China or the United States, but culturally, we see even down in Australia, you're having Muslim. They're debating about the Muslim refugee problem. I was
Hmm.
wondering, is this could this potentially be the prime opportunity for a Muslim state to take advantage of? If they could unify, wouldn't this uh, be advantageous for them, considering the Muslim ideology uh, is the unifying force for Muslims across the world?
If they got rid of
Uh,
the Sunni Shia problem, then there might be some concern. But as long as they had that deep division between them,
yeah, yeah, probably. And I think just like any other religion, no matter what, as you become industrialized and westernized, that kind of fervor goes away. And I don't think there will be as much fervor as far as Muslims are concerned worldwide if it were not for the United States attacking Muslim countries. Because before that, there wasn't that big a deal, other than Pakistan and India fighting each other. But that had gone on for a long time. There wasn't that big a deal. But when the United States started from the Gulf War on, then all of a sudden you start seeing this big surge.
All
But
right.
I think as they become industrialized, just like anybody, like Catholics and Protestants, after a while, it basically full bellies ends a lot of strife.
But the thing that I noticed, especially with these imams, is there's an active push against the influence of Western culture. Now, does industrialization tie in to that idea of resisting Western culture or influence? Is there an awareness that if you bring in more technology, that the religious aspect is going
Hmm.
to go on the wane, and
Yeah,
that's why there's
yes, yeah. They already know that. So that's how come. Well, they see that in Saudi Arabia. You see that in an Arab country like Libya. The
question:
the more technology, the more your belly is filled, the less fervor you feel. Go ahead,
when you
Albert.
when you say Western culture, are you talking about feminism in particular? Or
No,
are
no,
you
no.
talking about
Western culture. In fact, if you go to the thing I did in Quigley, he names I can't even remember the name. He names 7 different aspects of Western culture or Western civilization. So all those things that change the environment change the culture. So basically you're spreading by spreading all those 6 factors, which is farming, uh, uh, industrialization, weapons, all those things those factors make a Western civilization. Once you accept them, they start to westernize you. Basically, the environment starts to influence you, like divorce, women's rights, all that kind of stuff follows. It just naturally
Absolutely.
follows, and that's what they've been observing. Yeah. So basically, if they and then the biggest thing, the reason that they have to be so strict in Saudi Arabia because they've accepted this stuff, and basically they're having a hell of a time with their women right now because the
And
women want what the other Western women have.
and a great example is if you guys can actually take a look at the photos for the women, tons of people of different cultures. Some are Arabic.
Hmm.
I missed something. Can you repeat?
Repeat it, Grace.
I said a great
We're gonna get.
example is looking at the Women's March. People of different
Hmm.
cultures. Some are
Yeah.
Arabic.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing that I don't understand about the women's march and the situation that's going on is,
Hmm.
at least in the United States,
Hmm.
women are a majority population in the United States.
Hmm.
Okay, there is not one thing that they are not able to influence and do through the education of the children and the generation. It just seems to me that they're not willing to put in the work to truly change the society in the way that they want it to be changed. Or on the flip side, they don't want, like the lady that was in that video that you had, they don't want to accept the consequences of the action.
No, they don't.
Another question from left field for you, BGS.
Hmm.
Um, you brought up the farming bit,
Hmm.
and considering my what I'm angling my education for, I was wondering if putting in or pushing for more self-sufficient skill sets,
Hmm.
especially considering Black people in America, would be or reintroducing those self-sufficient skill sets would be the first step in stabilizing the culture.
Yeah, and it's going to happen anyway because once automation gets through with you, you're going to have to reignite, relearn a lot of those skills because the automation going to put you out of work. That's where they're going to drive you toward that anyway. But yeah, if you can, basically, what's killing the family and that kind of stuff is basically is urban living. Because the divorce rate goes way down when you get outside of the urban towns or the urban areas. Goes way, way
Right,
down. And they
right,
found that
because
all over the world. Basically, big cities are a killer for marriages and family.
right, because I've been talking to Edward for a bit, and he's more on the business aspect of bringing back wealth and prosperity to Black Americans. But I would think that on a more fundamental level, we don't even control our own food, right? So
Nope.
even if we were to, let's just say that Black Americans get more busy or more business savvy, they're
Mm-hmm.
still irrevocably connected to the dominant culture. Now, I'm not saying that if every Black man were to learn how to farm, that connection to the larger culture exists. And frankly, I don't think it'd be a good idea to completely separate ourselves, right?
You can't
You
because
can't.
because you are part of the culture. You're not
It,
separate from it.
ex-
Even if you
exact.
You
could,
always have been.
who would
You
you
always
have your
have been.
product sold to? Who,
Yeah.
It,
if, like, all right, I make the best cornbread in the state, right? But I don't like white folks. I don't sell to white folks. So that means I sell to Black folks. I've just cut off 40% of my sales. It makes no
And where do they
sense,
get? And where do they get their money from?
right?
exactly.
And
I just want, this might be my personal bias, but I
Mhm.
just think that business alone is not enough. It's almost working with it's almost like it's an incomplete picture. You're not only going to have to, if you really want Black people themselves to rise as a power, they're going to have to be able to fundamentally take care of themselves.
the o- the
Let's just
the
say,
only
I'm sorry.
the only way as we figured out, the only way for Black people to get power in America is link up with, have a big enough stick. And the stick that's big enough is not here. It's in Africa. You have to link up. We have to link up and gain power in Africa, and that by proxy will give you more clout here in the United States.
Okay,
I
speaking of
think
Africa, I actually looked into the army worm thing that you directed me to, and
Hmm.
I've been digging around. I couldn't get a specified location. I mean, generally, you're having an armyworm problem even in America. I think in Georgia, I found an article mentioning it, and in Australia, they're actually offering college programs specifically catered to dealing with that issue. So when you say Africa, rather big place. I mean,
Oh, it's in Southern
can you narrow
Africa.
it down?
It's in parts of Uganda. It's in parts of South Africa. There's, I think, Namibia. They had a map. If you look up armyworm, there's a map, and they show the spots where they're at. Um, I can't remember the article. You got your cell phone on, Albert, or something?
I
Your
said,
mic is bugging.
I said, is an armyworm a bug?
It's a moth.
Ah.
But the caterpillars are called worms. The moths lay the eggs, and the caterpillars are called the armyworm, and they eat up crops like crazy. It's a moth. It's not a
So there are
worm
no
itself.
natural predators.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe the damn thing's been designed. It's been genetically enhanced somewhere, because the problem just all of a sudden popped up, and it doesn't make sense to me. I think it's something that kind of got out of hand.
So it was basically genetically modified and perfected, and then got loose.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like, because they're too voracious, man. It just all of a sudden show up, and
it's not a natural thing.
It doesn't seem to be.
I'm full right now. 1 second.
Well, following that that vein of thought,
it is
why
southern.
do you
It is, huh? It is Southern Africa. Yeah.
Well, why Southern Africa if it's introduced?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like it's a natural circumstance. That's why it sounds
easy. You control food. You control people.
Control people, and basically China, the biggest block of where East Africa is getting its food, where China's enhancing is what, Southern Africa. South Africa is part of the BRICS.
Okay, I can understand that, but why America? Because they're starting to have a presence here. Why, if you were just to focus, say that okay, it's genetically modified to cause a problem, why in America?
To the market, or anything you let anything out, you can't control it. Once it's out, it's out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I think it's that's why I think it's design. Just like the bird flu in 1918, they designed basically in the world to stop Germany in World War One. That's the conspiracy thing. The bird flu in 1918. Basically, they developed the bird flu in I forget what weapons lab it was, but they put those chickens and sent them with soldiers across to Europe. And then right after 1918, all of a sudden Germany surrenders, and you get this big plague. And everybody believes that flu was designed and used as a weapon. That's but
I just think about that the Ebola that happened last year and how quickly it stopped.
Yeah. I wouldn't put it past someone. I say we're bored on conspiracy theories, but I'm saying these armyworms just said all of a sudden it's voracious and it's killing crops all over Africa, which I had never heard of it before.
Yeah, there's a drought in Ethiopia and Somalia and Kenya, I heard, and parts of Nigeria. But by the way, also I heard that America sent Peace Corps over to Africa to actually send HIV/AIDS, like Reagan and all them, and Ford and before that.
Yeah, they've been sending stuff over for population control a lot, quite a bit. And
when do you think it started? Like the 80s, 70s? I mean, like majorly, like from America mostly.
Basically, it started with the Germans in Namibia.
Oh yeah, you're right about that, definitely.
Yeah, so that's basically when it started. Eugenics is an old idea, but basically, I think it started in the 60s because they noticed that the population for white females was going way down, and they couldn't get it back up. So if they can't stop white women from having babies, stop white women from not reproducing, they have to slow the other populations around them down, and they're still trying.
Yeah, they did that in Israel too. I heard they sterilized some Ethiopian Jews, and they tried to sterilize some other African Jews and stuff.
Yeah, because they don't want them to reproduce in
Okay.
in Israel. Yeah,
And they'll tell you
yeah,
that it's a checkup or some bullshit.
yeah. Well, yeah,
Crazy
I
game.
can say one thing about the Israelis. There's no shame in their game.
Yep.
They do it. They don't apologize for shit.
Yeah. And they were begging to the world after the Holocaust.
Of course.
Yeah, and the
Until
UN
the
gave
shoe's
it
on
to
the other
them.
foot.
But the UN, does the UN even recognize the African American case that's going on and the whole African diaspora case or no?
For what?
Like
For
all that's been
reparations?
done. I mean, not I mean, I'd say yeah,
Yeah,
basically.
they recognize it. They've recognized it.
They just
They
don't.
recognized it in the '60s. Yeah, they recognized it in the '60s.
Did they have a hand in Liberia, or was that all America? No, the UN wasn't up at that time. It wasn't even there.
No, there was no such thing as UN.
Yeah, League of
UN
Nations
is
wasn't
something-
even up. What am I saying?
Yeah, that was 19. The League of Nations was in 1920.
Like 1914. Yeah, Woodrow Wilson, all them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good old American history. Psych.
Another question. You mentioned that you're a stout, that you're stout Pan-Africanist, and I was just curious. Okay, out of all the countries in Africa, which are the top 10 that Black Americans would be benefited for linking up with, and why do those particular places stand out? Just a matter of fact, let's just drop it to 5. The top 5 countries that most benefit Black Americans, and how they would.
South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Ethiopia, and I would say Uganda.
And is it because those are the top most cultivated
productive
or productive?
They're growing. They're growing faster.
They're the developing nations, like Brazil.
Yeah,
and
they're
South
developing.
America.
They're developing faster. So yeah, those will be the top 5. Rwanda, they're still getting their feet together. You got other spots, but if I was going to say the top 5, those would be my top 5. Ghana used to be number 1, but Ghana has slipped quite a bit. I would say before Ghana, I would say Kenya before Ghana now, because Kenya's more developed. They got more stuff going on. They've modernized faster. Ghana has issues, even though Ghana's probably a lot more stable than Kenya as far as political wise. They don't have a lot of rebels and stuff like that. It's West Africa is fairly peaceful.
Okay, I'm just curious because I've been toying around with the idea of paying a trip, and I just don't know which nation or country I should go to without running into a potential Libya situation as far as stability is concerned. And I was wondering, okay,
within the Ghana is probably the most of all the countries on the continent. Ghana's probably
definitely
the most
Ghana.
stable.
Ghana's like a more peaceful Nigeria. Nigeria,
they like
to corrupt as shit. Like the cops, they'll pull out guns on you if they see you're American or some shit.
Yeah,
I mean they're gonna harass you.
Ghana's like the Switzerland of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's wrong with South Africa then? Because that's where the army worm problem.
You got
corruption and racial issues.
Well, you got racial issues, you got corruption, and you got political strife in South
Africa. And the Bantu and Zulu over there, like they're really poor. So if you go to the wrong side of town, because South Africa actually has the most slums in Africa because of the racial economic disparity.
Yeah.
So even if you're Black, like if they see you that you're American or some shit over there, they might try to run down on you. And they do that to other Africans too, like Nigeria, Somalia. They don't even care.
Oh, really? Yeah. Then they may just have to deal with their army worm problem without me then, because I'm not willing to risk my neck. Nah, I was considering it.
I would say since Idi Amin left and also Uganda's probably been fairly stable.
Yeah, Uganda's pretty good, pretty well.
Yeah,
it's a lot of it's a lot of great people, I'd say, in Uganda. Yeah. But there's a lot of refugees there too, I'd say.
Yeah. I haven't heard anything coming out of Uganda as far as anything bad. Other than being poor and then needing help and they're needing because they're landlocked, so they're still a little bit poor. But other than that, they've been fairly stable.
Okay, can you repeat the countries one more time? I've been writing it down. Uganda, and what was the other one? That was the Switzerland.
Ghana is a Swiss is Switzerland of Africa.
Ghana and Uganda.
Ghana, South Africa, Uganda.
Would you consider Kenya VGS, or I don't know, maybe Nairobi?
Kenya is growing faster and modernizing faster, and I would say Ethiopia if you can stand it.
Yeah, Addis Ababa, but there's a lot of hustling in Ethiopia. I'll tell you that. Just don't go. Don't hustle, please. Don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah. Well, Ethiopia does hustle. What was? I would add one, which is Tanzania.
Yeah, Tanzania is a good place.
Yeah, Tanzania is a good place.
Mm-hmm.
But they're more like what it would call it, a port country where they import and export stuff like that. They depend on their ports more.
Mm-hmm.
But Tanzania is another one.
How far would my American dollar and that
a long
carry?
Way.
Yeah,
like a long way.
Yeah, if I wanted to move over and stay there, how much do you think I should save up? Like, I'm thinking, would 10 grand be enough to stay over there for a year or two?
Oh yeah, about a year and a half, depending on the country. I think Tanzania is probably a little bit more expensive than Ethiopia. If you live if you living in the major cities, it's going to be a little bit more expensive. But I think I would say in order of expensive, I would say South Africa first.
Yeah, it's the most modernized South Africa.
Yeah, Tanzania I heard is probably second as far as cost, and I would go.
Ghana's pretty medium. It's pretty upper middle.
Yeah, I've heard that. I had boys on the ground, and if we traveled to all the countries, said Ghana out of those 6 is probably the cheapest. Is probably Ghana.
Yeah, definitely. Because Ethiopia is probably a little bit more expensive than Ghana. It's like 5th.
Yeah,
and Kenya's like 3rd or 4th.
Yeah.
How much? Because these are developing countries, how much weight would an American passport carry if I was looking to become a citizen there?
A lot.
Just watch out for. Police might try to extort. Not extort, but they'll see the passport. Ask for a little bribe. Depends where you are.
The easiest actually not infiltrate, but patriate to as far as paperwork is concerned is probably either South Africa or Kenya, because Kenya has a more European way of doing things. It's easier to get visas and stuff like that, or work visas and stuff like that in Kenya than it is Ghana will let you stay there, but it's like their paperwork and stuff like that is so informal. They're funny about visas or basically work visas and stuff like that. They're really funny about that. But the easiest probably Kenya and maybe South Africa second, and then I would say Ethiopia, maybe Tanzania, but in that particular order. Ghana, I would say last as far as that's just concerned. As far as paperwork is concerned, if you go there, basically they're not really trying to kick you out.
Oh, okay. Are you aware of the specifics as far as the paperwork goes? Like, for example, I've been looking at Japan, and it's like, okay, once a year you have to renew your work visa, and if you don't do it, so and so, you're going to get kicked back out and shipped out. I was wondering if the lengths or the conditions of the visas drastically change based on how developed the country is.
In other words, it's like Ghana's not straightforward. Ghana's not straightforward at all, because we've been going around with Ghana and people from Ghana. Hey, at least give people an idea of your visa policy, your work visa, or whether you're a green card, that kind of stuff. Yeah. And Ghana they can't get their act together. I think South Africa and Kenya are pretty much straightforward. You go on the internet, they can walk you right through it and tell you exactly what you need to do.
They probably still go under the British system, because
they're under South Africa and basically Kenya are under the British system. It's pretty much straightforward. Ethiopia, not as much. Tanzania is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Tanzania a little bit better. Uganda, Uganda, I really don't have any idea. I mean, I think if you come in there to work and you can contribute, I think they're more open to like giving you work visas and stuff. They're probably more open. Ghana, for whatever reason, man, it's like it's opaque. It's like looking through, trying to figure it out through lead, man, and you can't even get a lawyer to figure it out. And they say, in other words, they say one thing is on the books, but trying to get it done, like dual citizenship is on the books, but trying to get dual citizenship, like nobody pretends like nobody knows how to do it. So Ghana is like slogging through mud as far as work visas and stuff like that. It's more informal. In other words, you come here, you start working, and they kind of look the other way. But if you want it on paper, then Ghana's not the place. I would say Kenya, South Africa, and maybe probably Uganda.
Yeah, definitely.
Uganda's more open because Uganda needs a hell of a lot of help. So they're motivated to bring people in and help you with your paperwork and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, focusing on Kenya, what kind of labor are we talking about? Skilled labor? You need at least a bachelor's, or will basic labor work? I'm in the middle of school.
Skills are more important than school.
Skills are more important than school.
If you can do IT, they're developing. They need workers. They don't, fancy degrees and stuff. They don't. Hey, if you can come in and you can code and prove you can code, we can have you in IT. If you know how to farm or whatnot, hey, we'll send you out. We'll hook you up with a farm. We'll send you out on a farm.
Yeah.
Because they need skills. Uganda needs farmers like crazy. They're willing to bend over backwards because they need farmers. Same thing with what's his name with the authoritarian dictator. What's his name? I'm trying to remember his name. Mugabe.
Oh yeah, Robert Mugabe. Okay.
Yeah, Mugabe. They need his country needs farmers like crazy because they kicked all the white farmers out, and the black ones don't know how to grow shit. So they need farmers like crazy. If you're a farmer or you're in that agriculture or anything like that, you go to Uganda, you go there with Mugabe, they will hook you up because they need farmers like crazy. If you're in agriculture,
are you familiar with the woofing program?
The woofing, no.
I think it stands for Worldwide Organization for Farmhands or something. Essentially what it is you go out, you join this program, and you can, I guess, volunteer to go out to a different country to help with farm work and whatnot. And the stipulations with that is the room and board is completely dependent on who is registered with that program, and it's not really meant to be something that you get paid for. It's more like if you want to take a hiatus on your school, go out and get experience and whatnot. And I was just wondering if you're aware of it or not. At this point, I have to do more research, but
I hadn't heard of it. At least not under that name. I hadn't heard of it. I think there's a bunch of different organizations like that. I'd have to talk to my girl down there in Colfax, Louisiana. She runs a African village down there where they farm and stuff like that. And she goes on trips to not only Africa but also Latin America, Central America, and basically do the same thing.
Wait, Colfax, Louisiana, here in America. She runs a farm.
Mm-hmm.
She's looking for some field hands. I need to look this up.
Oh yeah. It's a Kuji-Chakalia village, man. She runs it down there, and she needs farm hands. Hey, thanks, Big Herc. Appreciate you.
Colfax, Louisiana.
Look up. I think I did a video called Kuji-Chakalia villages, and if you look them up, she's there. I can't remember her name, but yeah, she grows. She runs like an African village, and they focus on growing foods for market and stuff like that, farm hands, and she always needs work in hands and stuff like that.
She willing to pay?
I don't know about pay. That's what you have to talk about that one.
Okay.
Most of them are volunteers. They come, they spend like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that, and they they grow food and they do work around the farm and stuff like that. But
Okay.
uh,
I don't mean to make it sound so capitalistic, but
no,
I'm not looking to
it's
stay for just 2 weeks. I'm willing to spend the time a
well,
little.
what I'm saying, you have to negotiate that with her. But
Okay.
um, I mean, do you already know how to farm or stuff like that? Are you trying to learn?
I'm trying to learn, and that's why I'm saying that 2 weeks isn't going to cut it.
Well, I would look at a bigger. I would look at into a government program if you're going to do that.
Definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
where you if you want to if you want to give them to give you a stipend and stuff like that.
Yeah, they do that. They do that for
Uh,
Americans and Europeans.
yeah, they do that. Yeah, I would say they're going to send you someplace like Central America, or they're going to send you someplace like Africa. I would try them first. I don't know any offhand. I would have to ask because it's out of my wheelhouse, and I'd have to inquire to some experts.
Okay, this is the last question I got for you
Hmm.
tonight, and it's once again switching gears. I've been toying around with the 5 big questions of journalism, the who,
Hmm.
what, where, when, why, and whatnot. And I was wondering if you could rearrange the priorities as far as questions go. Um, with a lot of these arguments based on the conditions of Black people in America, I'm starting to
Hmm.
think that while the question why is important
Hmm.
at this particular time, the why isn't nearly as important as the question how. All right, what is the plan? Like if the goal is the betterment of Black people in America, shouldn't
Hmm.
the effort, the concentration be more focused on the the how
He will.
aspect how we're gonna get
They,
there as opposed to what happened, why?
if you look at the past 30 years and if you go through all the literature, man, they've been talking about how for the past at least 30 years that I know of. You know, as far as business, as far as farming, as far as housing, as education, on down the list. And Black people who just can't get themselves together. So it's not a how thing; it's a why thing. Why can't
Okay.
Black people get themselves together? Like a real simple thing is separating the boys from girls because you have a problem with your boys, right? Why don't you have single sex education if it works for you? Or go down to the school board and say, hey, I want single sex education because we have an issue with our boys. And Tia San Johnson just said the biggest reason that boys fall behind and you have problems with your boys is because guess what? Their boys learn better from who? From men. Who is the
Men.
majority of your teachers? Women. You need a curriculum designed for boys. It will, and they've shown that it will eliminate 60% of your problems with boys if you just
Yeah.
do that. Why don't you do it? And that's the question. Why don't you do it?
So in your opinion, do you think the question why is much more
Way more important because we kind of figure
okay.
out why. But the thing is, what do we question? Black men don't do this. Black women don't do that. Blah 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 blah. And okay, and everybody knows what they should do, right? And how they should do it because it's been all spelled out. So the question is, what? Why don't they do it? Right?
Right. So do you think that whenever Black people get into debates on, okay, well, we should do this, we should do that, it's just
Mhm.
running in circles, the dog chasing its
Yeah,
tail?
yeah, I think so. I think
Hmm.
so because that's not the fundamental problem. Because I always come to question and say, okay, if you know that and you got that from somebody else that got it, like they're talking about people that gave lectures and speeches and stuff 20, 25, 30 years ago, and everybody knows about it. Why haven't people started to do it? How come black people, and they know they're suffering, and they know how to do it and what to do because it's all spelled out. Why don't they do it? And that is always the questions. Why? Even rich people say it's not a matter of what or how, it's a matter of why. Why? The why comes first. If you want to be rich, you have to change your mindset. Why? The thing is not how people become rich; is why do they become rich? What is the mindset? How do how do they think? How were they raised? Why do they do what they do? And that's the whole thing. And why can't black men work together? Why don't black women respect black men? Why don't black women raise their boys better to be better husbands and better fathers and be more successful? Why? And that's where I'm on YouTube to figure out why, not how. There's plenty of hows. There's plenty of what to do and how to do it. I can give you, just in business alone, I probably can give you 30 books about how.
Okay, now does this even matter though? I mean, genetic
As far as
engineering's coming up, automation's coming up, and gentrification still here. The whole discussion about raising the black community, it looks like it's going to be more about class than race in the next couple generations. So does any of this even matter?
It may not. I can't say it will or won't. It may not. But the thing is, do we, in the meantime, what do we do? Do we keep working on the problems, or we just wait till whatever comes in and does what it does? I don't know.
Yeah, they're saying that most Americans in 2050 are actually going to be mixed.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I would agree with
especially
that.
in LA. BGS, do you see you heard of Lonzo Ball and LaMelo Ball, all those basketball players?
In fact, I put them up in my.
The mixed mulatto thing. Yeah,
mixed mulatto,
yeah. There's so many mixed kids out in LA and shit. I might just get a white girl, go out to LA, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
start up a dynasty.
We're talking. If we just talk about, we'll focus on the black-white mix. We're not talking about a Hispanic mix, which is way more prevalent amongst young black men.
Oh yeah, of course, especially in LA, New York.
Southern California, way more prevalent. I would dare say, for black guys under 30, I would say a third of them date Hispanic.
Do they mix with the Mexican chicks out there a lot, or?
Well, the thing is, Hispanic. We got to remember, LA is a mash of Mexican, Central America, and even South America.
Oh, okay.
So they come from far away. You have a big block of Ecuadorians, you have a big block of Colombians, and you have a huge block of Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Honduras. Huge block.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, New York is just Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, some Mexicans, and some Colombians.
Yeah.
I can't speak much about LA, but down in Austin, Texas, man, those Latin chicks coming out in Georgia. I mean, they're still arguing, the city itself is still arguing over whether or not it should be a sanctuary city. But when it comes to the brothers down here, I mean, not a lot of black women, specifically in Austin. It's more Mexicans and, granted, LGBT. So I mean, those Latin chicks, though, those Latin chicks, man, they're hard to refuse, man. I'm just saying.
The brothers are choosing heavy, I'm sure.
Yeah, Lelantos, isn't South by Southwest in Austin? Like all those
it's going on. I think it's still going on right now, or maybe just ended.
The end of the 19th.
And
they're trying to make Austin. They're trying to make Austin a tech city, like
they
gentrified. Yeah.
I was reading some more about how West Austin is supposed to be like where all the blacks and Mexicans live, and they're just pushing a bunch of hipsters deeper in there.
Yeah. They're trying to make Austin a tech city, right around.
It's a hipster city.
Yeah, that's where the university is, right? University of Texas.
Yep.
Yeah, UT Austin, man.
Oh,
it's all a college city.
Yeah, I want to go to Dallas though, because they got all the thick girls out there. You know, them big booty
Yeah.
Texas girls with the big.
Basically, if you want women, and this is what I've heard, I've only been through there a couple of times. If you want women, you go to Houston. If you want women, you go to Houston. They might be ornery, but they're climbing all over. If you're a black dude in Houston, man, they climb all over you.
What's your
So if you
take
want a
on
big booty,
what's your
Oh
take
yeah,
on
yeah, they
San
got that whole.
Antonio?
Yeah, I heard about that
San
too.
Antonio is more mixed. It's a military town. It's more
Yep.
mixed. Uh, um, uh, but even the athletes say as far as as far as when black women are concerned, they would say it's second to only to Atlanta.
Hmm.
They choose heavy because I had a partner. He was going down there twice a month because he had a girl in Houston, man. But them bras are jealous as fuck because the competition is fierce for black men. Because if you notice, the two groups of chicks that are really evil, as far as online, are chicks from Houston and chicks from Atlanta, because the competition for men is so fierce down there in those two spots.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah.
That's dope.
But they said those. But say if you want black women, especially Southern black women, the place to go is Houston or Atlanta.
What about Memphis? No, that's the hood. That's the hood. No, I'm not going
It's the
there.
Yeah.
hood. No,
Yeah.
Memphis.
Yeah.
I
No,
heard it gets
Memphis.
real
No,
dirty out there. Like they get really grimy out there for no
they
reason.
are Grammy. I mean, it is kind of like that. But from from everybody I talk to in Texas, if you want black women, you go to Houston.
Mm.
Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, the thing is, they can be sedity because they're all upscale. They all got their degrees and shit like that. So
Hey, Houston? That's like the whole
yeah,
gold teeth, pimp C thing. Like they got degrees out there.
yeah. Oh, big
Yeah.
women, big medical city. They got the oil industry. They got big medicines down there, and a couple of other
Wow,
things are down there. So basically, it's a female dominated city.
that's crazy. All I know about Houston is like the whole Scarface, Bushwick Bill, Ninth War, whatever it is, Ninth, Fifth War, whatever it's called.
Ninth Ward.
Yeah, Ninth War.
Yeah,
My bad. I love
yeah.
the Ghetto Boy. They dope. Their music's dope. But I thought Houston was like a real bad city. Like,
Basically,
So yeah.
Houston was Atlanta before Atlanta. With the strip bars and stuff like that. If Houston used to call them butt naked clubs, where you could do anything in those clubs, man. That was in the 80s. Atlanta didn't get that way until Newt Gingrich shifted all the got to be Speaker of the
That's
House and
funny.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, until Newt Gingrich got to be Speaker of the House, right?
mhm.
And he took all the aerospace, and he pushed a lot of aerospace down into like Marietta, Georgia, the Atlanta area, and that's where the Atlanta really started to sprout up.
That's all that freaknik stuff started happening, right?
Yeah, we had a lot of you had a lot of influx of people that weren't from Georgia, like from the north and from the west coast, and they kind of brought that influence with them. So and then the athletes came in and saw it as a party city, and then that's when the clubs really just started to jump off.
You got any recommendations for port towns with a with a heavy black influence in it? I have it in my head when I retire I want to get a boat, and I'd rather not go to places like Eureka, California, where I might be I got to worry about being lynched or being lost in the backwoods.
I would say as a port town, if you don't want it to be too expensive, I would, believe it or not, right around the New Orleans area. Between the Gulf Coast, where like say the Gulf Coast of like New Orleans, like Louisiana or Mississippi, some of those Gulf towns like that, maybe even as far across all the way to Houston, where you have that big Gulf where it's not too expensive, it's not going to kill you. You just have to deal with that southern heat.
I could deal with heat. What about up north? I've been eyeballing Oregon and Washington, far north on the East Coast. As far as the culture aspect, do you have any input with that?
That's like interracial dating.
It is. So Seattle, Portland is interracial, very much so.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. and very much so. Slow. I mean, if you want to, it's slow. If Portland used to be a little racist, but now it's now interracial. Same thing with Seattle. So basically, if you want a northern city, I would say Portland, and then secondly Seattle.
Yeah. By the way, I heard there's a lot of there's a lot of bad girls in Oakland too, like Asian girls,
It's
Spanish girls,
ratchet.
black girls.
Oh yeah. They've been there for a long time, man. Well, Hispanics, they've been here even before they became part of the country. You got to remember, California used to be part of Mexico.
Oh yeah. They've been there since like the 50s.
What
No,
was
they've
it?
been there.
Not,
They've been there
Longer than
the
that.
1850s.
what was it?
Oh
Not
yeah,
the
you're right.
Louisiana. What was it? Not the Louisiana Purchase, but
Mhm.
there was another
Spanish
political.
American War, I think.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Spanish
Yeah,
American
Spanish
yeah.
War.
American War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like 1908. Like that was deep.
No,
No,
no, it was
1890.
1908.
That was that
No,
was.
before that, man, they were talking about what is 1848, if I'm not
Oh yeah,
mistaken.
I'm bugging. I'm thinking of something else right now.
Yeah.
No, it was before the Civil War, so I think it was 1846 to 1848.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then,
Gold Rush,
that's
Gold Rush? And San
the
Francisco
Gold
in
Rush had started.
1849.
Yeah, it did start in 1849. After after they became part of United States, and then right after that, 1850, California became a state because it had so much there. And then right after that's how come Lincoln started the Civil War, because he needed trains to connect the country.
Yeah, the transatlantic rail line.
Hmm Get all that good California goodness to come back east.
That's crazy, bro.
Hmm
Yo, what about them Creole girls? I heard they bad, like American Creole girls.
Down south.
Yeah, like Louisiana, not New Orleans, because that's like ratchet. I mean, like somewhere around like
Oh,
Louisiana.
the whole Gulf Coast is like that, going from Houston all the way across to, I would say, even Alabama.
Man, that's crazy.
Hmm
But are they colorist? I heard they're kind of a little bit, I mean,
Yeah, they are.
I mean, hey, if you macking though, you could probably, I could probably grab one up.
It doesn't really matter. If you can get you you can get you. I mean, there's not really that big a difference between a Creole and a biracial,
A mulatto. Yeah.
Dominican or Puerto Rican. If you want to come out here, there's a lot of mixed Mexican and black chicks here. So
How does that look? I've never really seen like the mixture. I thought it would look weird, like the whole black and Mexican mix.
it depends. Remember, there's different groups of Native Americans that come from Mexico. So it depends on
Oh yeah, that's true.
what particular group of people that they mix with. Because
I mean, like the Chicano, like those Chicanos out in Los Angeles, like the
Mhm.
ones that like, hey, Holmes,
Some,
like that type of shit.
yeah, some of them can have, some will be skinny with no ass, and some of you can have hips and ass and look like a sister. It just depends on who they mix with.
Damn.
Yeah,
But LA's
they get,
expensive now, right?
ooh, man, terribly.
Yeah. Even South
Terribly.
Central?
Huh?
Even South Central?
There's no such thing as South Central, man. That's Hispanic, and basically it's going to be, I would say, depending on what your definition of South Central is.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what you. In fact, there really is no South Central. They've cut it up into areas now. The little signs, so that you have different areas. So there's no
That's
such thing as
crazy.
South Central.
They doing that to Compton too, right? I heard about that. They're chasing a lot of
Compton
black
is
folk.
Hispanic. No, Compton is Hispanic. Majority
That's
Hispanic.
crazy.
It's been that way for the last, I say, 10 years.
Damn. But they never report about that because all the rappers from South Central and Compton are gangster.
Basically what happened, as I say, what happened was the Rodney King riots, and after that, basically they started wanting to break up the inner city. Plus, white folks, the gas prices were killing white folks, and they wanted to come back in, so they started redeveloping places like Compton and whatnot, and then they slowly worked their way this way. In fact, right, the what we used to call the African Village, which is Leimert Park, places like that, they're complaining now about white folks, man. white folks, say white folks on the corner. Like my sister, she has an apartment down there in Leimert Park, and she said she was walking, and she said He says white lady was out in front yard, man, because she had like a tree swinging her kid, waving at her. Says, okay, well,
They're
they
moving
can't.
in.
They're
There
moving
goes the
in.
neighborhood.
There goes the neighborhood. Yeah.
Speaking of
In fact,
redo,
there's a story I was. I think did I tell this story already or not? But I'll repeat it. I was in Burger King, right?
Hmm.
In Burger King, I was getting me a burger, right?
Yeah.
And so so normally like this area has been like black, totally black for like 40 years, man. And so I'm in Burger King, and there's a little white dude, redhead white dude, man, in front of me. He's ordering. I said, okay, this is unusual. At least to me, it was. And then he looks, if he didn't buy anything, he gets on the cell phone. He says, okay, and I have to go to the donut shop. They're not accepting EBT here.
Yeah.
I said,
Man.
okay, there goes the neighborhood. And
Jesus
poor white
Christ.
folks moving in. I said, okay, there goes the neighborhood.
You got Eminem's Slim Shady, the Vanilla
Basically,
Isis.
in fact, he kind of looked like when he looked like an older version of of uh of of, of what's his name?
Eminem.
Eminem. Yeah, yeah.
Man, I haven't heard of him in a minute.
He made his money and made his
Yes.
money and I salute him, man. Make
Yeah,
your money and
man.
get out the game, man. That's
Yeah.
when white guys do it. Probably someplace in Latin America, man.
yeah. Speaking of redevelopment, do you think that the promotion of these tiny homes is a sign for the pushing of gentrification?
Yeah. Because you know what? As a matter of fact, they had a story here in Los Angeles today to get the homeless, to basically get the homeless on its empty lots before the developers are paying, um, are paying like like Chinese shipping container companies that can't get rid of the shipping containers because they don't have anything going back, and there's no need for because trade is down. They're buying the shipping containers, right, and they converted them into like tiny cubicles, for the homeless to sleep in, and they're stacking them, right, and they're putting in windows and that kind of shit for the homeless to basically rent for little or no money to get them off the street. So yeah, they're
Yeah,
already doing that. Yeah.
I'm seeing some of the MGTOW channels actually pushing for it, and as a single man, I'm just thinking that's a pretty good it's a pretty good deal. I don't need a lot of space. It's cheap, but the thing is, apparently there's like landowners are fighting over whether or not they'll even allow it. Like down in
Yeah.
Austin, they'll
Yeah.
allow it. Maybe around Oakland, granted, I mean, it's Oakland. I'm not going to move there, but the villages are cropping up, and the legislation there's still some pushback as far as
Oh,
the
okay. You know what? The problem with cities is what? It's two things the two things that cities run on, right? Is what? Electricity and water.
right.
Okay. And the thing is, how you hook up electricity, that's probably not as big a deal. But the thing is water. Water hookups and sewage are huge deals for cities. They're outrageously expensive for cities, which is if you go to the third world, what's outrageously expensive is not electricity, it's sewage. What do you do? What do you do with the waste? How do you get water in and how do you get the waste out?
Mhm.
And basically, the biggest advantage of being city is one is your power, and two is what is the access to the sewage.
Yeah.
Got running water and running toilet.
But it's about making that money, right? Because I've been doing some research, and a lot of these tiny homes owners are just saying, yeah, all I need is one good solar grid. And as for the compost is concerned, I mean, there are ways around it. You can
Yeah,
use
yeah.
your compost. So I'm thinking it's more of a money thing, that the city's losing their money, and that's why they're not
Yeah.
pushing this.
Yeah,
Okay, what I'm
probably.
saying, if people don't do it right, what happens to the land that you do it on? Or if you get a
It
big
gets
group of it,
destroyed.
it gets destroyed, and you're going to have basically it can turn really quickly into a shanty town, right?
Slum.
Hmm.
And that's a slum. And slums, in slums, it breed what? Waste and
Disease.
disease, right? And that's what they're worried about. They're not worried about a tiny home here or there. They don't really care about that. But you get groups of them. And what do you do with it? What do you do with the waste? What do you do with the trash? What do you do with all the other stuff that basically get groups of people in one spot? So I can understand there. You have to, as like I said, look at it from a manager's perspective. Is one or two people is not. Well, when you get 200, what do you do?
Well, that's the thing. I would imagine that you can still, if you designate plots of land for, I
Uh-huh.
think California's already doing it. Look, as long as you have a
Catch me
designated,
outside. Who wrote that shit? But
as
go
long as
ahead,
you have
man.
a, yeah, as long as you have a designated spot for these villages, I mean, it could still be okay. Well, we've already constructed sewage and plumbing, and you can get your water. Um, as far as the power aspect is concerned, if they're not too caught up on losing a buck, you can have requirements on the tiny homes themselves. Okay, well, you already have the plumbing set up, but if you want to buy this home, we'll charge you a little extra because they already have a power grid installed, right?
You know what?
So I mean,
I saw something that was really interesting to me. And I think it's probably better than a tiny home which is what they call modular homes, where they actually have like lightweight pieces, like lightweight walls, and they actually bring them in and link them together into either a dome shape or even like a tube shape. And basically you order it, and they basically come in on a plot of land wherever you're at, and they actually put the floor down first, and then they basically build it out of lightweight pieces. And I think that's probably going to be the next wave, rather than a tiny home made out of wood. It's going to be come right from the factory in big pieces, and you can put it together yourself. And
Yeah.
I think
We
that's
already
the
have
next
that in North
wave.
Carolina.
what?
Excuse me.
No, we already
Sorry.
have modular homes in North Carolina mostly,
What,
like in
what,
small
what,
towns.
what I'm talking about, I'm talking about where, no, I'm talking about where they look like puzzle pieces, right? Like puzzle piece sections,
Yeah.
right? You've seen that.
Yeah, I mean those are modular homes. They come in pieces. You just put them together on plots of land.
What I'm saying, these are like because these things have like maybe they have a certain material on the outside, but they have like a foam core on the inside.
Uh huh.
And like you get two people can actually pick up a wall. And they look like almost like pie pieces, right? How you pie puzzle pieces, right? You can pick up a wall, and they can set it down. Two people can pick it up, put it down, and then anchor it to the ground, and they pick in another piece, and they assemble it into different shapes. Like they're like pie pieces, but you can assemble it into like a tube, or you can send it into like a dome shape if you want it smaller. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I know what you're talking about, modular homes, but they're built more like traditional homes, right? Modular homes.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Now, have
Well,
you?
yeah. Go ahead.
I was saying, did you ever see the video? I don't know how big you are on Facebook, but there's a video on Facebook where it showed like a circular home
Hmm.
where it was created by robots, where they just like
Oh yeah.
they put down like cement and it's like
Yeah.
it took them like like no time to make a complete home. You still had to
Yeah.
use some human labor just to kind of put the intricate stuff in, but
Yeah.
the robot actually made the home. It was like a big circle.
Yeah. A big dome. Yeah. Yeah. They did the
Yeah,
experiment with that, and they have like the Chinese are basically doing that with 3D printing homes, where they actually take
yeah.
a certain
That's exactly what it
compound.
was.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of technologies that they're working on. It, what they trying to work on is stuff that's material that's strong but it's lightweight. And with these particular domes, it was the walls were strong but lightweight. If you wanted to be permanent, you just put some you plaster the walls and seal it together on inside and outside, and then and you anchor the pieces together and anchor them to the ground, and you can put them in. You can put them in any shape you want. You can keep them in domes and connect the domes, or you can make a long tube. I think the one I saw was like I think the thing was like maybe 30 feet wide, like 100 feet long, something like that.
Did you ever
Can,
see a video on I'm sorry, I'll say this one thing and I'll let you get in. Did you ever see that video where it showed where they had a nailless house where they built the house without nails?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. But that's what they're going to, and whether you're not, nailing is for wood, but the thing is, basically they're using fasteners to anchor, put these pieces together.
Yeah, they're wood fasteners, or they like or they cut the wood in a such a design to where they don't need nails
Oh,
anymore.
yeah, yep.
You talking about
And I
Wood.
think they were.
wedges and
Yeah, go ahead.
no, I'm saying, are you talking about wedges and biscuits where they actually can slide it into a groove?
In other
Yeah,
words,
that's kind of what it
You talking
was.
about?
That's what kind of what it was. They
basically
were
with
doing it in
wood,
Africa.
it would basically with wood, if you can precisely cut it to enough, all you basically you can pound that wood into that slot, and it
Yeah,
will
with a mallet,
stay.
rubber mallet. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
with a
exactly what they
mallet.
were
Yeah,
doing. That's
yeah.
exactly
And
what they
with
were
a
doing.
mallet, it will stay. Because the friction from the wood, basically the friction from the wood will keep it in place. But that's a precision cut. That's a harder way to do it. But yeah, with computers and CNC machines and stuff that can actually make precise cuts, then you can probably, yeah, you can do it. And basically, if you really wanted to stay, you put some glue in it and just with a mallet and glue it, and basically it'll be strong as shit. Probably stronger than nails.
Yeah, 'cause
well,
that brought me to the situation what you were talking about how Africa was not didn't have like nails that to get from America, and if they went that route, that could be a route they could have went to.
Yeah, the problem is not building materials in Africa. They can build things, a house out of anything. The biggest problem in Africa is
Leeches.
basically well, one is power. Power is everything in a civilization. Which is roads, power, sewage, or water are the biggest thing. How do you get water to people? Even though it rains all the time, how do you get away from the big tanks? But power is the biggest issue in Africa, more than anything else. It's how to get electricity to the outlying areas
Right.
and make it reliable. That's how come you can't build. It's hard to get a reliable industry in Africa because what it relies on is electricity. You have
well,
enough power. If you have enough power, you can solve just about any problem on the planet. If you have enough
well,
power.
well, considering how, just bringing it back to America, considering how it's getting easier to construct homes,
Hmm.
as far as building generational wealth, wouldn't the move be to to focus your investments more on buying plots of land and just slapping in a cheaper house on that plot of land temporarily, and then build it from there? I'm not too sure how the
It, de-
taxes
it, de-
play
it,
into
it,
it.
it, it depends. It depends. Um, it depends on how you think the population is going to grow. If you think the population is going to grow, yes, it makes sense. If you think the population is going to decrease, then no, it doesn't.
Well,
It depends.
do you
And
think
it's location, location, location.
do you think that cities themselves, let's just say Los Angeles, for example, do you think that the outskirts of the city will eventually stretch over time, or are they pretty much fixed? Like, let's say, okay, I'm outside the city limits. I'm gonna buy uh, just an acre of land 10 miles out. Do you think that there will be a time
No,
where the
no,
city
no.
actually spreads
It
to
already has.
touch?
It already has. It already has. Basically, if you look at because if you look at Southern California as a block, okay, as a block, it's basically concrete from 90 miles, Santa Barbara, that area, 90 miles north, all the way down to the Mexican border, which is from Los Angeles, is It's like 130 miles. So basically, you talk about 200 and probably talking about 240, 250 miles of nothing but concrete going all the way down the coast and going probably like I would say 50, 60 miles in, into the desert. And the only reason it doesn't stretch out further than that is because it's desert. It's harder to get water out that way. But other than that, man, yeah, 10 miles ain't gonna do nothing for you outside of Los Angeles. If you're talking about downtown Los Angeles, ain't gonna do nothing for you. Okay. The Southern California and Los Angeles is a huge, huge, huge area. Most people that don't live here don't have the clue of the size of the city. It's flat because basically you could take the five boroughs in New York and put them downtown for the most part. Other than the skyscrapers, nobody would notice a difference. Because
Okay.
it's such a huge block. Because it's the land area is immense in Southern California. So even though you have, what is it? I would say probably upwards to like at least 25 million people in that in Southern California. You don't notice it because it's spread out. That's like a lot of they're basically trying to make Las Vegas a suburb of Los Angeles, if you can believe that. And Vegas is almost 300 miles away. They're trying to make it a suburb because all the young folks can't afford it here. We're going to Las Vegas, so that's the next trip.
Yeah.
So BGS.
Yes, sir.
Really?
Do you
Hey,
believe that?
hey, appreciate you, bro.
Likewise. So, do you believe they will build a speedy transit system from Las Vegas to Los Angeles eventually?
They I don't, you know what? I don't know because they've killed it. They've killed that thing about 40. You've been here, man. They've killed it about 4 times.
Yep.
Because back in the 80s, man, 85, they're supposed to start break ground to that high speed transit to Las Vegas. A lot of people, a lot of people, businesses and people started building up Las Vegas in anticipation of that railway, and it never happened. So I don't know.
Why
It's a good
don't
question.
they?
Huh? Excuse
Why
me?
don't they?
Because white people do the NIMBY's not in my backyard. The impact of where to put the initial point to the high speed train, because the further you go out, it doesn't make sense. If you don't have it near the population areas, it doesn't make sense. And then what? At first they wanted to do in Los Angeles. Los Angeles said no. Then they tried to do it in Orange County. Orange County said no, and they've been holding it up ever since. It's a not in my backyard thing.
I mean, because it only makes sense because of how big California is. I mean,
Californians are weird about shit like that, man. Really are. They're weird about stuff like that. We have the 710 freeway, man, and they were supposed to finish it. You know what I'm talking about, CG3. 710 they had basically to connect that 710 freeway to I think, was it the 60 or is it the 210, right? They're supposed to connect it. And I think they have like a mile and a half, right? Between those two freeways. Do you know them folks have fought these people for 70 years to complete that little mile and a half stretch? 70 years they've been fighting. Since the 1940s they've been fighting. Not to complete that the 710 and the 210.
and the reason is
Not in my backyard. They don't want they fight in eminent domain. In other words, they'd have to take up the houses to complete the freeway, and they don't want the freeway to come in through their neighborhood. They've been fighting them for years. So you have to get off the 710, drive a mile and a half to get on the 210, and continue your journey.
And it's a pain. It could be so simple, but I understand.
Yeah, they've been fighting it for years. Yeah, they've been fighting it for years. And they're white folks. If it was black folks, like they did the 105 and the 91. Remember the 91?
Yes.
Yep.
You see how the 91 stops right when you get to where the white folks, the white people live.
It sure does. It surely does. It surely does. It's not in my backyard, so that's why it's not a high-speed train. it's supposed to be a faster train going from LA to San Diego way back in the day, but the same thing.
I can see
Even though
that.
they do, yeah. Even though they have, it makes it makes more sense to push it out to because they wanted to do it Vegas to alleviate the crowding in Los Angeles because there's a lot more space in Las Vegas and Vegas needed people, so it was easier to actually put the train out there so the people could commute.
It would be a solution too. It would be able to. You would still have the people could afford to live and still make it to work on time if they did
Yeah,
that. You know, you live
yeah, because
far
I
out.
think was it like a 90-minute ride on a high speed train from Las Vegas to either 90 minutes or 2 hours, which is reasonable.
See, most people who
Uh,
are not from Los Angeles really don't understand how expensive it is and how it negates your income. So you could say, hey, I'm making 60, $70,000, but if you spending 60% of your income on living on rent, it's not a good
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Damn, that's
Only,
crazy.
only people understand it are people in San Francisco and New York. They understand it.
Yeah, New York. Cause we live in apartments though, so it's not as bad. We all
We
just
live
live
in
in
apartments too.
buildings.
Yeah, yeah.
Really? Now I thought you guys had suburbs. Like I thought everybody lived in houses.
No,
No, no.
Or is that just the white folks they showed me on TV?
No,
no,
Modern
no.
there's
family.
houses, there's not as many. There's not as many apartments as there is in New York. But yeah, well, there's a lot of apartments here in Los Angeles.
Really?
They're
I thought it was
making
just like in Watts.
no. Watts has more houses. Then Watts has way more houses than you
Really?
think.
Yes, they have
Yeah.
That's crazy.
projects,
I
but they
thought it was
have
all
houses.
projects.
They
The
have
closer you get
projects.
to the closer you get to the more expensive areas, you see more condos and less houses. The more expensive the area gets, believe it or not.
Wow.
Why is that?
Yeah. Real estate's more expensive the closer you get to, we'll say, like downtown or what we call Westwood or Century City,
Mhm.
which is like Beverly Hills area. And then now it used to be reasonable along the beach, but now the beach is so inundated, like it just basically turned into it ripped up a lot of houses and turned and basically built apartment complexes and condos.
Mhm.
Because
I
I
heard
remember when
downtown
I
LA
went,
crazy.
it's crazy as far as what.
Like a lot of like crazy like shit goes down over there.
Not really. No, they pacified. They pushed all the homeless out, all
Oh
the
yeah, I heard some
knuckleheads
guy got
out.
shot by the cops there. My bad.
What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
some dude got
Talking
shot by
about
the cops in downtown LA.
People get shot
near
everywhere.
downtown. Yeah,
People
yeah,
get
they
shot
shot everywhere.
everywhere.
Well, those
Yeah,
are homeless. Those are homeless people that they trying to push out of downtown. The ones that won't
yeah.
leave. But for the most part, man, it basically downtown is a yuppie area now.
It is.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's if you went to
Yeah.
downtown, let's say 15 years ago before they built the Staples Center, it was a totally different place. Now
Mhm.
it's
Yep.
upscale. It's rich. It's
Yep.
rich people.
Yep.
It's a
That's
hangout.
crazy.
They're trying to emulate. I guess Times Square would be a great way. Downtown is like they're trying to make it the party scene. It's where you go
Yeah.
when you come to LA.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
like Times Square of LA.
They're trying to do that.
And the thing's gonna happen. It's gonna happen here in when they build a stadium. And when they build a stadium here in Inglewood, same thing's gonna have. They're gonna replicate the same thing here, and
Damn.
they're probably gonna do the same thing where you are, Charles, in Carson.
Yeah.
Oh, you're from
I
Carson?
mean,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Absol's from there.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, he's a dope rapper, dope lyricist.
I believe so.
in other words, basically, there is no black city in Los Angeles anymore. It's all
That's
gentrified.
crazy. There used to be a whole black LA. We used to hear about all that stuff.
Yeah,
Well, they have
that's
pockets.
gone.
LA.
There's pockets, but the pockets are mixed. BGS
Yeah.
to tell you, it's not like it used to be.
No.
Yeah. In the 70s
No,
and
they,
80s.
I mean, you could say that this is a black area, like L.A., basically South Central to Carson, because you had parts of Long Beach and stuff like that, which is solidly black, and that doesn't exist anymore. Compton, parts of North Long Beach, Carson, South Central L.A., they used to be solidly black, and that
Damn.
doesn't exist anymore. Yep.
So what about all the rappers? I mean, the MCs from LA saying they all gangsta. They still on that whole. I don't get it. Like now, I'm not gonna take it serious.
They gangster living in the suburbs now.
God damn.
Well, I can explain it somewhat. It's you call it legacy. Like
Yeah.
BGS, if you watch some of BGS videos, he really breaks down the crack era. So
Yeah.
if your dad and mom were gangbangers or were pushing dope, you kind of grew up with that mentality. You may never really do it, but you've been exposed to it, so you know the life. Kind of like Ice
Kendrick
Cube,
Lamar.
Ice
Yeah, Ice
Cube,
Cube
or
too.
Ice Cube. Like they probably weren't really gang banging, but if all
No.
your family and friends gang bang,
He
you know
was
the
an
life.
educated man. I'd
Yeah,
say.
he had to come from this side of town over to Compton on the bus.
Yeah, like I heard he was like, that's crazy. Like he was in NWA saying straight out of Compton. That's how he got famous. But we find out he lives by that railroad in South Central in the Yo MTV rap videos.
And it basically he was there that way. He got bussed out to the valley going to school.
That's
Because
yeah,
the opening scene, he's on a school bus.
Yeah,
When
and
his
like those
knucklehead
kids
get-
were listening to the Beach Boys in his school or something like that.
Yeah. I believe people have an image of LA that is way rougher than what it is. I mean, it was rough in the late 70s, early 80s. Oh, it was rough. But I say even in the 90s at the beginning. But now it's not the same. Like you can dress. You don't have to worry about. Okay, when I was growing up, you had to worry about what hood you were going to, what colors you were wearing. You don't have to worry about that anymore because you don't know.
No.
They all dress like Lil Wayne.
Yeah. And they're not even like
said-
going crazy like that. It's like
You used to have to worry, but even then, you used to have to worry about Hispanics beefing with you, man. But now,
Yeah, man.
I think Trump's going to take care of most of that, though.
My homie told me if you go to LA, he said stay out of those Sereno, Norteño. He said if you black and shit, you're gonna get jumped over there.
No. If you know somebody anywhere you go, you always, as long as you're not in like the gang hangout, you're gonna get a pass. They're not gonna mess with you.
But I'm not gonna be over there. That's like far from the metropolitan, right? That's far
No,
from the
but it's no matter where you go in LA.
Yeah.
If as long as you know somebody, you gonna get a pass. They're not, as long as you ain't causing no trouble. Nobody looking to mess with you. It's always aberrations, but
they can tell who's doing what, man.
Yeah, you're right.
They can tell who's doing it. If you come dressed like you part of the set, then they can mess with you.
You're wearing like a blue rag and some blue chucks.
But you get out of a little white Toyota Corolla or something like that, dressed normal, man. They ain't gonna bother you.
Yeah,
kind of wonder.
I always wanted to ride a 6'4" in LA.
Convertible or hardtop.
Yeah, ride through this in my 6'4".
I hear you, brother.
Yeah.
Well, you on Crenshaw Boulevard, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man, I can tell you stories.
Yeah.
Crenshaw used to be it. It used to be it.
It used to be it. Yeah, it used to be it.
Yeah, what
Now
happened
the wall
to and Slauson?
They did black. It's mixed now. It's not the same.
Damn.
I think they still low ride over in East LA. I think still.
Yeah,
they have car shows and low ride. Yeah, it's Hispanic. But no, the wall used to be where everybody hung out, but they broke that up, man, a long time ago.
That's crazy. But you know what's crazy? What's it called? One of my friends was telling me back in the days before all the gangbanging in LA, everybody was having Jerry curls and pop locking, doing the electrical boogaloo, all that shit. But niggas don't know that my age. They don't realize that.
Yeah.
I mean, New York, we were doing disco. New York was doing disco right before Grandmaster. They like it's crazy.
The Lockers came in Fred Berry and the Lockers came in like 1970, 1971. That's when locking and pop locking and all that stuff came in.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, if you look back and pull up Lockers and Fred Berry, remember was it Rerun? Was it Rerun? Yeah, Rerun.
Yeah,
remember Rerun? What's happening? Yeah, he brought that dance style from East Coast there to the West Coast, and that's when he really got hot. And then after that, locking, pop locking, and then went into breaking, and then it started going back and forth across the
World Class Wrecking Crew, paging Dr. Dre to surgery.
We were breakdancing out here. People just didn't know about it.
Yeah.
No, we didn't call it breakdancing until
later.
Until later. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What did y'all call
But
it?
I think locking went from pop locking went from the West Coast to the East Coast, and I think East Coast is where they started breakdancing on the little mats and stuff like that.
Yeah, on them cardboard boxes. People still do that.
Yeah,
the occasional homeless person just start breaking out on a cardboard box, and people are gonna be like, "Yo, what the hell are you doing?"
Yeah, you see some old guys that still can do it, man.
Yeah,
they got young guys doing it too. I think that they actually hold competitions for breakdancing, man. That shit's crazy. They got worldwide competitions
because white people got a hold of it and it's popular with them now. So they've white folks are like 25 years behind. So they're
still doing graffiti. They're doing those little graffiti. Those they're trying. I don't know.
Well,
it's safe to do it now.
well,
It's
white
not
people,
rebellious now.
well, white people got a hold of it, but I think it's a black dude who holds the quote unquote international belt for break
Oh
dancing,
yeah,
man. So
yeah, yeah,
it's
Yeah,
just
probably.
but they're saying that they're into it and they make it more popular because they put money behind it.
oh yeah.
Yeah, and they're more technical with it. Like us, it's more soul. We just do. They're just like learning every step.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's how come you see it. You see a lot of that Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, it's just so weird.
It's mainstream when it's on Dancing with the Stars.
Yep. American Idol.
Man, America's
BGS,
Got Talent.
I got a
It's
question
all
that's
over.
going to probably
Yes,
go
sir.
back
Go ahead.
off topic, but it's going to go back to what you guys were talking about earlier. And I know you really into Pan Africanism. I know you know a lot about it. But what is the most safe place for Black Americans outside of America? What place would you say would be the
Ghana.
highest
Ghana,
quality of living,
definitely.
the safest place? Ghana.
Yeah,
Ghana, if you're going to be safe, you want safety and in quality of living is probably Ghana.
Okay.
yeah. Accra.
Accra, it can get a little expensive if you're in the middle of Accra. But I'm saying is, if you want to be safe and nobody's really gonna mess with you, it would be Ghana. Nobody's gonna mess with you. They're kind of peaceful people, so you can walk the streets at night and not be bothered in Ghana. Yeah, don't even worry about it. Um, as long as you don't have a beef with anybody. The only time people, because what is it? Two American ladies got killed because they had a beef with some villagers, man, outside of Accra, and it was a scandal because it had never happened before.
Hmm.
It just doesn't happen in Ghana.
Okay,
Yeah,
let
the
me.
villagers are like the goons over here, kind of like their territory, all that shit.
How
Yeah.
do you? Okay, you said something earlier, and I'm gonna see if I can. Hopefully, I'm gonna express my thought correctly. How do you develop African power without some outside nation or entity interfering or destabilizing the power that you try to establish? Because I think that uh, most, like China, like America, they're not going to let a country be or any element be independent of them. Like look at Libya. Look what Gaddafi was trying to do. As soon as he
Right.
tried to establish his own
Yeah.
system, he destroyed him. So,
Yeah.
what is the answer to that question? I mean,
Really, honestly and truly, the only way, I don't know if I want to even say this over there, but really the only way. Okay,
Don't do too much.
don't.
I want to say
Okay.
no. The only way on this planet you can keep people from messing with you is to have a nuke. You
Yeah.
got a nuke,
I
nobody's
understand.
gonna mess with you. That's
I
it.
understand.
That's how come North Korea won't give up theirs, because that's the only way That's the only way you're gonna guarantee that people will not try to mess with you, because
Keep a nuke in your bag.
that's
I
how come they.
understand.
That's how come they don't want it to spread.
That's why
Like
America backed down from Russia.
oh well, yeah, way long time ago. But basically, what I heard is the British sold. British were afraid of the balance. British are dirty, man. They wanted the balance of power. They didn't want the control of nukes in one hand. So basically, you had two powers that were left standing, which was Russia with Soviet Union and United States. And the United States had nuclear weapon secrets. So basically, the British gave the Soviet Union not technology, the technology of building a nuke, because they wanted to balance out the power.
That's
The,
crazy.
the British aren't who you think they are.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I'm an avid listener of Sargon of Akkad, and I think ever since I listened to you, every time I listen, I just kind of look at him with a side eye, just like, okay, all right, you're Brit.
Yeah,
You sound good, but
yeah, I wish I had his elocution, man. Oh man, I'd make tons of money if I had his elocution with what I know. But then I wouldn't be alive. But that's another story. No, sir, what soured me on Sargon of Akkad when he said he was pro Brexit, right? But he didn't think that Brexit would pass. And I said, okay, you don't even know your own country. I said, I'm done with you. I said, you're an idiot.
well,
Yeah, that's probably true.
well, I think what he was trying to twist it into was he feared the development of armed European Union, and and all that jazz. And I think how he painted it was, we can't hire or elect our own officials. We don't have enough say as citizens in the European Union and all that. And I just didn't I didn't buy it.
Oh, because I play, because people think I'm totally left wing, but and they think Richard Martin is left wing, and he's not, because he loves Trump, he loves Farage, he's anti EU, he's pro Brexit, and I play him because people say, well, you're left, 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 but they can't explain Richard Martin, because Richard Martin is not a lefty. Okay, but he's for Brexit and stuff like that. I said, okay, if the EU breaks up, will it cause more problems than you solve? Because the problems that you're talking about are relatively minor compared to what happens if the United States decides to pull NATO. And basically, I don't know if Trump will, but I think the generals might have talked him out of it. But Trump was getting ready to pull NATO because it's too expensive. Eisenhower was trying to pull NATO 10 years after it developed. NATO was supposed to be temporary. It's supposed to be temporary, and the Europeans paid a high price to keep NATO there, because they don't want another world war, because they don't trust each other to not to get back into a squabble. It wasn't just the Russians. There's two things that Churchill wanted. They wanted NATO, the United States, a neutral party, to come in and defend Europe, and basically they wanted to get rid of kick Prussia out of Europe, which is East Germany. They kicked East Germany which is Prussia, out of Europe, and gave them to the Russians. And the only part they kept out of Russia's hands was Berlin. It's like that big long road that drives into East Germany, into Berlin, and I think and they split the city in half. But I was shocked because I was reading the Forward of the Iron Kingdom. In fact, I got to finish reading it. I read about half the book, and basically, after World War II, they got tired of Prussia, and they basically cut the country in half and kicked Prussia away from the Germans. And I think that was part of the deal with Russia. Soviet Union pulling down the wall, basically dissolving, is that Prussia could rejoin Germany. Even a lot of West Germans didn't like it, because they know the Prussians.
While we're back on the global subject,
Go ahead.
what's your opinion on how the Chinese regard Black Americans? I was listening to an old Chris Rock comedy special, and he brought up the fact that if the Chinese came over, and this is way back when, that Black people would just roll with it. And like I think the joke was, well, we love Kung Fu and we love our orange chicken, so I mean, we're not going to fight with the Chinese. We have no issue with it. And I'm just wondering that, considering that they're willing to make deals with Africans,
there's two, I would say, two groups that should be weary of the Chinese, and they probably are, but white Europeans and Japanese. Japanese are definitely afraid of China because of what they did to them, and then right before that, what the Europeans did to them. So there's, Chinese have long memories. So if any group would be worried about the Chinese, it would be whites, would be white Europeans and Japanese. But as far as the Chinese are concerned, basically, as long as you ain't trying to marry their women and you're doing business with them, they're cool with you. That's what the Africans have found out. They it originally the African workers thought that the Chinese were being cruel to them, right? But they weren't. That's how they treat their own people, and black people weren't, Africans weren't used to being treated like that, and they had a lot of those companies and managers from China had to be re-educated on how to work with black folks.
Yep. But BGS, one second.
Mhm.
What gets me mad is the Chinese in Africa think they like it's okay for them to reproduce with African black women, but when like African migrants or workers or black, when they go to China and they learn some skills or some trades and they sleep with the woman or have children with them, the
They
Chinese
ready to hurt you.
government have
They ready to
yeah,
hurt you. Yeah,
they'll really
because
get you.
well,
Yeah.
okay. One when they come in, they marry black people, Africans in China. It's not even about whether they like black women or not. It's
For
strategic.
business.
It's for
Yeah,
business.
of
It's
course.
not. It's not even personal.
Not imperialism, but it's just to stay there, to get permanent, you know.
If you want to do business, if Chinese want to do business, they got to marry somebody. They had to marry a black wife that makes them gives them citizenship, or even not citizenship, at least a green card where they come and do business. Otherwise, it's really really expensive to do business in Africa the way they want to. So that's why they do it strategic.
Yeah.
They're very yeah. If one thing you don't, if one thing you want to know about the Chinese is that they're very very pragmatic. They very seldom do things without a reason. It might not make sense to you at the time, but most Chinese people don't do it out of emotion. It's
They do
very
it to
very.
advance themselves.
They do it. There's a reason that they do it. There's a
Uh-huh.
very good reason why they do things.
They're very tactical still
Yeah,
in this day. Yeah.
yeah, because their history goes back 6,000 years, so that they've seen everything as far as what to do.
Yep.
In fact, they had what is it? They had some Chinese lady came up with a treatment for malaria, and
Really?
she found it in a 1,500-year-old manuscript.
Wow.
So they're really serious about their history. In fact, a very good book. If you want to have a good glimpse of China and what it's about, read Kissinger's book on China, and you
Uh-huh.
get a really good feel of the Chinese. He doesn't go blow by blow as far as the history, but he's trying to give you a feel of their the way they do things.
Mhm.
If you read Sun Tzu and you read Kissinger's book, you get a real good feel of the Chinese.
Okay.
I've personally owned several copies of Sun Tzu's Art of War, and I'm just gonna say I think that Chinese businessmen to this day still use that book as far as how they conduct their business and whatnot.
All businessmen use the Art of War. And the executive, it was a bestseller for about 3 years, as far as a business book. I think it was in the late '80s, early '90s. It was the bestseller as far as business books, for 3 years running. The Art of War.
Speaking of books, how well versed are you on the influence of black people concerning the Chinese with martial arts? I'm a practicer of jujitsu, and I've been trying to look into the history, and I've gotten as far as India, but
they said the forms go all the way back to ancient Egypt, and there's hieroglyphs. The basic forms go all the way back to ancient Egypt.
Do you have any since I'm taking notes, do you have any recommendations book wise as far as that type of history?
Jesus, man, I haven't seen that book in freaking since the early '90s. When I used to peruse the book club, because I don't have the book anymore. But I can't even remember the name of the book. But there was a couple of books talking about ancient art forms of. I think they call it the art form what they call it, Mantu. I think they call it Mantu. Because there's a guy here that practices it. He blends it, but he practices the ancient art forms, the forms coming from Egypt.
What's the guy's name that still practices?
Jesus. I don't know. I'm trying to. His name is Amasis, but I don't know his government name. So looking him up, but he's a well, but he's a perfusionist. He's a doctor, and I if I can find his name, I'll put it in the comment section. But he practices the art. Yeah, he probably could tell you about the books because that's the art form that he practices.
All right, and while I'm on this subject,
Hmm.
do you think that black people, and focusing this specifically in America, as far as uh, religions or philosophy, would have a more natural would it be
Proclivity.
easier to would it be
Okay.
easier to integrate the Eastern holistic and more spiritual based philosophies or practices as opposed to uh, the European religions? Now, granted, the we're deep into Christianity, but as far as uh, something that's not forced, something that's more natural.
Believe it or not, believe it or not, uh, men tend to gravitate to the more technical side of Gnosticism or even Buddhism or meditation stuff like that, rather than black women. Black women are more emotional, so they believe they actually gravitate to more emotional religions like Christianity, even some of the like Yoruba and Voodoo and religions like that, because it's more emotional. Spirituality is less. It's less about logic. I mean, even though all religions have logic at their base, but I'm saying it's more. The emphasis is more on feeling and spirituality and less on logic. Whereas men gravitate toward more logical form. So Eastern philosophy probably will, as far as black men are concerned, is probably more conducive. It's easier to get to find a black male that's Buddhist or a black male that believes in Eastern philosophy rather than a black female, because black females are more emotionally expressive, if that makes sense.
This might be a stretch, but I was just wondering, based on the history through the martial arts lens,
Hmm.
how black men supposedly carried martial arts into ancient India. I was wondering if the spiritualistic systems from Africa also went with them, and it evolved,
Okay,
as it were, into those spiritual forms.
one you culture you always carry with you. So if you learn forms, you know how to fight. It's just like part of a man. Fighting for men is like a manhood ritual, like a rites of passage. Learn how to fight. So that's gonna naturally you're gonna carry it with you, and then because it's always a practical base that gets elevated. Even religion is a practical something to it, and then it gets elevated as it gets passed down. Um, I'm sure they carried it with them, and then people did travel. So if you have a priest, because any book learning is, especially from high culture, any book learning back in the ancients was always tied to what religion. So science and any higher learning was, you had to be one of two things: either the ruling class where you could afford a leisure, or you be the religious class where you could afford leisure. Because the biggest thing to learning is what? Leisure. You got to have time to study. You got to have books to study. And who has that stuff? It's the priest class and it's the religious class. I'm not a religious class, but the priest class and the ruling class, because the priests taught the ruling class. There was the teachers up until what broke that. Basically, what broke it is the printing press. That's when you had that broadened knowledge, because before that, all the scripts had to be written. So basically, if you wanted, if all those forms and whatnot would be carried by the priests. So you can't separate the two. If
Okay.
that makes sense.
No, I understand. Switching gears again, could you explain what Rastafarianism is to me? Because my neighbor, a black chick, she was real deep into that. She was, matter of fact, I mentioned her in the last hangout, Charles. She was the seven I was talking about. She was real deep into that, and
From my understanding, somebody might be no better than me. From my understanding,
Yeah,
it
Haile
is
Selassie and all that.
it's an offshoot of Coptic Christianity, basically.
Yep.
It's an offshoot. If I'm getting it right,
And they think
it's
that Haile Selassie is their Messiah because one time
Messiah.
Haile Selassie came to Jamaica, and when he stepped off the plane or something, they said it started raining after like a long drought.
Yeah, so it's really a very it's really a very very strange religion. It's kind of like Coptic, basically Coptic Christianity mixed in with some a little voodoo, a little African, and it's really a very very odd religion.
Yeah, and the one thing that they don't recognize, like they say Haile Selassie is their Messiah. Haile Selassie actually, he was an alright emperor, not the emperor, but he
Yeah,
actually abused a lot of other African people, like a lot
yeah.
of other tribes, and put them down until Mengistu Haile Mariam took over Ethiopia, a darker skinned African Ethiopian, and he actually, the legend goes that he put a bullet in Haile Selassie's head and put him under his desk or something like that.
Yeah, because you're from that area, aren't you? Yeah.
I'm from Eritrea. Yeah, my parents are. But I'm from BK.
Yeah. So he probably he probably explain it better than I can.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Well, it was just when a lot of like Eritreans, Ethiopians came to America, and like they met up with a lot of like Jamaicans and people. Like they were just like, you worship Haile Selassie. He was just an emperor. But Haile Selassie did say he was of the line of Judah. He used to, and he was very arrogant.
Yeah.
Very arrogant because he was more of the lighter skinned, imperial, all that crap.
how many? I mean, what's the appeal though? How many people buy into it? Because as an outsider looking in, I'm thinking, okay, is this just like a black version of Scientology or Mormonism?
You could say
Like
it's
how long has this been going around?
I don't do that's a good. I don't think it's that old.
It's since since the 80s, I'd say. And Haile Selassie actually gave the Rastafarians land in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
The Jamaicans, they went to Ethiopia, they have land and they grow marijuana and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think really how it became popular is Bob Marley and reggae.
Yeah, Bob Marley and Haile Selassie were good friends though.
Yeah,
and he used to send Ethiopian like priests and shit to Jamaica, and they were all right. They're good friends and stuff.
Yeah. So basically, it's a strange cultish religion that I mean, I have friends that are Rastafarian. They tried to explain it to me. It's just like, okay,
they're good people though. Mostly, they're just looking for. Everybody's just looking for something. We're looking for the truth.
Yeah.
So basically, you're saying really it kind of is a pothead religion.
I mean, Rastas they smoke. I mean, coming from New York, you see a lot of Rasta, especially in Brooklyn. They smoke marijuana. They say "Haile Selassie," and I respect them. They're great people. They're cool people.
Okay.
It's not like a dangerous cult. It's just more of a peaceful hippie.
I've just always heard that a Rastafari is a pothead culture. I was like,
yeah, it is.
Well, the Holy Sacrament, as they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I probably can tell you better than I can because he's from the area.
Shit, it's just like crazy because a lot of like people when they came from Africa to America and they see all the Jamaicans saying Haile Selassie is the Messiah, people are like, wait, what? Like we just left this country, we had to get flown in by the Americans. Like all this shit went wrong and topsy-turvy, and now people are saying that this dude was the Messiah. And I think it's a little bit linked with Hebrew Israelite stuff because they talk about Zion. Yeah. They talk about Zion. They say Zion. I think they were talking about Addis Ababa or somewhere was Zion, and they're gonna go back and Messiah and Haile Selassie is gonna come back and save them.
Yeah, that's what it is because there's a lot of Falasha Jews that are in that area.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, it might be a mixture of not only Coptic Christian but also Falasha Judaism. So there's a lot of stuff that's blended in with Rastafarian.
Yeah, it's just not it's not like my family doesn't know much about that, but they just know that the people worship Haile Selassie. And I'm not a fan of him. I'm not ethnically like the same as if we look alike, but he's more of the light skin, more Like they're more of the higher class, and we're more of the lower class.
I cannot tell y'all apart. I seen a trend in Ethiopian. I cannot tell y'all apart.
That's
I'll be
crazy.
right back. I gotta hit the head for a minute.
What you say?
Yeah. Oh, I've been in the chair for how many
Oh, I thought you
hours?
said you were gonna get some man. I was like, what?
No.
Look at the middle of that podcast.
Man, you gonna ruin my MGTOW stance, man. Talking that shit. I'll be right back.
Nah, don't get me wrong, man. I was just genuinely curious. I mean, they are nice
No, I don't
people,
believe it. I
but
don't believe it. I have no connection to it. It's just
yeah,
it just makes me think that how could they worship somebody like that who is also abusing other black people? You know what I'm saying?
I think it's the pop, man. But even when I sat amongst their circles and they were trying to explain it to me, granted I was high, but if you're high and you're still looking at people sideways, just like,
You'll
dude,
believe
I'm high,
anything.
and that don't make sense, man.
Yeah,
But
Michael Jackson was Jesus Christ because he used to moonwalk on water. If you high, you're gonna believe all that shit.
yeah,
I mean, with all due respect, I respect them though. And there's
it's like,
it could have some truth to it. You never know.
yeah,
Hey, was you in the
that's
last
the thing.
hangout we had last night about you talking about you writing?
Who, me?
Nah, me.
Oh,
Not
okay.
me,
Yeah,
and I was,
with Kozen.
yeah, I was, man. I subscribed to Kozen's channel and yours, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I actually subscribed to Kozen's channel. He has actually got some good stuff, and actually that hangout inspired me about a story. Kind of like
Yeah.
it's about like the 3 stages of childhood dealing with what we've been talking about through all these hangouts, like the black
Wait,
community,
guys,
black
do you
parents.
see what's going on in the chat right now?
No.
Nah.
With these crazy dudes like what's his name? There's what's it called? Sweet Soul Brother, and then there's Alpha Logic, and Alpha Logic is claiming that he hacked into everything he has or some shit. It's crazy, bro. Just read through that shit. It's crazy.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go too far into detail about your story, man. If it's gold, then you might just want to keep it close to your chest and write it out yourself.
Well, I mean, it's like the 3 stages of childhood, like adolescence, teenage, and adulthood, and then at the end, the 4th story will be about, like Hurt Bay, where you had the children confront their parents about everything wrong that their parents did.
So it's a more soap opera, dramatic version of a coming of age story.
Pretty much, or coming of life, like you reflect on your life through your children, on what you could have done better.
Mm-hmm. I can see
It
that.
was. It was an interesting story that I came up with. I actually thought about this.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a very universal story. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Because you try to work out because I know with my children you try to work out because you're too young to work out your own childhood, but through your children to carry some of your traits, you kind of work out, you kind of separate yourself from your parents because when you're young, right, you're so attached to your parents, you don't know what's you and what's your parents. And when you see your children, said, okay, I can see how I would have been as a kid. You kind of work that out.
Yeah, so that's why I was going to try to get in contact with you and Kozen. And I don't know if Charles wanted to get in on it, but I'm not sure. Try to bring us all together, see if we can make that happen. I know you guys said y'all do like animation or artwork, and I know you said you do writing.
Well, I'm not a pro, man. Come on, it's a hobby. It's a hobby, so I can't promise much, man. I want to get into it, but
Bill
I'm
Gates had a
flailing
hobby working on
around.
computers, so Bill Gates had a hobby working on computers. Sometimes your hobby can be your passion, which can actually make you some money.
Yeah, and nothing but a little sweat equity. Not gonna hurt.
Exactly.
Well, if you want to link up, we can, man. I can't promise you the best, but I'll try.
Yeah,
I'll give it a shot.
I mean, that's all I'm asking for.
Right on, man. Now that BGS is back and we were talking about the religion thing, one of my buddies, he's gotten, as he's gotten older, heavier into the Bible, and he's trying to spit some knowledge at me about Black people's involvement in the history of the Bible and how Black people came from one of the actual tribes and all that jazz. I'm wondering if you guys... No, he's not Hebrew Israelite. He doesn't subscribe to that. It's more of scholarly kind of approach that, okay, well, based on the ethnic group at this time, you can see the movements of this actual tribe. Like I was wondering if there was anything to that, and if you guys can bring, and
there's bits and pieces of history through there, but it's also mixed with allegory too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's this one part of Revelations where they said that his skin was like dark as brass and his hair is like they're talking about Jesus in Revelations, and they said his hair was like wool.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's the thing about it.
Yeah, they said Jesus looked like Colin Kaepernick.
Man, you let people tell you, man.
Well, I mean,
man, they'll say he looked like Bootsy Collins.
Yeah, he also brought up another. Well, I think it's an interesting point how during the fall of Rome, some of the white Romans just changed their name and shifted to Israel or something along those lines, and they kind of usurped the wealth and influence that was or the lands that was actually historically owned by the tribes or something like that. I was wondering if any of you could enlighten me on that bit.
Well, why would they? They conquered Israel. They basically they owned Israel. Why would they usurp it? They just could have just taken it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they pulled most of the Jews out of Israel because they were rebels. So they basically killed a lot of them and then scattered the rest. That's how come they call them scattered Jews.
Yeah, that's why they're in Europe and shit like that.
Europe, they a lot of them fled to Europe to basically Western Asia. A lot of them fled into Africa. They got scattered.
Yeah, the Felucia, they're just like a minority. They have like they look different than everybody else. I've never seen any of them or heard about them, but there's a certain group of Ethiopian Jews. They have like curlier hair like Jewish people actually, and they have like more. Their head shape is different. People say, but they're still black though. But it's just a little.
Yeah, I know about 3 or 4 of them, Felucia Jews here in Los Angeles.
In real life?
Yeah.
Do they look that different or what?
You can tell that they're different. I mean, you can tell that they're different, but because they have more angular features.
Okay,
but,
like pointy noses. That's
why.
Yeah,
they have pointy
my mom said you could tell them out from a crowd because they have pointier noses than the regular.
They have pointy noses. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. They do. Their heads are they're a little slimmer, and their heads are shaped differently.
And they got the
because a guy in my neighborhood, he's a professor and he's a linguist, and he speaks like 11 languages, and he started. He was telling me he was explaining German to a Jewish lady, and he started speaking Jewish to her, right? Hebrew to her. And I said, "Man, how you learn to speak Hebrew?" He said, "I'm a Jew."
What?
He said, "So you're Felucia?" He said, "Yeah, I'm a Felucia."
That's crazy.
Said, yeah.
It's just people see them as sellouts mostly in Africa.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Ben was a Felucia Jew, so.
Yeah, of course. No, it's just the ultra nationalists, not me.
Oh yeah.
You know, just something they say. Oh, these people, they try to act like whites. They think that they're like whites. They think they're Israeli. All this crap, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the name Felucia meant stranger. So.
Yeah, because when they touch down Ethiopia, people are like, "Who the hell are these people?"
Yeah.
Like when you see them, they're like, "Yo," like I mean, they're not that different from the average black. It's just their noses.
Yeah.
Like if you like color them white, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like not to
Yeah, I know he was different, but the thing is, there's so many different kinds of people, bodies and shapes and head size in Africa.
Yeah, of course. You got the Gregory Hines and Arsenio Halls with the big noses too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but BGS, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Why do people always try to say that the Egyptians weren't black? Like these Euros, I don't get it.
Because that's where knowledge and
true
culture sprang from. So everybody wants to claim it.
Like the Masons, the Shriners, even Washington D.C. A lot of their information is from Egypt.
Because that's where the books came from. Even what the Greeks and Romans knew came from Egypt.
What about the Moors? Were they? Because people always try to say, like, even like Arab friends I have of mine, like from Morocco and stuff like that, they always try to say they have no connection to the sub-Saharan Ethiopian or Nigerian or Eritrean or anybody lower from basically past Egypt or Algeria. They say they have no
Well, I'm
link
saying,
with us and all that crap.
what I'm saying is what the Moors in actuality and what the Europeans called Moors are two different things. And we had that argument with somebody, with this guy, one of my subs. We had this argument, and he kept saying, "Well, the Moors were in North Africa because they're the former the former Phoenicians."
Hmm.
Because the Phoenicians got defeated by Rome, but the thing is that the people never went anywhere. Those are the former Moors.
Yes, yes, yes.
But the thing is, but the thing is, when there weren't enough of them to come in and basically invade Europe, they had to come to sub-Saharan Africa and get people. So
And take people,
basically,
yeah.
they got people in the armies to actually go up in Europe and occupy Europe.
That's
So
yeah,
Europeans called anybody that was black
colored, yeah.
from Africa Moors.
Uh-huh.
So
And
Moors is a broader term than just from that area, even though Moors don't exist anymore.
of course, and you know what's crazy? In the movies, you see how they let the monkey have the Moorish hat, right? Like in the TV shows
Mm-hmm.
too. So disrespectful. And also, if you look at the pictures back in the day, like in Eritrea, Kenya, all these places, Mussolini, the Italians, when they conquered like parts of East Africa, they used to make the people wear the hats, the red hats.
Mm-hmm.
So I think like they're
Really?
basically trying to, yeah. Just like Kenyans, you could see the British also did that to them. They used to wear those little red hats like the Moors used to wear. So maybe it was
Yeah,
just like them
the little fezzes. Yeah, the
yeah, I think that's
fezzes.
like them getting back
Yeah.
at us or something because of like
It could
I don't
be.
know, because we conquered Italy. Like I mean, not us. I mean, I don't know if it's us specifically, but the Moors did take Italy and Spain
Yeah,
and stuff
I mean,
like that.
yeah. Probably the second time. Because Hannibal took Italy.
Yeah. How come they always say Hannibal was like
And
more Arabian? He wasn't Arabian. I mean, Tunisia
he was
now is, but
he was Carthaginian, which is Phoenician. He wasn't Arabian.
Phoenician is exactly what are they?
Lebanon, the group of tribes that were from Lebanon westward. Those are those
Okay,
groups
so
were Phoenicians as an
okay,
empire. So you had Berbers, you had Lebanese, you probably had
Mauritania or no?
Jewish, Mauritania. Yeah, you had all the anything along that northern Africa. Probably had a little few Egyptians in there too.
All right, makes sense, makes sense.
But I'm saying, but those were called Phoenicians.
Okay,
And
okay.
basically, Phoenicians, after they were conquered, actually became the Moors. What 500-600 years later, under Islam, they were Moors. You had two groups: you had Arabs and you had Moors. Moors are from Africa. Arabs are from the Arabian Peninsula and maybe Western Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always been curious why the push to disrespect the Moors. The first time I heard of them was through Tariq Nasheed's
Mm-hmm.
Hidden Colors, and in the context of that, in the context of those documentaries, it made it seem like, okay, well, white Americans were aware of the history of these black people actually going to Europe and conquering it and helping them develop, and the 5%ers actually push that same narrative. So I'm just thinking, do they really have a connection to black Americans, or is it more of a global thing, like a spot of history that that white people just did? Like, is there?
What I'm saying is, more is a broad term. Just like they use Americans for United States, but even though North and South America are considered Americans, but they use that one. When they say American, they use it for United States. But in other words, but more is a very broad term. It's if you look black, if you look black and you look African, they considered you a Moor or a black or Moor. So you could have come anywhere from Northern Africa all the way to Western Sub-Saharan Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So they have just as much right to claim Moors as anybody else.
Yep.
Because the Moors actually did go down that far, but as far as Europeans are concerned, that whole area was Moorish. Because the culture, we can see the culture is still there by some of the old buildings that are there. They did make the push down in there, and they did have a huge influence.
But what's the motive of the
For what?
spreading of the disinformation
Oh yeah, well
or
you
ignoring that particular bit of history? Is it more of a
they've been
political thing?
yeah, they've been erasing history since they started erasing reliefs in ancient Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's more than a few times where the ancient Egypt has where a ruler has gone out and they've basically filled in those reliefs.
Yep.
Recarved history again.
Yeah, they
History
did
is
it.
written by the victor. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well, they did it pretty.
the
They
Moors
did a
actually,
pretty
oh, my
good.
bad, my bad. The Moors actually
Uh,
took over Southern Europe. That's the thing, and that's why people, regular Italians, they have a disdain for Sicilian Italians, which are the mafia in America, because they're a little bit mixed with
Too dark.
African blood.
Yeah.
They're darker, and they have more features like us, and the Spain people too, Spanish people, a little bit.
They did. They darken their blood. Yeah, and once they kicked them out, that's how come you have the caste system.
Yep.
They disdain for black blood.
I'm just impressed on how thorough their job was. My grandmother's white Hungarian, and it took us years just to convince her that Egypt was a part of Africa. She thought it was
Oh,
its
yeah.
own country, and I just
Its own continent, huh? Yeah.
yeah. She's like, well, she considered it a part of Europe, and I'm just. It took our
Part of
family a
Europe.
while just to convince her.
Yeah.
Because they Europe has always claimed Egypt.
Yep.
Because it's where they got their knowledge from.
And you know what's crazy?
Starting from Alexander the Great, they've claimed Egypt as part of Europe because that's how come you get the name Alexandria.
Mm-hmm.
You ever wonder why you have Alexandria as a city?
Yeah, and they actually kicked the Nubians out. All the people you see in Sudan who are like the darkest people, and like even the ones mixed with Arab, those are the people, the real Nubians. They got kicked out of Egypt by the Arabs. They got pushed down.
Do you, BGS, do you have any recommendations, once again, as far as books or historians are involved as a reliable source of information?
What?
Just if you could recommend
I
a
would-
historian or a book
I would
concerning
say
that region.
I would say if you want to read about the Moors, Golden Age of Moors, it's probably one of the better books that we ran across as far as talking about Moors. It's one of the better
BGS.
books. Yes, sir.
Got a question.
Yes, sir.
Now this goes on, staying on topic. Do you believe that the Dark Ages for Europe would have lasted longer if the Moors had not conquered Europe for a time?
Yeah, it would have. that in the Silk Road, the Chinese trade, because it brought in a lot of money into Europe. So basically, that's like Southern Europe prospered because it's a trading center, and basically, the Moors did bring back in knowledge with books and stuff like that. So yeah, it would have. They probably would have never recovered after Rome if they hadn't. Because Rome packed up everything and pushed it into Eastern Asia, which is Byzantium, and they left the basically rest of the Europeans on their own. So they moved into what we call Turkey now. And they left them to their own devices with the barbarians, or what we call them. They seem the barbarians.
I'm gonna actually have to read the Golden Age of the Moors myself, but is there a connection? I'd imagine that the Moors didn't just keep to Europe. I was wondering if you could explain the presence of Black people in places like Greenland or Ireland. On my father's side, we have Irish blood, and I could trace my history back there, and I've just assumed one of my ancestors from the South wanted to piss off a bunch of white people and just moved there and started fucking. But
if Africans, if Southern Africans can go all the way around the world to the west side of Latin America by boats, in Pacific Islanders, they can go to Greenland, they go to Europe. They can walk to Europe. It's no big deal. They can just come right up to the land bridge and keep walking. So they can
yeah,
walk to Europe. But they had boats.
yeah.
Thor Heyerdahl proved that.
Well, I mean, from what my mother tells me, what it used to be is black people in Ireland. It was more about hair color and whatnot. But black people, as far as black Irish go, and black Irish being defined by their hair color, were readily accepted. Readily accepted up there.
Moors got up that far. Remember, it's not a static. Got to remember, people have always moved back and forth. So it's not static where they stayed in their little cubicles. People have always traveled.
Yeah, they were in Ireland.
Groups of people have always traveled. Yeah, they were in Ireland. Well, they go as far back as the what is it? The Stonehenge. Basically, white people are an adaptation to their environment. That's what they are. And the only difference between white people and black people, white people have a little bit of what is it? What do they call it? Neanderthal. But so the Asians do too.
You're gonna get the MGTOW now with this one, BGS.
I mean, it is what it is. They found the gene. Okay,
Yeah,
it's there. This is a minute portion, but it's not that it's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Do you think Easter Island was helped by blacks? Like the Easter Island heads. I mean,
yeah, the Polynesians, right?
Yeah, they got on boat. In fact, if you if you listen to their story, they tell you how they got on boats and they rowed until they found their islands. They got in the boats. They actually go through the whole story. The little dance that they do, and they talk about rowing on the ocean until they found the land, and that's where they settled. So yeah.
So why is everybody still saying it's a mystery still?
Because they don't want to tell you that you're a part of it.
Because they don't want to believe that black people had boats before Europeans.
Yep.
That's crazy.
They say that black people were incapable of navigating the oceans before Europeans came up with their boats. That's what they want to believe. But the boats couldn't travel that far back then, and that's not true. They found out that the boats were smaller, but they were, especially in along the southern Atlantic, the waves aren't that bad. So the northern Atlantic, the northern regions have a lot of turbulence, but the southern, along the equator is pretty smooth. So it doesn't take that big of a boat to actually navigate it. And if
I was always wondering about that because I was like, they do look kind of Africanish.
Well, this is just me, but what settled that little debate for me was the fact that if the Vikings can do it, and considering they're coming from harsh environments, if the Vikings in their longboats can reach America, what makes you think that other civilizations can do the same?
Yeah. They like Thor Heyerdahl built a papyrus reed boat, and he navigated all the way around the world in a papyrus reed boat, and he proved that it could be done. So that after that, nobody said it. That was in the '60s. Nobody's argued it since.
Okay.
Yeah, the Thor Heyerdahl killed that one back in the '60s with the Kon-Tiki. And he did it, and they didn't believe it. They didn't believe he did it. He did it again with a boat built out of papyrus reed.
I might do some research on that and put it on Facebook.
He did it twice. He didn't just do it once. He did it twice. In fact, I don't know how accurate it is, but they but the Africans have they have maps of Greenland when it was green. Not Greenland, but Antarctica when it was green. Now I don't know how if they authenticated the maps or not, but I've seen the map where
Yeah.
they have uh, drawn maps on the papyrus of the globe, and Antarctica's on there. So
Yeah. Also, the Aztecs having the pyramids in like
hmm
Mexico, the
hmm
stepping stones or something. It had
hmm
to be also the
yeah,
connection with Egypt. Had to
yeah.
be.
Well, unless you believe in aliens.
I mean, come on. What like these people really think that makes more sense? They'd rather believe that
Yeah,
than the beliefs of black people took
believe
down in
aliens.
North
Yeah,
America.
yeah, they rather believe in aliens than black people did it.
Yeah, they do.
Crazy.
They rather do. Because
Yeah.
even I will say that Egyptians helped the Mayans build the Mayan temples and stuff.
Yeah,
Because it doesn't make sense because they look exactly almost the same.
yeah, like the Easter Island heads, where they dug them up and found out they had bodies. They
Yep.
weren't just heads; they had whole. In other words, they didn't build just the little big heads. They had like 30-foot bodies to go along with them, and they excavated them all.
Yeah. And you know what gets me mad?
What's that?
Like people really think that, oh, let's forget about history. This is all just a conspiracy. Let's think about the future. And I'm like, if you really thought about how much was done in the past and how much people actually worked for this and how much people actually collaborated and worked all around the world, then we could do the same type of shit in the future. Instead of just sitting back and watching the rest of the world do it while we just stuck in the city. While we just stuck working or living in,
hmm
yeah.
No, what pisses me off is that they don't give blacks credit for anything. That's what pisses me off about everything. Because a lot of this stuff I didn't learn in school, and it pisses me off because it's like, okay, it makes it seem like we never did anything,
hmm
or we were just monkeys
hmm
in a jungle, and then they had to come and civilize us, and that's what
hmm
pisses me off about everything.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You can't. Well, that's how come they had to pull Egypt out of Africa, because if you don't pull Egypt out of Africa, then nothing makes sense.
Yep.
Like, I didn't learn until the war stopped within my 30s, and I'm kind of pissed about that.
Yep.
I thought they had stopped. Well, yeah, school is about socialization. It's not really about learning.
It's
I
about
agree.
integration,
I
assimilation.
totally agree.
Yeah, it assimilate you into the society. Yeah.
Even though I heard people argue against it, I think the great thing you do learn from institutionalized education is how to challenge, how to critically think. A lot of people become indoctrinated, but some people start to question, why is this
hmm
this way? And that's
Yep.
what I think is
Yeah.
the greatest thing you can learn is how to
Yeah.
question, how to
Yeah.
do research.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they wanted to give you a minimum level of education and socialize you. That's what public schools are built for.
Yep. That's why one of my teachers back in high school told me that he would get me 6 chicken wings if I stopped asking all those dumbass questions. Racist piece of
Six
shit.
chicken wings, really?
Swear
That's
to God.
hilarious.
Wow.
I swear to God. I was just like, yo, really, dude? Like, are you
He
serious?
really said that? I would have
Yeah, I'm dead
got him.
ass.
I
I'm
would
dead
have
ass. I
got
was just
him.
like, you know what? Just fuck it.
Hey, you're a
Yeah.
strong man. Somebody else would have went off and went
Yeah, but I
armed the
can't.
guy.
As being one of the only black kids in the class and the school and
I
like
would
right
have
next to
told
the
him, I
Manhattan,
would
You
give
had
you
to pick and choose your
cauliflower if you
battles.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I
Word,
don't
man.
reward ignorance with respect or admiration. I say,
You're
okay,
right.
you think that, and then I let them do
And just
what they
ignore it.
do.
Let people think what they
Exactly.
think.
Let them think how they
I,
think.
Yeah,
I give you
except
a
until they
jar of
put hands.
mayonnaise.
You know,
Then when they
yeah,
throw the hands, it's
exactly.
over.
You got to always protect yourself. I agree.
Of course. But they don't want us to defend ourselves. When we defend ourselves, it's a crime. They just see us
Yeah, they,
fighting and
they,
they
they
think
get they
it's.
get mad. They get mad. They get mad.
Yep,
They
yep.
get
You have to
mad.
pick and choose your battles and know what
Yeah.
battlefield you're fighting on.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Right now, we can't really win in this society. So be careful when you choose to,
Engage,
yes,
You got to be the spook
into.
that's sat by the door. That's what you got to
Yeah,
be.
that's who I am.
Mhm.
Literally.
Yeah,
In
I
both
was that
cultures.
way for a long time.
The
The kid with the
elephant in the room.
glasses,
That's all.
hanging out with, black kids who are like, becoming like trying to become police officers and cadets and learning from both sides of the street world and everything. You learn a lot. You see everything.
Yep, I was one only in a lot of classes I was in.
Yeah, isn't it so crazy though? Like you feel out of place.
Yeah. Yeah. You do it. You get used
But
to
you
it.
get used to it.
Yeah, get used to it. I got used to it.
What used to get me mad is people would never ask where my family's from or where I'm from at all. They just be like, "Oh yeah, man, you like Jamaican, right?" And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Dude, my name's Ehab. Like, you think I'm dead ass Jamaican?"
They don't know.
Yeah, they ask the European kids, the Asian kids, the Paki kids, the Arab kids, and then when it comes to me, they're like, "Oh, we know you. Where you from? Come on, you're from Harlem, right?" I'm like, "No, I'm from Brooklyn."
Has anybody ever experienced this? Like, okay, you're a black man, so you go somewhere and there's no other black people, and then you see one black person, and you feel like, okay, there's a connection. So you kind of make eye contact, and the other brother would be like, "Why are you looking at me?
Yeah,
Like,
what
why are
you
you
looking
trying
at?
to talk to me?"
But basically, they don't know. Basically, look at it. In other words, if anything breaks out, we got each other's back.
Oh, but I'm saying,
Right?
I feel in a
Unless
situation
you
where the
sold out.
one brother that act like he doesn't notice you, like you may be, let's say it's a
Oh,
room of
you
50 white
like
people, and
homeboy, like
hey, get
homeboy,
out.
get out, huh?
Yes, exactly. Like,
I love it.
we're supposed to relate, but we don't relate.
Yeah, we are. Everybody relates to that, man. I mean, so many pieces in that
Yeah,
movie,
man.
man. It's like, okay, he pulled that one out too.
Yeah, that's how you know a black person wrote that movie. I mean, even though he's half, he knows it.
He can't
Yeah.
ignore it. No
Yeah,
matter what he
black
thinks about
nerds,
himself, the world sees him as black.
of course. And they don't care what country you're from. You could tell them I'm from here. My parents remember they're like, shut up, nigga.
Yeah, you
Listen,
black.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
he's
you
until
black
you
here.
speak, they don't know. You look like, okay, you could be from Dominican Republic and you don't know a lick of English, but when they see you rob a store or you run out the store, even if you didn't rob it, black male running down the street,
Yep.
you're like,
Yep.
hola.
Mhm.
Oh, you Spanish, huh, nigga?
Man, them black
Yeah,
Cubans
right.
find out real quick, man. Them white Cubans left them in a heartbeat.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. Shit got real. Shit got real.
Yes, a lot of Africans are finding out real quick. Well,
Oh
No
hell
matter
yeah.
what you think of yourself, somebody else has a different perception, and
Yeah.
the perception of all is going to outweigh your perception. Because look at myself, my name is Charles. I'm white. Don't you see I'm white? They're like, nah, you're not white, brother.
Yeah,
No matter
right.
what you say, I'm like you. No, you're not.
Right.
Hey, BJS, can I ask you a question
yeah, go ahead.
about your channel? And
Which one? This one?
well, pretty much all of them.
Okay.
How frustrated are you with us about you putting out this knowledge and some people still not getting it? Because during this conversation, I kind of felt that you kind of got frustrated a little bit.
Which one? Talking about this conversation here, this hangout?
Well, this conversation, I felt that you kind of got a little frustrated because I kind of felt like you was like, because like you said in the other hangouts, was like, when you put out this knowledge for us, some people just look at it but don't digest it enough to where they can actually understand it.
Well, actually, it's not me being frustrated. What I'm doing is I'm trying to push you to think. In other words, okay, stop. How it's like slapping a little kid on his hand. Okay, if you're not doing it right, slap him on his hand. Hey. Stop thinking like a sheep, man. Think higher than that. Like we were arguing about basically bringing down white supremacy. I said, well, have you thought about what's going to happen to you? If you're in the bottom of the boat and you're poking holes in the boat, what do you think is going to happen to you? You're going to drown. Not if you can swim. I say, come on now.
How well can you hear me?
That was dumb.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
I mean, that was just dumb, man. I mean, I didn't understand what
Yeah. It's what I'm talking about. It's like, okay, I understand it. I said I've heard we've talked about this conversation before. Like bringing down white supremacy. Why are you going to bring it down? It's coming down by itself. I said, oh, but we still don't like it. Okay, well, like how are we going to overturn this society? You're not going to overturn this society.
Or even the whole argument about integrating, about like we should create our own black diaspora. You can't really do that in this society. We're all interconnected.
Yeah, they spent too much money trying to integrate you. What you think they're gonna stop?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying. That's why I try to. That's why I put the information out there. Said this is a policy. It's not just you, them benign neglect. No, they. This is a policy to integrate you. They're going to integrate you. They're not going to let things slide back. They spent too much money. You know, this is their solution to the problem. That's why I keep pointing it out. This is what they're doing. This is what they keep putting out there. This is what they keep doing. So look at it. You don't have to believe me. Just look at it over time and see if what I'm talking about is correct. Because I don't expect you to believe me, you know, right off the bat. I'm sure, like a year ago, most people didn't believe it. Just little things.
It
Go
just
ahead.
makes sense. It makes more sense that that was the whole plan about integrating, and that was pretty much our best bet anyway. Whether we want to,
it was their only option. What are you going to do? You know, I mean, it's not what they wanted. What they wanted, you're not going to get independence. That was already a no.
Yeah, because then you have to separate the union, and regardless of how the Civil War acted out.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. You know. So basically, they decided not to kill you all. So the last thing they're going to do is integrate you. So they that's what they started it, and I couldn't figure out why. And I saw that when I saw that. What the guy said about Eisenhower, I said that's why. And right after that, they started integrating started the process of integrating the armed forces. They said, well, this guy was the president. It doesn't matter whether he's the president. This guy goes to Auschwitz. He sees the death camps, and he comes back with a different mindset.
Yeah.
And basically, Truman didn't do enough. Truman started basically put it into law, but he didn't put it into effect. And when Eisenhower got into office in '52, he started putting it into effect. He immediately fully integrated the army. He immediately basically integrated the federal government to where black people could actually get jobs in the federal government. And then you start seeing all the policies: Brown versus Board of Education, Little Rock 9, Montgomery bus strike, on and on and on and on. He sent troops all over the country to integrate the schools. Yeah, that was Eisenhower, a Republican. This is way before Kennedy.
What, in your opinion, because I know you said that they half-assed it, what else could they have done to streamline the whole integration process in America?
Okay. What the guy that did wrote the book about Moynihan and More Than Freedom. Yeah, Patrick Moynihan. In fact, he says it in the video. I might put the link up in the video. I have played portions of it, but what he said is that to integrate, to basically they were trying to do, in my estimation, this is my opinion, they're trying to turn what was dysfunctional matriarchy into a patriarchy, and they couldn't figure out how to do it. And the only way they figured out how to do it is basically give economic leverage to black men. Basically, it was a jobs program for black men. In other words, you integrate black men into the regular workforce, and by doing that and giving him economic power, the women would actually follow, and you could actually over time turn what was a dysfunctional matriarchy into a patriarchy, and that would be more acceptable to the broader society. But what killed it was right after the Voting Rights Act, you had the Watch Riot.
Yeah,
and basically, remember, Johnson was what? A Democrat, and most of the Democrats were what? Southerners, right?
Yeah, and then you had the
Dixiecrats.
They abandoned him. Yeah, Dixiecrats abandoned him.
Racist as hell too. Now the Republicans, aren't they?
Basically you have neither one really like you that much, but the thing is, the Republicans are like Fabian, but the Republicans then were basically Northerners or Fabian socialists. Yeah, so
Didn't
they
they
were
free
more
the
behind.
slaves? Abraham Lincoln.
Did that
he
for
freed.
That was
people.
economic. That was
Yeah,
more
he.
economic
Well, it was a war tactic. In other words,
to kill the South economy. Yeah,
yeah, to kill the South economy by the freight by the slaves leaving the plantation. Yeah, that's what he did it for, and only in the affected areas.
Mhm.
Because he didn't really care for blacks. He just wanted to expand the railroad, like you said. But he
Yeah,
didn't want
I,
slavery to expand into the West.
I was shocked when I heard that, and I said, "Put two and two together." I said, "I'll be goddamn."
Yeah, and
I'll be goddamn.
we make Abraham Lincoln seem like he's a hero.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
But the
Well, there's a
victors
lot
weren't.
of stuff that we make people seem like a hero, but they really won't.
Yeah,
yeah, and Bill
yeah.
Clinton, because he played the saxophone,
Oh, good grief!
wasn't even that good.
Well,
Good grief! Yeah.
All you gotta do is make people smile, and you can tell them anything.
Yep, Bill Cosby.
What,
I'm giving you poison. Smile.
He's
Smile.
innocent. Though.
basically, running for president of the United States is just a bigger version of class president.
That's all it is.
It's a popularity
All it is.
contest.
Popularity contest. That's all it is.
I always gotta bring up Malcolm Gladwell, Blink, and he was talking about how that happens. Like, you usually try to pick the best looking, charming person.
Mm-hmm. That's how you pick
Well,
the student body
honestly,
president. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I don't think Bill Clinton, not Bill Clinton, but Bill Cosby probably raped those women. He made. I would say 85%. I don't think he did it. I think it just became like, hey, I'm gonna help you get into the industry.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I totally agree.
Couch.
I think that he didn't.
The women feel some
Casting
kind of way
couch.
about it because they didn't get. Yeah,
Right.
all it was
It's
a
okay
casting
for the
couch
Jews to
situation.
do it, but not
No,
us.
no one has more power in America than a woman. No
Yep.
one.
Yeah.
You see too many people go to prison. Too many brothers losing all their assets because of women. So I'm not trying to diss women in general. I'm just saying their power, and what you know about power. When you have a lot of power, it will corrupt you, and a lot of women will pay you back, even if you think you did nothing, because they're emotional.
Yeah, emotional. Yeah.
Yep. They'll ruin your family too. They'll snitch on you for cheating like 20 years ago.
Women will do in their own kids to get back at you.
God damn.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah,
use
they
the
will.
kids.
They will use you. They'll ruin the kids just to get back at you.
Yep,
In fact, who said that? Warren Bowen said that. He said that a woman just will tear down your shit, what you built, man, just to prove that you're wrong.
God damn.
Yeah.
God.
That's true. They don't want you to be right.
Yep.
Yeah, Warren B makes me laugh. I enjoy listening to Pimp God. He's
Yeah.
hilarious to me. If you really listen to how he does it, he knows what he's talking about. But
He knows what he's talking about. Yeah.
It's comedy, man. It's hard comedy.
He goes in on those Black American females. Like, he goes crazy.
Yeah, you can tell he's got a touch of the pimp. He probably didn't do it, make a career out of it. You can tell that he's done it.
The nerdy Superfly.
Who's that? Warren Bowen, Warren B.
Yeah.
No, he's pimp. You know he's pimp. You can tell by the way he talks. He's been out there.
Of course.
He's real calculated with everything that he says, and the reason I say it's hilarious because it's that smooth truth that you can't dispute. So even women got to say, "Ooh," you have to, because he's saying it in such a way.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I wish I could just mimic his delivery. Now the Pimp God says, he be on point though, man. You got to give him his credit.
Yeah, that's like a women love. That's how come Snoop cuss out women and get away with it.
He learned from the pimps. He took their culture.
Yeah, took their culture. Yeah, they got their delivery.
Yeah,
the emotional delivery that they like. I was telling
too short too.
Not as much too short. I think.
He's more aggressive. He's more like Gorilla Mac.
Yeah, but Snoop is more pimpish.
Yeah,
with his delivery.
Yeah, he is.
They got a rhythm to it.
How well can you hear me?
Rhythm and we can hear you great.
The mayor of my city. Psych, I'm the mayor of New York, boy.
One thing I noticed about everybody I see that's a pimp or has acted like a pimp, they know how to sell a woman a dream real well. They can sell a woman a dream, make them believe in, and that's the strength that they have.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's practice. It's like hitting her emotional Her emotional center, shutting off her logic. We can hear you. Okay, bro. Come on. What you doing, man?
We can hear you.
Charizard.
Are you gonna talk or
Checking,
you gonna?
checking.
We can hear you. What you want to say,
Freddie
man?
Crocker over here.
What
Fuck
is
Master
you?
Flex.
Are you trolling, brother? Or you want to say something?
The mayor of New York. I see this dude's comments everywhere.
No, is that the mayor? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. He's all over the place, man.
Yeah, I see him on Hot 97 comments, but I'm the king of New York. You know that. I'm the king. The king has arrived. I'm Prince Hakeem.
Probably Prince of was it Zamunda, huh? Coming to America.
I'm more like the servant.
So has it been like, I guess, 2 months? What do you think of Trump's presidency so far?
Oh, good grief! I'm tired. I wish you'd take a vacation, man, so I don't have to hear about him for a day, man. Every time I constantly get questions about Trump, dude, take a vacation. Leave your Twitter handle at home, man. Just shut up for a minute. Give me a week.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Just good grief, man. Every day. Did you hear what he did today? Oh, come on now. I don't want to hear what he did
Actually,
today.
I have not, because I was asleep all day. What he did.
Well, they're saying that he's the master negotiator. He's going to get the health bill through. Right.
Come on.
Come on.
Yeah.
What did he say? I'm the president. You're not. Did he say that? He said that.
Well,
He
I
did
guess
say
I
that.
heard,
got the Friday
I
to get it
heard
done.
one thing.
Or I'm gonna get it done for
What
you.
they talking about,
BGS.
Yes, sir.
Is he the Great White Hope, like Larry Bird in a way, and Obama was Magic Johnson, except without the AIDS?
I guess you could say that in a way. I guess if you could use that analogy in a way.
Or
Magic Johnson didn't get disrespected as much as Obama did.
yeah, I mean, because he was dribbling the ball. I mean, they like it when we do that. They think it's okay. We're allowed to do that.
If you're gonna be the first black anything, man,
Testing.
Oh, we can hear you, bro. What you gonna say? What's up? We can hear you.
This dude's good. This is hilarious, man.
Come on,
That's all
Bear.
good.
Come on, Bear.
If you want to troll, that's all good, brother.
Yeah.
I don't know why he comments all the time. I don't know why you want to troll, man. He jump
It's
in.
probably because y'all from LA. Because you know that LA, New York City, that West Coast, East Coast. Ever since Snoop stomped on the buildings.
Hey, Snoop lifted his leg and peed on the skyscraper on the Empire State Building. Okay.
Man.
Snoop Dogg, what is this? What is it? I learned this from old Southerner, man. Leftist Southerner. He said there is no skyscraper too tall that a little dog can't lift his leg and pee on it.
He must have heard that analogy.
I cracked up. But the mayor, well, we ain't going in on no women, so the mayor is probably born to the mayor. Mayor goes in.
Yeah. I see everyone he be going in on them hoes.
He be going in on them, boy.
And Ron Wills too. You seen Ron? He dissed that dude. What's that dude?
No, I got a delay.
Oh, you got a delay.
But yeah.
Ron Wills doesn't really go in.
Ron Wills ethered that dude.
You don't mess with the field master. That's a mistake.
Yeah, City
you
of
don't
Truth.
do that.
Yeah.
You don't mess with the field master.
He got in because they don't think Rom don't have no hood in him. Rom got plenty.
Because they think they be sleeping on DC. Because Alpo went out there. Alpo Martinez.
Man, well, DC chocolate city, man. The original chocolate city, even before New York. Yeah, I remember the first time I went to DC, man. Because you see the pictures on TV, man. It looks lily white, man. I got to DC. Where all these brothers come from? It's just, it was like I think it was like Labor Day, and they were in the park. I said, where all these black people come from? I said, why do you think they call it Chocolate City?
I don't know. I've never been more impressed with Ron Wills ever since I saw that video. I think you're a real dangerous man if you could threaten somebody and kind of whisper it. Like he sounded half asleep when he was talking, when he was talking on that video, I'm just like, oh fuck, this dude's serious, man.
Well, that's how you
There's-
do it, though. You let them know that
yeah,
you be calm with it. That's true gangster right there.
No, he said he said his grandfather was a gangster, so he got that on his side. So he you know,
You know what I don't understand is
What's that?
why do people disrespect people they don't know? You don't know how the next person is going to react. You don't know what they are about. So a lot of people they get this internet courage. They get this I got strength through the screen, and they say crazy stuff to people that they should not say crazy stuff to because you don't know where they come from and the reality that they live in. Some people don't tolerate disrespect. You know, some people let it go off their shoulder like
It's
raindrops.
because they don't
Other
see
people,
you. That's all
yeah.
it is. That's all it is. It's just because they don't see you. That's why you have a
Yeah,
lot of people say a lot of racist stuff on the internet because they're
yeah.
not saying it in front of your face. They say that behind your. It's kind of like saying that behind your back. Even though they're
Yeah.
talking to you, it's saying it behind your back.
Oh, Rom's in the comment section. What's up, brother
That's
Rom?
I'm gonna say this to Field Master. I don't know why anyone would ever say some crazy stuff to you. I've seen the ether. Don't ever. I love you, brother.
No, I can tell by the way Rom talks, man. Rom got a lot of hood in it, man. Rom is uh
But he's
Rom
smooth.
is what they Rom is what they call the sophisticated street brother. You know,
Yeah, but he either
he
you smooth or you feel bad for saying something bad about him. You know.
because they don't think Rom can go there because he's laid back. He's got a laid back manner. He's a laid back manner till he pistol whips your ass. He busts your
he,
forehead open.
he remind me of Goldie and the Mac when he said, "Hey, we can keep it civilized or we can make this gangster." I was like, "Ooh."
Yeah, I know. I peeped Rom a long time ago, man. I didn't know brothers like Rom. You know, he'd come in with a suit, a tie, and glasses and shit, man, and got a wife beater underneath, and you start talking shit. They unloosen that tie, take off the coat, take off the shirt, and that wife beater start whooping ass, man. be like, what is it? The Harlem Nights. You know,
Oh yeah.
we ain't gonna have this. Talk
Oh, I love
about
that
this
movie.
shit no more.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I cracked it. Yeah, round. That's round, boy. You hit like a bitch. Oh boy.
do you think that with the internet coming about, it's propagating this focus on ideology? Like, is this physical disconnect spreading out into the streets? Like, for example, once again, I'm going to bring up the Justice Democrat thing because I've been eyeballing them, right? And I actually went through their platform, and they were talking, yeah, we're going to bring in single payer, we're going to start reducing military influence, so on and so forth. And I actually sent them a couple questions like, okay, well, you're talking about your platform, you're talking good shit, but how are you going to do it? Like, do you have policies? I mean, like, can you point to me the specific bills you're going to be competing or trying to take down? And I'm thinking that
The plans are old. The plan that it's not that they don't have, especially the leftists, they've been planning this stuff for 25, 30 years. The plans are old. The thing is, how do you get people to come together and actually do it? Because they know what they're talking about because the information is old about single payer. They know how to do it. The thing is that how do you get past the healthcare insurance lobby and all that stuff and get enough congressmen behind you? You can do it. It's just a matter of it's a liberal country. You got too many voices. People don't understand what a liberal country actually means. Basically, authoritarian countries that say we need single payer health care, and he walks into parliament and say get it done. And a year later, you have it done. But in a liberal country, you debate about it for 25, 30 years because you have all these competing voices. There's no one voice. That's like, I mean, It's creative because good ideas bubble to the top because all ideas are basically listened to for the most part, and the good ones bubble to the top. So it's creative, but the thing is, it's a slow process. So you have a how can I say you basically you have good things on one hand and bad on the other. You know, they're not good at getting things done fast. When they do get together and say we're all going to do it, it gets done really, really fast because all the good things get done. Like the internet could only come about in a liberal country because authoritarians probably would think it's a bad idea and wouldn't let it go. But a liberal country, okay, the good idea will bubble to the top.
Well, I've been toying around with the concept of just idea, the duality between ideas and reality, and I'm starting to believe or starting to think that ideologies fail when you can't connect the two. Like people get so caught up in the idea, they willingly ignore. Well, okay, let's say you want everybody to be equal. Well, how are you actually going to make that a reality? And then you have the other end saying, okay, well, look around. The reality of the situation is you have those people making that argument, and either way, there's no connection between the two. There's like a gap.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder, is that just the way human beings are programmed to think in binary terms? Does it take training to be able to think holistically, or it's almost like you have the whole night and day duality, but everybody knows there's a twilight and a dawn in between, and just to be aware of that in between stage, do you have to get training to constantly be aware of that in between phase?
Basically to be more to be more aware of it. You're aware of it, but just to be more aware of it, yeah, it does take training. To think that way, it's not a matter of being aware of it, it's thinking that way. And to think that way, it does take more training. And bringing, the biggest thing is bringing something into reality is bringing the resources together, which is sometimes difficult. Especially in a liberal country, getting things done is a dream. Sometimes an idea, an ideology, or a dream, or whatever it is, can't be born until the resources, basically the environment, is ready for it. Say like quantum mechanics, the idea came up well before they could actually test it out and see if it was true. Einstein's special
relativity.
Special relativity wasn't used until they had until satellites, because they couldn't test it. It was an idea. Special theory of relativity was an idea until the environment or the need for it came about. Said, okay, now it's time to see if it actually works. So knowing when an idea is good and it can't work because you don't have the materials, and when an idea is just bad and it's not workable, it's very hard. I mean, it takes experience. It takes knowledge and experience, and that's like a lot of your lawmakers are older.
Going along that page, that brings me to socialism, and let's use Richard Wolff. When everybody has a voice, do you think that would stagnate business or idea?
Everybody already does have, as far as basically a worker co-op, any worker co-op, which is originally, they're not changing anything because you had guilds before and people worked in teams before, whether it was on farms, in blacksmith shops and stuff like that. That stuff didn't get killed until the Industrial Revolution. So it's not new, because most shops and proprietors and people that work for him. It wasn't just an owner; it was a group of people that got together and did something.
Yes.
So he's not reinventing the wheel. And basically, people that have to eat, people have to eat. They might argue, they might argue at the beginning, but if they're all skilled, eventually they're going to figure out how to get something done.
No, I
Because they
understand.
got to eat. Yeah,
I just wanted to know what your opinion was, because I think
yeah.
that would probably be the argument, because people would say, well, you should just like. But I do understand his worker co-op was where the boss would be reelected every so often, so no person would have absolute power or domination for very long, and
Well,
that seems,
well, you know what? I'm trying to find this recording of Fletcher Prouty because he talks about because Fletcher Prouty talked about when he was an officer and they had to build a bridge, and he said what he found out that um, a leader in a group will always emerge depending on what the condition is, and people will automatically follow that particular person. So the most knowledgeable person in that group, according to the conditions, people will already automatically gravitate to him and follow him.
I agree with that. So my
So
question would be,
so in a,
go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
so no, what? Ask your question.
So why are so many people how do I say it? People adverse. People are not really open to the idea of, like, okay, for instance, let's say you work for a corporation and you
Mhm.
have a person that's already an official or a CEO or a manager, but then you may have that one employee who's technically more proficient than the manager. But how come the people will say, "Well, he acts like a know-it-all, or she acts like a know-it-all," instead of saying, well, this person should be in the position, and why don't they help them to get there? That's always been my question.
Competition.
Mm. Well, normally, okay, somebody in charge is not normally picked by you.
Yes.
Whereas if the group got together and picked somebody that they're going to follow, this is the guy that they said everybody agreed to that they're actually going to follow. Whereas, say in capitalism in a top down situation, the person that's giving you orders is not picked by you. If that makes sense.
I understand where you're going with it. I just, what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, no matter what, in most jobs, even though they're
Mm-hmm.
going to do the final picking, um,
Mm-hmm.
let's say that the group of employees all say that this guy right here has the makings. This is the opening position. We're going to all be your co-signers. We're going to all make sure that we promote you. So the people in charge have nothing else but to do but select you. But I don't see that happening very often. That's what I'm saying.
Uh, I think it's because we've been socialized not to. Because if you look at say if you look at say some of the simplest street gangs, okay, a natural leader will emerge in that group. Without elections, without somebody pointing them, they will just emerge. This is the guy we're gonna rock with. This is the guy we're gonna follow.
Yes,
And that's what they believe that say worker co-ops will work. Um, Even though I mean, they've tried. There's places that have tried it and it works. It's people to get together and just do it. There was one guy was saying, if I can find it, I got to find it again, where they talk about this Brazilian company, right?
Mhm.
And where 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 the employees could set their own wages, right? You just go in the system and set your own wage. What keeps people in check is social pressure. In other words, your wages are open to everybody.
Mhm.
So if you say you gave your self a wage too high, um, that's higher than than you were worth, what happens is that the rest of the group will put pressure on you to lower it.
I hear you, but I think
Yeah.
that's
So
the
in other
problem.
words,
That's the problem with inflation, though, because people are getting overpaid because the prices are so high and they feel that it's justified. You understand what I
well, that's
mean?
true. That's true. But the thing is, okay, if we look at inflation as buying power as we see it, and we leave out automation, then it doesn't make sense, right? Um, you actually can buy way more, even though wages are static. The prices of everything else Everything else has gone down. Maybe some of the staples like food and whatnot, which are fairly even food is the price of food has gone down compared to what it was, say, 50 years ago.
Compared to what you make.
Compared to what you make. I mean, if you basically, for the most part, if we adjust for inflation, you make pretty much the same thing. But if you look at the stuff that you have to buy outside of maybe like fixtures like a house or something like that. But if you look at
I
you
understood.
know,
Common
the
goods.
kind
Like a
the
computer
common
was expensive, but now it's cheap. Or a TV
is
set was
actually,
really expensive, but now it's cheap. I understood.
even though the car that you drive is relatively expensive, if you compare the car that you have now compared to the car that you bought 30 years ago, it's light years ahead of it. In other
Yes.
words, because of the processes, the goods, even if they don't reduce in price, they basically accelerate in quality. So like um because remember when the mobile phone came out, the cell phone came out, they were outrageously expensive, right?
Yes.
They were like, okay, comparatively, when people, it was a cell phone was almost like a month's pay. Okay, back when they first came out, and only doctors and rich people could afford the actual service, the airtime. And now, basically, uh, even though compared to inflation, we're making the same amount of money. Cell phones are kid toys, and it's cheaper to have a cell phone than a landline, which is unimaginable 25 years ago. So basically, we have to look at it in two different ways. Yes, our wages are static. Yes, uh, uh, things are relatively expensive, but the thing is, if you look at your quality of life, it's accelerated.
Oh, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and if you look at the dynamic both ways, if you look at it from an economic standpoint, we ain't making no money, we ain't doing anything, but your quality of life is gotten a lot better as
But
far
how
as
it's gotten better also through debt.
um
I think that's a relatively new concept.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's okay. I see. I'm surprised to do research on to really
yeah
make a valid argument. But the basis of what I'm saying is, before people had credit cards, even though their quality of life may not have been as high, they could afford off of what they made to purchase the things that were relevant to them. Now we have so many extra incentives, things to buy,
yeah
that we go
yeah
into debt to
exactly
obtain them, and it's hard to
exactly
discipline yourself not to purchase things that you
exactly
really don't need,
Yeah, I
if
mean
you
because
that's
just
what the
say
whole
there
credit
that
card thing was
simplifies your
there
life.
to expand. Like instead of something cost $10, to make it $20, you have to go in debt just to get the $20 thing.
well, the thing is, okay, the thing that used to cost $20, say 30 years ago, costs about $2 or $3 now. And basically, the reason people go in debt is because the things that they want to do has expanded. Your lifestyle has expanded. Okay, to go to a European trip, to go to Europe, man, used to be a once in a lifetime thing.
Yes.
You had to save up your half your life to go to Europe and basically have a vacation. Now it's basically, if you have a regular job, man, you could afford to go once a year or twice a year if you want to sacrifice a little bit. If you live the same lifestyle now that people live back 30 years ago, you'd have a ton of money. You wouldn't need that much money.
That's true.
You almost need, if you wouldn't want to live, outside of housing, if you want to live basically the same lifestyle that you did 30 years ago, it probably costs you about the same amount of money. You if you
Well, I
you know
wouldn't
if,
say
if
that to be honest with you, because of
yeah.
regulations and new rules. Like you will have to get a modern day house. You couldn't get a
the,
house like
the,
from back in the day.
no, basically if you basically most houses are like 50, 60 years old, man, if you think about it. Majority houses are not like 5, 10 years old. Majority of houses in the United States, like my house, man, is the house I'm in originally was built in 1930, 1940.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that because of the inflation, like you couldn't find a house that cost as much as it was back in that during that
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Oh no, not to buy one. No, I'm saying I said would if you exclude housing. If you
Oh,
exclude
exclude
housing,
housing,
if
just
you
like
exclude housing,
buying
it
meat, cheese. dairy, vegetables,
Yeah,
whatever, stuff like that.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it'd be pretty close. Yeah,
It's
I
extremely
would.
interesting. This
Yeah,
is extremely
this
interesting.
is my opinion. I'd be pretty close. You know, if you, because a lot of stuff, you know, if you add up a lot of stuff, it's like okay, back then there was no cable, so you watch whatever channels were on, right?
Yes.
Listen to the
Uh,
radio.
you listen to the radio. Well, most people didn't most people didn't have car. You know, most people didn't have cars. Only half the population have cars. You know,
Yeah.
cars have been
Yeah.
cars are almost a commodity now. Basically, you know, if most people that had cars bought used cars, right?
Mhm.
So you buy
But they
you.
went to the trolley car system where they were trying to doing the trolley cars. Cause I remember there was a documentary that said that people used to take trolley cars all the way from San Francisco all the way to New York.
I don't know, but well, I'd like to see that one.
Yeah, and I guess they said the reason why they stopped it is because General Ford lobbied
Oh
Congress,
yeah.
and so that's why we have the interstate system because he wanted to make cars.
It's so much
Yeah.
pressure. It's so easy to obtain things. It's
Yeah.
always in your face. Like
Yeah.
it's so easy to spend money. And that's one thing that is kind of, you have to have a lot of discipline and a lot of focus. And sometimes you have to
Yeah.
detach, because even just going onto Google and YouTube, there's advertisement everywhere. There's always somebody
Yeah.
who wants something, and it's so easy to give it away. You know.
That's why I don't watch TV at all.
Yeah.
But if you cohabitate or you network with people, next thing you know, your money's going because you're trying to entertain everyone. You know, you're trying to have fight parties. You're trying to buy every movie and have Netflix
Yeah,
and
that's
chill
true.
and everything else.
I just go to the bar, man.
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
I am minimalist as possible. I try to be.
That's the way you should be.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that's basically you probably living a lifestyle that goes back to what the 70s or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. I went on a date with a female, and she said, like, yeah, I can't mess with you because you have a roommate. I'm like, what? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's
Got the end of this.
Yeah, she told you I can't mess with you. Okay. Why didn't you say that before?
She lives at
She
home
was
with her
what?
dad.
Oh. Well, there's no place for you to do it comfortably. That's what
We can
she
get a
said.
room. We can get a room. You like me like that? She wasn't liking you like that. Because if she was liking you like that, it wouldn't have mattered.
Basically, and that's why I'm not talking to her anymore.
Well, yeah,
For
she
sure.
disqualified herself. I mean, Rosemarie got mad at me when I forget who it was. I think it was Demir that said that. That said he pulls up and no, it's Diesel Max said he pulls up in his truck. He said he keeps a new truck, but he pulls up in the truck, and the chicks ask him, how come it's not an SUV or something else like that? And I said, okay, well, she asked me something stupid like that. I said she go immediately into the pump and dump pump and dump bin. And she got mad. Rosemarie got mad. I said, what I tell you about ear hustling in the men's forum. Because the men exactly knew what I was talking about. She said, at least if you're gonna screw her, you have the decency to let her know. I didn't say I was gonna screw her. I said that's the category that she goes in. Now, whether I could not see her again, but if she makes that kind of complaint, she's not a serious candidate.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand.
Well, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful because you're a woman. Stay out of a men's conversation. That's what
Women are more social creatures, and they deal with peer pressure way more than men do, and they'll try to put that pressure on us. And that's one thing I've always hated. Always.
Of course.
They always want to fuck up. They don't want somebody at their level. They want someone above their level.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like even though my level is actually better than hers because she lives at home with her parents, she still wants a man to have his own place in order for her to mess well.
Well, she got her standards. She has a right to her standards. She didn't know she didn't know you had a roommate before you started talking to her?
Yeah, I told her I lived with a roommate, and we went on a date, and she said that the only problem I have with you is that you have a roommate. And as she said on the day, I was like, oh, that's the only problem you have with me. Oh, okay.
I got to ask the question, brother. Okay, what was the purpose of the date? I'm just curious.
Yeah, she wanted a date.
No, what was his purpose of dating? I know she wanted to date.
He
I'm
wanted to
asking.
fuck her. He wanted to fuck her, but she wanted to date. So she, even though he was already disqualified, he didn't tell her. She didn't tell him, but he found out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
your
found out.
purpose was was it the reason I'm
Smash,
asking? You were
smash,
dating for what purpose? Just to fuck
smash.
her?
Yeah, the
He's gonna
smash.
smash. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that. So I'm sorry. You know, I'm kind of just mode one in my mind state.
He,
No, go ahead.
Why?
I
he
mean,
didn't
ask the
let.
question. Ask the question. Ask the question,
No,
brother.
No,
he didn't let her. He did not let him know that he was disqualified because she
yeah,
wanted to go on a date.
yeah. But I'm saying before we
And
went on a
she,
date, I would have said this is what the plan is. I find you attractive. I'm trying to get with you in that way.
but
And I said
but
that. And
the
I said
duplicitous
that.
female, right? Duplicitous females, right?
Yes, I totally understand. I do. I'm just so
No,
I'm not. I'm not. I'm
I
not
laid
even.
out the ground. I laid out the groundwork that said that I'm not looking for anything serious. I'm not looking for a wife or anything like that. I'm just looking to have some fun, do my thing, and be cool with it.
And she said,
And she
"Cool,
said,
right?"
Yeah,
yeah,
but he
she
wasn't
said cool.
direct.
We went on a date, and then she said the only problem I have with you is that you don't have your own
You know,
place.
you
And then I,
in other words, we're on a date. He says probably right after the date. She had a nice time, but
Yeah.
uh huh,
yeah,
But that's what I'm
yeah,
saying. He could have
yeah.
not even. Why go on a date? Listen, I'm not spending no
He
money. I got it. I got this. It's confusing
okay.
to me sometimes. I get it
You
though. I
know what
do.
it is. You don't want to accept it, Charles. That's all that is.
I know.
Just fess up. You don't want to accept it because you've been mode one. You know how you let that one go. Huh?
Yeah, I just.
See, everybody gets got, man.
Oh man.
That's what he said. He's like, be careful of duplicitous female. That's come. Alan Roger Curry don't date them
I don't
until he
understand
finds
it.
them.
I don't date. Date.
Date is normally the reward.
Date is because
For
you going
sex.
you qualified now. We kind of see
Where
if you can make it long term. I'm already fucking. I fucked a couple
where,
times
where,
before we go out.
where'd you take her, man?
just Applebee's, $20.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
mad at you, but I get it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. In other words, she gave you an opportunity and you appreciated. She told you straight up, so you don't spend no more $20 on her.
Exactly.
That's why they should legalize prostitution. I'm just saying. Just saying, man. Legalize
Hey,
prostitution.
if they legalize
Damn near it is,
prostitution,
man.
these
You know.
females will
Yeah.
lose their fucking mind. I'm telling you right now.
They're probably mad. They say we give up enough coochie without prostitution. It'll get worse if we do.
They I think there was one video. I don't know if it was you. No, it wasn't you. I think it was Sandman. He said that if they legalize prostitution, women have to give it up on the first night automatically.
What do you think? What do you think happened during the crack era? Why when black women started giving head all of a sudden? I don't give no head. I used to do that all the time. Sleeping with your girlfriend. I don't give no head. Okay, just give me what you got. And then they wake up in the middle, wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and basically hit the block. Okay, here's the $5 or $10. Here's the dick. Go for it.
I'm not mad at dudes that date. I mean, if you want to date, but if you dating, then you should be. That's long term. I'm not dating some chick that I just want to pass. I just want to smash. If I just want to, why we got to go on a date when I'm getting with you because you're sexually attractive to me? I don't get that. Or that you might as well just take my money if that's what you want me to do. You prostitute me. You trying to let me wine and dine you, make you feel special. I'm not into that. I'm into if we're gonna if I like. Let's say you're beautiful, and then we talk 5 minutes, and I really like your conversation. Okay, you okay? You know what? You might have the possibilities to be the mother of my children. Let me see if you really qualify. And if then I'm good with a date. But other than that, I mean, if I just know that's not my purpose, why would I spend money? I mean, if I can't get an even exchange, it's a robbery. You're robbing me. No.
So many chicks tell me if the only way I can smash is to take them out. I'm like, if I can't smash first, I'm not gonna waste my time.
Yeah, basically.
I turned them down, and nope. Okay. I know how you feel, Charles. I know how you feel, but hey, you got to remember, you got the environment. The environment limits your choices. In other words, it's just the cost of doing business. So $20 at Applebee's, okay.
I understand. I do understand. If I was in a different environment, it would probably be totally different. But luckily, I am not. I am not.
You are not. So you basically you get to test them out and see. So
yeah, I mean you just have to test them out.
I understand.
And that you could test them out from either talking to them for 5 minutes and going mode one, or you could test them out going on a date, and it's like, yeah, nah, fuck you.
this is
I
my
got you. I got you.
this is my more chaotic mind speaking, just more out of curiosity. I certainly hope that I live long enough to see the advent of these robot sex dolls, man, because I just want to see
They're already out there.
They're already
I'm
out there, man. They got
They're
an
already out
I
there.
know
documentary
Got
on
the money.
YouTube,
I I
Netflix.
know, and they're just going to get better, and I just want to see how it's going to alter the man woman dynamic, because if you can just get brothers going to part-time jobs saving up to get their robot sex dolls, the woman's going to have to bring something else to, I just want to see how they're going to change. I'm curious.
There's an article where they said they've already kind of figured out how to attach skin to the frame. So I mean,
That's gonna be
where human skin to the frame.
that's gonna be funny. That's
But
gonna
it
be
but
hilarious.
it's in the lab right now. It's experimental.
I could just imagine
I
somebody
see
seeing Russell
more
Wilson saying,
more
"Hey,
Europeans going for that. To be honest,
hey, Russell, I just had your wife's
than
ear last
Africans
night.
at
I
first.
could a sex robot look like her."
Mhm.
That's how I see. I see more Europeans going for that than more than Africans.
I don't think it has anything to do with the culture, man. It's just a matter of economics. Just a
Yeah,
matter of
eventually it will
economics.
be.
What's cheaper? What's cheaper? Paying 10 grand one shot for a coochie that you can have the rest of your life, or paying $10 for the rest of your life on the chance that the coochie's going to be in the right mood for you.
It depends. It depends on what your needs are. You know, if
Yeah.
you want something a little bit more than sex, then yeah, it depends.
You just get a fleshlight, dude. It's cheaper.
Yeah, and that's what I'm curious about. I'm just thinking, okay, what could a woman bring besides her pussy? Would she have to learn how to cook right? Would she
Yeah.
have to learn
Of
how
course.
to
It depends what you want.
just
What do you
how
want
would they
from a woman?
compensate?
What do you
How would
want
they
from a woman?
compensate?
You
A
know,
woman is only a
you
woman
know,
is only good.
yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, I said a woman is only good for two things:
What's that?
for fucking and kids. That's
Mm.
it.
I can't agree with that statement.
It depends.
I can cook for myself. I can wash my own clothes. I can do everything for myself. The only thing I can't do for myself is fuck myself and have kids by myself.
Okay.
Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good to have a female companionship. It is.
I agree with BGS on
100%.
this one. I think women are great in a lot of ways. However, the problems that I see is when women want to be men, but then they don't want to be men. That's where I see issues. You want to be this domination person in a relationship when that should be the man's role, and then you want a man to be the protector when danger comes. Come on now.
So you believe in do you think men and women in a sense can be friends without having any sexual
No.
contact
Yeah.
whatsoever?
Oh, hold on. You said, do I think that men and women can be? It depends what you mean by that. Like, BGS, you're gonna disagree with this one, but
Okay, go ahead.
if I work with somebody and we are at work, we can be friends because we're friends. If she's married, we can be friends. If she's extremely unattractive and she can hook me up with beautiful friends, we can be friends. And if I grew up with her and I see her like a sister, we can be friends. But other than that, I don't see a random woman walking down the street and I say, hey, let's be friends.
No, not like
It doesn't
that.
happen. It doesn't
I
happen.
consider that acquaintances to be more.
No, they can be friends. I had a lot of female friends, but you know, they understand. You know, but my female friends are my female friends. I don't fuck my female friends. Period. And they had to be my friends. They can't be just hanging out, dating. No, we don't date. You might be we hang out just like any other buddy. You know, I have female friends. I got male friends. So you got to be a friend. You can't just be a date. I'm not dating you. I'm not treating you that kind of shit. Other than what I would do for any other dude. So if I don't do it for a dude, I'm not doing it for you.
BGS,
And
I'm gonna
vice
ask you a
versa.
question.
Yes, sir.
I got female friends that's coworkers of mine, right? And I'm cool with them at work. But I told them, don't ever invite me, just me, over to your house. Don't ever do that, because I'm fucking.
Okay.
Don't do that. Don't
Okay.
if it's not business, if it's not if you're not paying me to fix your computer, and I'm not coming in there and leaving, don't ever call me over. Don't say come watch a movie with me, because as soon as you let me do that, I'm running up in you. So don't do it.
Nah. Well, you know what? I am particular about who I fuck, because you fuck a chick that sometimes it leaves an emotional attachment. I don't feel like the emotional attachment. You know,
I understand.
I can go get, you know, I would be perfect. It'd be perfect to have a road dog that was a female and a good fuck buddy. And then I could get female companionship and hang out with her, blah blah blah, without all the fucking drama. Because once you fuck them, man, that's when the drama comes in.
I agree.
That's when the emotional attachment
BGS,
comes in.
you must got a strong stroke game. Because every time you talk about females, you talking about imprinting a female friend of yours, or talking about who you fuck.
He's telling the truth.
You don't have to imprint them. You don't have to. Once you fuck a chick, man, she whether you imprint her or not, she thinks she has a claim on you, emotional claim on you. Whether you imprint her or not, it doesn't matter whether you imprint her or not. She's gonna have a claim on you. So basically, if you any chick you fuck, you're gonna have to, you know, on a regular, you have to put up with the emotional bullshit. So the thing is, whereas if you don't fuck a chick, say if she's just your partner, you don't fuck a chick, you don't have, you know, she had to cut that emotional shit off. Okay, hey, they're getting too deep. You know, okay, you gotta go to your man on that shit.
Every time you talk about this stuff, it's like, yeah, he must got a strong stroke game. He's talking about imprinting all these females in his past.
Not a lot, man. You know, some chicks groove with your style and some don't. So,
but BGS, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the problem, and you probably had to face this. A female will say she wants to be your friend, but sooner or later she's going to say, you know, I really.
It happens all the time.
And that's the problem. The problem is that. That's why you got to.
I tell them right up. The thing is when they're around you and they see a chick that you do want to fuck, that makes them mad. How come you don't want to fuck me? I said, you're my friend. I don't fuck my friends. But her, I'm chasing right now because I'm getting ready to get in that ass. And they get hot.
I've had someone do that. They told me that if they don't get anyone, they want me and her. She wanted me and her to get married. And I'm looking at her like, so you don't want to date me now, but you want to go and mess around with these other guys until you can't find anybody. And then want to come back to me. It's like, nah, that's not going to work.
That's a question that I think men need to ask. Do you see me more as, do you like my sexual companionship more, or do you like my non-sexual companionship more when it comes to women? Because if she wants to marry you, she's not looking at you for sexual companionship. I mean, she's looking at you for the provider, non-sexual companionship.
If I'm getting pussy, I don't give a shit.
I hear you.
I don't give a shit. My thing is, you know, whether it's my non-sexual companionship, I don't give a shit. If I get my coochie 4 times a week like I'm supposed to, and I get it the way I'm supposed to, I don't give a shit.
I agree with you. But BGS, I was commenting on how he was saying the girl was sleeping with other dudes, but then she said she wanted to marry him, and I'm saying because she don't value him sexually.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's emotional. It's an emotional thing, which basically is if she comes in, if she don't value me sexually, I don't give a fuck. You know, it's your job.
Yeah, but doesn't that
make that motherfucker.
The whole twin mating strategy thing, like, okay,
yeah, well,
you sexually, but at the same time, I see that you're a good provider, so let me go have my fun over here. Then when I'm ready to do my thing, then we can get together.
If it's not hot and wet when I hit it the first time, we're gonna go back to being friends. We ain't getting married. Oh no! If it ain't wet for me, sweetie, I can't do this. Okay, it's about me. It's not about what you want. You know.
I love your statement earlier. The duplicitous female, because a lot of women would not really tell you what they're thinking. And
you know. And it varies. She could like your swag, man, for 10 years, and all of a sudden one day, you know, she don't. You know. It's just the way it is. That's like most swordsmen, man. That they into that, like they don't get married, man. They know females too well. Once you, like I said, you can either love them or understand them. You can't do both.
I always say marriage is for children. If you're not trying to have children and raise a family, what's the purpose?
That's true. It really isn't.
Yeah, it is.
And a lot of women hate when I say that. They say, "What about love?" I say, "What love got to do with it?"
Yeah, I remember there's a smooth line I told a friend of mine. She's a real good friend, co-worker, a real good friend, right? Real tight. And we were talking about that shit. And I said, you know, we talked about dating. I said, I'm not gonna have sex with you because I value you as a friend. If I want pussy, I said I can go over to the projects about 2 miles away, pick me up a couple of chicks and get all the pussy I want. I get pussy here. Friends are hard to come by, especially female friends that's ride or die. They're hard to come by. So I don't fuck that up. Not over no pussy. Not me. I got a good female friend. I'm not gonna fuck her. That ruin my friendship, and then she become a girlfriend. Oh no, man, that's the worst. Because she knows all your secrets. You can't put nothing by her because she knows you. You done told her everything.
Yeah.
That's just me, though, man. That's me.
Not saying men can't have good female friends, but I'm gonna put them in the Nawat category. That's very rare.
There ain't no such things in the walls. You got to make a. This is just me. This is my personal code. I make a decision. I put them. Now there's 2 bins I have for 3 bins. Relative for females, relatives, friends, and lovers. They in one of those 3. If you ain't in one of those 3, you're invisible, basically. If you're gonna get to know me, you either decide, okay, she's a friend. I'm going after her because I've had females that I've been, that been my lovers. Said we're friends, man. We ain't gonna never be friends.
I hear you.
Said, you're one of my exes. We'll never be friends. Because if we're in the long, we fucking, okay? Okay. You might as well forget that. That friendship, no, that friendship, I'm your ex. If I'm gonna do something for you, because I've been with you. We ain't friends. We were never friends. We will never be friends. Now, this chick over here, she's my friend. Why? Because I never fucked her. Would never think about fucking her.
I agree with that.
This might be a little vicious of me, but I love it when I see the little hamster wheel, the little hamster fall off the wheel in their heads. When you look in their eyes and it finally clicks, just like, you know what? I value you too much to fuck you. I just value your companionship. Oh, he really does care, but he doesn't want to fuck me. What the fuck do I do? I just love seeing that confusion.
They actually get mad.
Yeah, because they don't know how to handle it. It's just completely shutting shit down.
What's wrong with me? Nothing wrong with you.
No, I want you here. I want you here. There's nothing wrong with you.
Let's go find a man. I said, let's go find you a man so you can stop bothering me. I will go find you, help you go find a man to lay up with, so you can stop bothering me. Let me do my thing.
350 pounds.
Huh?
5'5". Let's say 350 pounds at 5'5". You gotta get him to the gym.
350 pounds at 5'5". Who the hell is that?
The girl that told me that when I can't find nobody, I'll marry you.
You in other words, wait for me. You don't want to screw me now, but when you get old enough and there's no other options, you come back to me. Yeah. In other words, she said that because you had no intentions of getting with her.
Oh no! Oh hell no! Oh hell no!
Nah, but I learned that in high school, man. I've been crushed too many times. I said, okay, this is the way I'm gonna do it. She's gonna be my friend. She's gonna be my friend. And she not, because the chick would tell me, we could just be friends. I said, no, we can't. We cannot be friends, sweetie. Either we're gonna be lovers or nothing.
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that back in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, all the times where I remember one particular chick. She was a black cheerleader. Mm-hmm. I had the hots for her big time, man. I remember walking off the school bus, trying to get closer. Next thing I know, she's talking to me about all her problems, about how her boyfriend's mistreating her, and I'm just sitting there rolling my eyes, just like, fuck. I didn't know what to do at the time. I was too polite. I was just looking at my watch, just really. Oh my God, I should have just walked away. Just said, yeah, nope, good luck. I don't know why you keep coming to me with your fucking problems.
It depends. What did her friends look like?
Oh, her friends were hot too.
Okay,
like I said, the cheerleader. So I still have those rose-tinted glasses by them. But
yeah. In other words, keep talking to me. In fact, why don't you walk? Why don't you Wait, if you know game, how come you don't? How come we don't walk arm in arm down the school with me? That way, the other chicks will get attracted to you.
Yeah,
Well,
that works too.
that
They
was
get jealous.
one particular instance. It was a lot of experimentation back in my younger days. Matter of fact, the first time I walked arm in arm with a chick, oh my god, it's like I was seeing rainbows everywhere, man.
Hey, oh yeah, you in love? Yeah,
It just
no,
felt
you can't
so
be
fucking good.
you
And
can't
then
you can't be friend
drop that
zoned by
shit.
somebody you want to fuck. No, it doesn't work.
Yeah,
It doesn't work like that.
all kinds of confused.
I get mad too quick if if she ain't give me no sexual interest, man. I get mad. After a couple days, no, we can't talk no more.
I can honestly say my biggest issue is because I listen to my mother too much.
Oh yeah, we all did.
Yep.
What
Same
man
here.
didn't
Oh,
listen
you
to
got to
his
be
mother?
nice and do all this stuff. It's just like, no, it did not work at all.
Yeah, well, I was one of those kids. It remind me of my grandson. That was a question. Why do I have to be nice to her? Why do I have to spend money on her?
I'm about to start some fire because I think there's nothing wrong with being nice to anyone. If I'm nice to a man, I'm nice to a woman. But for me to be nice to a woman just because she's a woman, you got to be out your fucking
Well,
mind.
you know what women mean by be nice to her. They don't mean just be a decent human being. That means cater to her. That's what it means.
She catered to me, I cater to her. I reciprocate. If you do something for me, I do something for you.
You know,
Give me some head, we go to the
you know-
movies. How about that?
if you're good at it.
Cold. He said if you're good at it.
If you're good at it. I've had chicks try to give me heads. No, it's okay.
She said if you're good at it.
It's okay. That's one thing I can't stand is bad head.
Have you ever had a girl that liked to give head but was bad?
Yeah,
That's the worst.
it is the worst. Yeah, that's why I say I turn it down. No, it's okay.
Oh, that's the worst. Or have a girl that doesn't like to give head but's good at it.
Well, that's what. At least you have a possibility.
I've had that. She didn't like to give head, but she was good at it. I don't know if it was just me. It could have been. I would say that's a 50-50 chance that it could have just been me. That she
It probably
didn't like to
was.
give head to.
You just didn't strike her that way.
Yeah, because I know some females, they do some things for some guys and not for other guys.
We do the same thing, man. We don't fuck all women the same. If she thinks she's a nice girl, we don't bang her like a slut. You know, we bang sluts like sluts. Yeah, you grab her by the back of her, dog. Grab her by the back of her. Shut up and fucking come. Shut up. Come already.
Different strokes for different folks, man.
I don't care.
Yeah, she's a slut. You fuck her like a slut.
Well, I treat them all like sluts. I don't have no. They all slutty.
You no respect of her persons, huh?
No, I respect her because she gave me some pussy.
Yeah, another way that she's. So there's no difference between the one night pump and dump and somebody that you're dating. Huh? You fuck them all the same.
Oh, well, some of them, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Well, they still get the same treatment, but some's gonna get a little bit more concern. Some gonna get. I'm gonna lay next to them a little bit afterwards. Other ones, I'm gonna just be like, you know what? I'll see you later. That was great.
Basically, you said,
High five.
I'm going to lay with you for 5 minutes and then I got to get out of here.
High five. Look at me like, what? No kiss? Nah.
He's like, did you know what you just did? Hell no.
Give me some dap, girl.
Depends on how good she was at it.
Pound it out.
It can't get too graphic. Because I know because the females are gonna be all in the comments. Oh,
They probably are already right now.
yeah. BGS, you said that shit.
Wow. Oh man, I'm reading the comments.
It's at the beauty shop.
Mary, New York. I feel for you, buddy.
He's not even in here.
He said in a comment, he said, being married to a woman who don't give head. I was so happy when the divorce was finalized and the chick. I ain't gonna read the rest. He said he was in heaven.
He was in heaven. Oh yeah, that's true. No, that's true. You do that before you're married. So I never been married. I don't know. So I'll hit the block in a heartbeat. Okay, you what? Duke got done put it the link about 3 or 4 times. You ready to come in now, man? And posted the link about 3 times for Duke to come in, man. What is Duke doing in the background? Duke must have just finished, man. Duke must have had it. Okay, I'll jump in. You know, I'll jump in on the line as soon as I finish doing what I'm doing.
Well, it's like 6 o'clock on East Coast time.
Yeah, well, anytime y'all ready to roll out, man. Cause y'all got to go to work because it's it's a Friday, so.
Well, I work third shift, so I'm good. But I know y'all gotta work your day jobs.
Well, I'll take that as my cue. It is 5 o'clock in the morning. It's
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the morning now. I've been up. How long have I been up? Anyway, Arto, let's link up
Yeah.
later, man. Get
Yeah,
to
we will,
talking
man. I
about
gotta
working
get.
up on that project.
Yeah, I gotta get my cousin too. Try to get with him, and yeah, I'm like I said, this year I'm really trying to focus on starting a project about doing some kind of animation or storytelling or whatever. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'll get up with you guys.
look into. I've been working with this animation, but it's like a PowerPoint, but it's Prezi, man. It gives good presentations if you know how to draw, and you're a graphic artist, you can do some nice presentations on Prezi. Do
Called Prezi.
Prezi, Perzi. Um, it has all
Okay.
kind of fancy zooming and stuff like that, man. Check it out, especially if you want to. If you're into graphics, and especially on YouTube, you probably can make a ton of money on YouTube, man. With
Well,
Prezi,
like
if
I
you know
said,
how to
I was
draw
gonna
and
do
shit.
like a 1 year 4 episode, and
Okay.
the story that I came out with was just like the adolescence, the 3 stages of humanity, like the adolescence, teenagehood, and adulthood. Then the
Mm-hmm.
fourth episode would be just like a Hurt Bay where you actually resolve all three of those stages with your parents.
Okay.
All right. Well, thanks for the advice from last time, Charles, and thanks for all the information, BGS.
Okay. And no
You have a good
problem.
one.
Take it
All
easy.
right, man.
All right.
Is Duke gonna hop on?
I don't know. He asked for the link.
I
I
know
put the
Duke
link
gonna
in.
get me laughing about something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Duke must have hit back page, man. He can't quite come to the phone yet.
I think some people are having problems with the link. I think they get that error 403
Okay.
message where they can't get in. So I recommend to reset whatever browser they're using or power on and off their
Yeah.
device if they can't access the link. It may be something
I'll
going on
post.
with Chrome because I've
I'll
seen it
I'll
before.
I'll paste it fresh again and see what happens.
So how did you like going into the booty shop, BGS? Was it kind of different?
I didn't have no problem. I'm used to talking to women, man. I had no problem with it. I talk to women all the time. I had no problem with it. They didn't have any problem with me. I think they were more shocked than they were shocked that I could talk to them. That was
I saw that on You Heard Me First. I guess you was trying to bring up the old little podcast y'all brought up, and you was like, "Nah, we're not bringing that up again."
Yeah, we're not gonna start. You didn't stand it. We went. We spent like 30 minutes on it, and she didn't get. She didn't get it. I said, "We're not. No, it's your hangout, man. We don't want to rehash that."
Yeah.
Because I explained it to her. I kept explaining to her more and more in depth, and it just wasn't clicking. So, forget it. You wanted to be right. I'm not gonna bring it up. We chopping it up over something else. We're not gonna bring in more, other stuff.
Yeah, I started seeing she's doing a lot more hangouts on her channel now.
You're talking about You Heard Me First?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, You Heard Me First.
Yeah, I thought about jumping in the last time I heard it, but I was like, I don't know. The ladies might say something, and I'll say something, and it won't be pretty. Not saying I.
Yeah, they were pretty cool.
Well,
they were cool.
I mean, most of it's just relationship talk. That's really all it is.
Yeah, and they want a man.
They don't talk about.
They want a man's perspective. Yeah,
Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
maybe I'll go back and listen to it. I saw it. I'm like, man, I'm gonna really start. I'm biased, man. I didn't like. Even though it's past, or she kind of tried to act like BGS did something foul. And I didn't like that. So you know, I
No, I
couldn't
didn't like
for a
it either.
while. I was like this because he didn't do her dirty. He was straight up with her. So I didn't get that. So
And she even said we were there. I said that's. She said most of the hang up was cool. It's just that one little section. She said you talking about a little bitty. I said you were on for 5 hours. You talking about that little bitty section, and I really didn't do you dirty. We just going back and forth. That's all because you didn't get what I was saying, and I thought I was being plain, and you didn't get it. It's, you know.
Yeah, but there was no reason for her to make a video about it. Like you was being like mean
wrong.
to her in any kind of way. And
I didn't like that. So maybe I'm not giving her a fair shake. I'm gonna try to be objective and watch a couple of her videos and see the recent ones and see if I can
Eh,
see her point of view. And then if I think I can get down with it, I'll jump into one of her hangouts. But you know,
Yeah, she just what's wrong with black women? They need to be right. She wanted to be right, and that's the thing. She couldn't be right.
yeah, yeah.
She could not be right, and that's what my first hangout I did with him. I said, okay. The only reason I did it because Rose said you should actually get it on a hang. I said, I'll get it. I'll try it out and see how they are, and they were fine
okay.
because they wanted the male's opinion. In fact, a couple of them when I think the last time I was on, a couple of them joined in because I was on there.
Are the women honest in return?
As honest as a woman can be.
Okay.
I mean, if they
Answer the
want their
question.
if they want me to if they want me to give an honest answer, they got to give me enough details. Women, they're not necessarily lying. They just leave details out. Unattractive details that's unflattering to them, they will leave them out. So you kind of like, okay, you got to in your mind, you got to fill in the blanks. Okay, where's she trying? What is she leaving out that she's not getting to? And you got to
Like
lead
the
her in
white
that
guy
way.
with the Nigerian.
Huh? Excuse me?
Like the white guy with the Nigerian.
Oh yeah.
She kind
Yeah.
of left that out because she didn't think that was an issue, but that was the issue.
It was the issue, yeah. And she didn't know how we would take it that she was dating a white guy. Like, we don't give a shit.
Yeah, we ain't give a fuck about
If she
it.
had said that at the very beginning, we could have solved it in like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. So BGS, I got a question. So when you did the
Yes,
hangouts with
sir.
the ladies, were they objective? Like were they more objective or more subjective, emotional?
They're emotional, of course. That's why I
Okay.
have to talk to them that way. Of course, they're emotional.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm missing
all
that.
throughout the hangout, he was just like, "How do you feel? How do you
Yeah,
feel?"
yeah.
You
I
have
mean,
talents I would never have.
no. In other words, basically, I know the guys are listening. You guys think that I'm joking when I do. I actually talk to them that way. And what was a good, it's a good example of seeing how to put it into practice because I say it all the time. You know, I did videos about it for guys to actually see me do it. You know, it's probably different. It's like probably well, he actually does it. Okay, he's not lying. He does what he says he does, and they actually listen. I said, people think, okay, I have problems talking to women. I don't, and that's
You,
what go ahead.
you're excellent. You are fantastic. I don't have that. I'm missing that understanding, trying to hear their
Patience.
point of view. Yeah, I have none
No,
of that.
you don't have that. If you don't have patience, no, you can't. You know, women will drive you crazy if you're a man. You don't have patience
I can't decipher.
because you've already figured out where they're going. Hey, Duke, what's going on? They've already figured out where they're going, but you have to let them tell the story.
I understand. I do understand the concept. It's just hard for me because I already know, like just like you said, I know everything. Why you can't just tell me I walk down the street? I don't need the whole detail. I don't need to know. I mean, if I want to know, I
Yeah,
ask
they
specific
like
questions.
details. That's it.
I know
They like
that. I know.
details.
I do understand. Trust me.
Because it's details mean emotion. Details and colors and all that brings back memories and emotion.
I understand it.
Logic is pretty much straightforward. Okay, this is what I did. This is how I did it. This was the result. But women have to use all these because it took me a while to figure. I said, why do they use so many words? I said,
I got
oh,
it.
because they're trying to convey emotion. They're
I
trying to get you
understand
to
it.
feel what they feel. Yeah.
Did you
I got it.
ever watch the Ron Wills video? I think it was a couple weeks ago where he said that he actually was going to a bookstore and all these women was over there by the exotic section.
Oh, that was
Wasn't it?
there's Alan Roger Curry in his hangout. Yeah.
Oh, that's Alan Curry. Oh, that's what it was. And
Yeah.
like he was just saying that all these women like these exotic books. They don't watch
Hmm.
porn. They like exotic books because they exotic books had details in them,
Yeah,
and that's
Yeah.
how
They
they
can use
talk.
I
their
understand.
they can use their imagination, and their imagination stirs up what feelings. You got to remember, the first thing they want to do is feel. Get them in the mood and feel.
I think I need to take some acting classes so I can play it off better, so I can act like I feel it. I got you. Oh my gosh, girl, I understand. I
All you gotta do is
do.
really. All
Just
you
keep
gotta
it.
do is really. All you gotta do is really just listen to them and basically take down detail. In fact, they tell you more details than you want to know. But the thing is, those details are relevant for this. It depends on how long you're gonna be around her.
Yeah,
Those details are actually fit in other places.
I understand.
So a lot of times I let them talk because they're gonna give you basically they're gonna give you details that they don't realize that they're giving you.
I hear you. See, in my brain, I'm thinking, why the fuck are you telling me this?
Yeah,
Why? Why the
yeah,
fuck are you telling me this?
because
I don't need to know.
yeah
But I
you
got it. I got it. I just need to practice it. I just
yeah
need
they
to
would
go
have
into my Zen place
yeah you Zen
out of
place
my head.
and you have to be like a note taker. Okay, you try to remember the conversation because the details do fit in other places, believe it or not, because it sounds like they're wasting words and stuff like that, and then you find out, oh, that's what she meant. Oh, okay.
Like she could be mad at you by taking out the trash, but it's because you forgot something that was important to her, and
Oh
like
yeah,
2 days
that's
later.
I
that's the
thought we
sarcasm.
was talking about the $200 holler.
When you finally got on, well, you
Set it
tell us
off.
about it. You tell us about it because we gave you the link, man. You kept wanting the link
Man, I
on and
was
on.
trying to get in. I couldn't. I don't know what was happening. The link wasn't working. I saw
You have
that
to.
$200. I was like, okay. I'm all on the sex box and the $200 holler.
So tell me about how you feel about the sex box. What's your thought on that?
They not that advanced yet.
I'm sorry, dude.
They can't duplicate yet.
Oh man, I
Yeah,
just think that's gonna be
I seen an
hilarious.
article where they're actually experimenting with putting a human skin on them.
That's gonna be hilarious. That's gonna be a lot of suits gonna be happening. I
Yeah,
can just see it now.
Oh,
yeah.
and Britain, they trying to stop it from happening.
Yo,
They trying
Obama.
to
Yo,
they
Obama. I
trying to
had
say
Michelle
that
last night. She was off. The first lady was off the hook, man.
they trying to say that sex robots is objectifying women. They already trying to block it in UK.
Well, they can
Yeah,
block
I've
it in
heard
the
that.
UK all they want. We go to China and get them. They can block them all they want. They don't mean nothing. They
Yep.
don't make them.
That's hilarious, man. That's
They
hilarious.
you just go to the channel, go right across to France, or go to the Netherlands, and sex by the way.
So, Duke BGS, what do you if that happens? If they made prostitution legal and they made sex box available, how do you think that would change the sexual dynamic between men and women in America?
It depends
Men
on the
wouldn't even
price
be
of the
bothered
sex.
with women.
Yeah, a lot of them wouldn't be.
Nah.
Yeah, it'd
Depends on
be
the
a lot
price.
of
Price
dudes
of
wouldn't
sex
even
will
be
be.
bothered. I mean, I'm personally not even bothered with them right now. That's a lot of energy. Y'all know I don't like to spend a lot of energy.
Yeah, didn't you say one time you said every 6 months you happy? That's all it needs. Didn't you say that one time?
Yeah, man, about every 6 months. Much. I don't even be having time to be at it like that. I'll be working like 12 hours a day. I'm
Oh,
an
okay.
engineer, so
Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't have time.
yeah. So I don't got time to just be, sitting around. But every now and again, I see a good advertisement,
Listen, Alpha Male Wisdom said the exact same thing. He said, he said because of his salary, he said he just, he bring them in a couple times a week, a little $80, and send them on their way. He said he makes about, he said in his career he makes about what, $500 an hour. So basically,
he making 500 an hour and only doing 80. Man,
Maybe he getting a good deal,
yeah, maybe he getting a good deal, but
yeah, so we bring them in $80 a pop.
usually you don't want to go that cheap because you want girls who who run a test every month, every day.
Oh,
So
okay.
you say test?
Well, you're not going raw in it no way, so.
Yeah, you not. But I mean, why take that risk?
It
You
depends.
don't know the new shit that's out.
It depends
Well,
where
you
you
go,
stand.
man. If they got shit to go through a rubber, man, I'm gonna, I'm gonna give it up even more than I already have.
It depends where does Alpha Male Wisdom live? Just in the States? Because if he lives
He's in the
somewhere
States.
else, oh, okay. Maybe he goes somewhere else.
The last time I heard, he was in Georgia somewhere. So
Like
I
you
don't
guys
know.
were talking about, the environment changes prices. Like you go somewhere where,
Cost of living, man. You can't,
Yeah.
the cost of living. L.A. is basically you're gonna pay a cost of living tax being in
in the
L.A.
stratosphere here.
Yeah.
Let you catch the
I
ones on
don't
the
know,
block.
man. Yeah, well, but since they basically canceled Backpage, that's probably where you have to find them.
They ain't cancel Backpage. You just go to the dating section.
Go to who?
You just go to the dating section. They always been up on there.
Yeah,
I thought the feds killed Backpage.
No, he's saying
They ain't killed the whole website. They just killed part of it.
They still
okay.
probably do it on Plenty of Fish. It's probably girls are selling it on Plenty of Fish or whatever other site.
Yeah. And I wanted to say this. Oh, my fault.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to tell you talking about, some of them be talking about they don't serve as black men.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell y'all exactly why that's happening. Because the girl, most of the time, the real reason why they...
Okay, you dropped out. Say it again.
Oh, my fault. Can you hear it?
Yeah, repeat yourself.
Yeah. The reason why a lot of these girls on Backpage don't, on Plenty of Fish, they write that I don't talk to black men. They trying to get high caliber men.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of girls from Plenty of Fish end up going to Backpage.
Mm.
So when they first put on their advertisement, I don't talk to black men, they trying to ask for a higher price.
Okay.
Because they know if black men, if they seeing black clients, then their price going to go down.
Oh, okay.
I get you.
Yeah, so they trying to ramp up their price most of the time. That's really what it is.
They advertise it, but if you call, they'll come.
It depends on the girl.
Hey Duke, have you ever called a chick that looked good in the picture? When she got there, she was not up to par.
I always do reviews, so I ain't never had that issue.
I am not an expert.
You don't want no brand new one. You want one that got reviews.
Yeah, I gotta have one that got reviews. I ain't trying to be a part of no human trafficking. None of that shit.
I hear you.
You're dead.
Yeah.
I just wonder how many girls look different, like in person. They probably look great in a picture, but they get to your spot, you're like, damn.
Nah, I heard some horror stories.
This is not you. This is not you. You look like a
some chicks had chicks had a picture with they old like 2003 picture, but they busted, They don't even look like that no more.
Okay.
I can imagine. I could imagine.
I wondered, what did you send them home, or they had to drop the price?
You know what?
Yeah, they be getting mad. Cause I heard some dudes like some of the chicks be looking so bad they got to renegotiate the price.
Yeah.
And the girls be trying to force the price on them. That's why, like, if a girl ain't got at least like I say 80%, I won't even call them.
Okay.
I won't even fuck around with them because at that point, that ain't that person. Or they get really bad service.
You spending real money, man. So
you know what he's talking about.
I don't blame you.
I had some. I wanted to know. I'd be like, yo, Duke. Duke can tell you.
If I'm spending $200, sheesh. Yeah, she better be.
Hey, Duke, got another question.
Yeah.
Have you ever had any? Do you ever use the same, like, freak with the same women? Like consistent.
Most of the time, because that's how you get good service. But
okay, my question
is,
do any of
some of the girls get emotionally attached?
Yeah,
so
that's what I was going to ask you. That's what I was going to ask you. Really? Do they try to connect with you? Like,
yeah.
Let's take it outside of business.
No, I
If
don't believe
if you fuck them really hard, then they start
Oh,
catching feelings. That's why they be getting mad at some of the, like, especially the black dudes, because when I'm fucking them, I'm trying to make them come, so I'm not.
oh, you trying to get the whole $200 out of it, huh?
Yeah, man, I'm trying to make them come like that. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy watching them do that. So
Yeah.
And then you let them get attached because you put buttons on them. You hit that what?
yeah, sometimes they get attached, sometimes they don't.
So have you ever had any to say, hey, I want something more? You ain't got to pay this time. Let's go out and have some dinner.
Ain't no such thing. Ain't got to
Yeah,
pay.
it may happen. I'm asking him. You never know. You just putting
Some
making them come like that.
some of them will no longer see you as a client, and then they'll just say, "Let's go out." But that's very rare. That is not
That has happened to you then.
very, very rarely. Very rarely.
We got a winner. Just put it on them.
It's just like when you go to the strip club. It's just like when you go to the strip club. Like, some guys don't even ask for dances.
Yeah.
They'll talk to the girl in the strip club, and then they'll pull them out of the strip club.
Yeah.
And the girl will form an attachment or whatever, because I guess the sex was just like that.
Yeah.
So sometimes that happens, but rarely. You got to keep in mind, a lot of these chicks probably see hundreds, if not thousands, of guys a year. I hate to put a number on it, but that's what they seeing.
Yeah, but like you said, I'm sorry. This is what I believe. I think you can see 100 dudes, but maybe only one or two gonna make them come, and you making them come. Plus, you probably being nice to them because you paying them. They feeling you.
Probably having conversations with them before.
And just seeing them regularly, they go connect.
Yeah, I mean, the power of the penis, man.
The womb imprint. The womb imprint.
Yeah, the womb imprint is for real.
Yeah, sometimes they try to fight you when you
Trying to make them
almost make them come. Yeah, they try to fight you.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I got what you're saying.
Yeah, everybody been through that one.
Pushing you off. Putting you off.
No, you can tell they're not trying to
Yeah.
pushing you off, but you can tell they're trying to resist. They're trying not to give in.
I know what you're talking about.
I call that breaking. If women get mad, women say, "Well," I would say, if you're gonna keep a woman long term, you gotta sexually break her. Women get mad at that. What do you mean, break her?
That sounds like a pimp term. Break a bitch.
Yeah,
you are.
Well, that's a different term, though. Women have to break herself. In other words, she'll give you money to prove she's down with your program. Yeah.
Hey, I'm about to say something wrong. Almost pimp together, but you already kind of acting like a pimp because the pimp fucked the hoes. Only difference is the hoes is paying the pimp. You just paying the hoes.
You basically.
Nah, I ain't no pimp. I'm far from it.
But I'm saying it's in a way it's similar because no matter what, the difference is the pimp is getting the money from the hoe. Correct? That's what the pimp is doing. You paying
because
but still once you fuck them and break them, they gonna pay you.
Well, in other words, basically a pimp manages her emotions. She wants to be a hoe. But being a hoe out there by herself, she's gonna drive her crazy. So she basically providing her stability. He's giving her stability because he's looking for a hoe. He's not looking for a regular chick. He's looking for a hoe that wants to be a hoe. But the thing is, a hoe out there by herself will ruin herself. So basically, he provides emotional stability towards it. That's what he gets paid for.
Pimping is not easy. Don't ever let somebody tell you it is. That's some work.
Oh no, it's
you
not.
You have to have a real strong
energy.
stability. Yeah, it is. Dealing with women, a lot of women especially, is a lot of energy, man.
What's that?
That's why I never had more.
It is. That's why I don't deal with them. That's why I pay.
I pay. I don't want to hear you talk.
That's why I said I don't like. That's why women say, well, "How come you don't take care of me?" I said, "It's basically your pussy is a small price to pay for me putting up with your shit."
Hey, I gotta make a joke. Hey, Duke, you seen Escape from New York?
Yes, I have, and Escape from LA.
So when you be fucking them, do you have to go say, "It's the Duke, it's the Duke"?
No, I'm gonna keep that in mind for the next time, though.
The Duke. Oh, I love that line.
That's well,
No, but
you
I'm
don't
like
want
Snake Plissken. I'm sending a lot of shots.
As long as you got protection, you good.
Yeah,
Always. I never do. Y'all gotta understand. I done seen both of my. I saw two of my uncles, not both of them, because I got more uncles. But I done seen two of them die from AIDS.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Never serious for me.
So
It just ain't. If I gotta choose some pussy of my life, I'm choosing my life. It ain't that serious.
Yeah.
So have you ever had some coochie so good from one of these hoes that you when you fucking you constantly checking your condom to make sure it's on like every 3 seconds?
I don't know, man. I like it. It depends, you know. Like sometimes I'm need to throw up in there. You know, I got the club ready, but you know, other times, you know, I need me maybe 15, 20 minutes. Then I'm out, you know. Then I'm good for my 6 months or whatever. I go to work and.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, because I know you mess with a lot of them, so I'm saying, have you ever had coochie that's so good that you got to actually check to make sure your condom on? Because I know you've had some that's good. You know what I mean?
Some of them that know how to control their muscles. Some of them know how to do that muscle control stuff.
There's a huge difference between condom and non-condom. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, I ain't never experienced the other one. I never even tried to.
So you never had unprotected sex in your life? That's okay.
No.
Okay,
I'm not.
And me and Charles can tell you, don't. Because it will ruin the idea of that condom for the rest of your life. Don't.
It will ruin all your expectations for the rest of your life.
I totally 100,000% agree.
My son didn't listen to me. He you know, from 15 on to, I think, what was he, 23? No, he's 50. Yeah, 22, 23. He kept that condom on. He said the one time he took it off, he couldn't go back. I told you, I said, I said, it ain't the same. Trust me and believe. If you stick with them, you'll use them. You'll be all right. As soon as you take that bad boy off and dive in, don't let it be the right one.
No.
Don't let it be the right one, boy. I look at it, it's like, okay, I know I got to put this thing on.
It was reverse with me.
Basically,
my first one, I didn't use one. My first one the first girl I had sex with, I didn't use one.
Oh,
After that, I used one, and I'm just like, I'm missing something.
Yeah.
No, my brothers what Ron Wills would term Mr. Goodbar.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, when I was a young cat, my oldest brother, you know, he, tall, young, handsome man.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, he was just getting it like that. Then when I was about 13, 14 years old, I'll never forget, my brother came home. He was only about 17, 18 at the time.
Damn.
Just about to graduate high school. He told my father, he was like, Dad, I think I got this girl pregnant. I was like, oh, shit. Everyone was like, oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, my father was just on me, man. I couldn't. Man, my mother saw me talking to a girl. That was a wrap. She came over there. She was like, no, I ain't trying to end up being grandma today.
Yeah, it happens if you always stick with them. If you never once you take it off. Basically, now if I have to use it, I'm doing it for her. Yeah.
Well, how many of you brothers had the birds and the bees conversation with your parents? Not with the school, but with your actual parents.
Don't. No, I never did. My parents are real old school. Couldn't.
I didn't. But I knew.
You figure, you ask enough people, you kind of figure it out, and then trial and error. Very few parents can actually talk to you about it.
Yeah, because my parents.
Yeah, they they only talked to us about it after the older ones had messed up. Then
Yeah.
they started talking to the younger
Yeah.
ones. It was
Yeah.
like,
Mhm.
Yeah, see, I missed sex ed because I was sick that day. Because when I
Oh,
was
you
had
missed it.
sex,
Huh?
yeah, when I had sex ed, I missed it. And but I mean, I knew all about it. I mean, my dad had like the hugest porn stack I've ever seen in my life. I was like, okay, that's just me.
Well, you guys grew up in a different era than I did. See, porn was hard to come by back then.
My dad was like the king of porn.
oh yeah,
I was like, what is this? What's this yellow tape over here? I put in the yellow tape.
Mhm.
Like, what the fuck?
We used to have to sneak out Playboy magazines when I was a kid. That
Hey,
was
hey,
our
BGS.
yes.
Somebody in the chat room just asked you, do you think that tantra stuff people practice is real or in folks' minds?
No, it's real. It's real.
Yeah, I believe it's real too.
It's real. That's where a lot of your especially a lot of the positions that you see come from tantra. You know, if you look at porn, they do a lot of tantra moves because they've experimented. Tantra and acupressure. Mix those two together.
I always wanted to do that. To be honest with you.
Yeah, yeah. You mix acupressure with the tantra. Yeah, you got something.
Okay, BGS, I got a
Exactly.
question, something I'm interested in, something I've never asked. Tell me what you think about these, what the CLKS, the colon cleansing detox. Is that good for people?
Yeah, it basically it strips out it strips it strips the fecal matter from your bowels. So basically, it allows your body to uh, a lot of the waste that's in your body actually come in and get cleaned out. So CKLS basically is because the not Dr. Sabi, Dr. Goss explained to what it was and how it does. It said once your colon is clean, then all your organs will start dumping whatever waste is in there. Uh, it works. It works real well.
Is it
Because
true
what?
that the normal human only has a bowel movement like twice a week?
Testing.
No, no. It depends on the human being. Most
nah,
people,
that's unhealthy. You're supposed to have a bowel movement
Testing.
after you
for
eat.
every meal, if you eat 3 times, you're supposed to have three bowel movements. That's
Right.
it's supposed to cycle itself out.
You only
Yeah,
Like
cause
having
I,
two bowel movements. I mean, you ain't eating enough
something's wrong.
fiber.
Yeah, not enough
yeah,
fiber.
Get
I've
that
heard
fiber,
that.
bro.
Yeah, cause I've heard that. I was like, really? Cause
Yeah,
I have.
there's something wrong. You're not enough fiber, not drinking enough water.
Yeah, but that's what they say. That's in America. Like the average person in America has like maybe 2 to 3
That
bowel
doesn't,
movements a week.
that doesn't,
That's pretty unhealthy.
that's unhealthy. That doesn't sound right.
I mean, I've heard that somewhere. I mean, maybe it's changed,
Okay.
but
That sounds like a looming health crisis if that's true.
That's abnormal. Yeah, that's
yeah,
abnormal.
that's what I thought too.
Because you eventually that kind of way you're gonna be impacted later. Because if you skip the bowel movement, you're gonna get impacted real quick.
Constipation.
Man, did y'all? I don't know if y'all want to go to this topic, but did y'all see that crazy stuff? I guess Obsidian calls it the Coven meeting of the Den
Oh
Mothers or something like that.
yeah, I heard. I've seen parts of it. Yeah,
Yeah, man,
I
it
I
was
think
haven't seen it.
crazy.
I think Sophia Nelson is basically. I think she's trying to make a statement. She wants to get her name out there. She might be trying to run for office and shit, and she needs to get her name out because it doesn't make because other than that, it doesn't make sense. You're not that butthurt over a year-old video. And you're in Washington D.C. You can't have your skin can't be that thin. I think you're making a big deal out of nothing. Trying to make some noise to get women on your side. She might be trying to run for office or something. So she needs to make a statement because it doesn't make sense if you're in D.C. a lawyer and you find out a series that's a year old and dude has forgotten about you. and then you're gonna threaten them when you could have just went to YouTube and tried to get it taken out.
Yeah, and then what I didn't like is
Yeah,
that she made it seem like Obsidian and Alan Roger Curry were like some predators. I'm like, get out of here.
you know, either you're missing a couple of screws, or or you like I said, you're being false. You actually, you know, there's another agenda afoot. Because if you're a lawyer, you got to be smarter than that.
At least you
You
hope so.
smart
Anyway.
lawyers don't. Yeah, lawyers don't just go after people like that unless there's something wrong with you. And you're a public figure too. Got books and stuff out, write articles. You got books and stuff out. You're a motivational speaker and all that stuff. You're a public figure. It's not gonna go very far in court. It's okay. You wrote articles, and I'm commenting on your articles on YouTube. And so, well, they'd probably ask you, how come you didn't go to YouTube and have it taken down if you thought it was whatever it was? You know, in other words, how come you didn't follow the procedure? YouTube has terms of service.
Yeah, I just think a lot of these women know, like they know the rules,
Mm-hmm.
and they know like that they can escalate stuff with the law enforcement system. Like, not that it's gonna get to that point, but they know like the rules of organizations, and they abuse them.
Yeah. A lot of that's bluster and threat. If she could really do it, she'd have done it. If you're a lawyer, you got that much clout, you know, and you wanted to smack somebody down, you wouldn't threaten them. You just smack them down because you can.
Yeah,
So
but
you,
that just kind of,
yeah.
oh, I'm sorry, that just almost puts me in the mind of how like a lot of women do stuff with like child support and stuff. Like
Mm-hmm.
that put me in the mind of that. Like, you know what you're doing is wrong, but you're still going to do it. You know,
Yeah.
it
Trying to
just
trying to be petty and doing a hangout and all that stuff. Yeah, you're doing too much. You're trying to get attention. All that stuff, you're trying to get attention. You're 50 years old, you're getting ready to age out as far as your career is concerned. You're probably trying to get into politics. You're trying to get your name out there. So that's what it sounds like to me, because that's the only way it makes sense to me. If I ever said, people said, well, I heard that you were on the list. I told them, go for it. I said, go, come out. I said, come after me if you want to come after me. And I haven't seen one YouTuber, the only person that even tried was Deborah Cooper. And the only reason she got me is because she claimed copyright because I did a response video and I used a portion of her audio.
oh, you use that old yellow picture.
Yeah, well, the second time I did. Yeah, the second time I did, I got her real good. I knew exactly what I was going to do. I said, okay, you fight fire with fire, okay. And I put old Yeller up there. And I knew she was hot too when I put old Yeller up there. I just reposted without her audio and put old Yeller up there.
That was a pretty accurate facsimile of Deborah Cooper.
Ooh, she was hot. She tried to say I was using her personal information, and Google said, we got to listen. Well, you just have to take this one down because I'm not backing off. Okay, you just got to give me a community service strike or whatever it is. That's it. Because according to the rules, I said I'm using I can't use her name or mention her name. That's her username. I don't know if that's her real name or not. Your username is fair game. If you use it on YouTube as a username, we don't know whether it's your real name, your personal name, or what. So we can mention you as a user.
Yeah.
And it's still up there. But she's hot. She was hot about that video, boy. Because I laced into her. I said, I said the classic men are not bothering you. We don't mention your name. We don't bring you up. None of that stuff. So why come you over here pissing on our wall? Especially when brothers are trying to bring themselves up, and you're gonna piss on her. I said, so I'm gonna lace into her. These brothers trying to on something else, man. They're trying to raise themselves up, and you trying to piss on her? Hell no. I said, you see low class heifer.
And that's the thing. Like, I didn't even understand why she was even addressing us. It's like a lot of us are trying to move away from this whole dynamic because we know it's just like really no fixing it. So
Yeah.
at this point, we done said our piece and
Shame.
we moving on.
Well, a lot of those chicks like Chrissy, especially after that Deborah Cooper, and I just said, well, move on because they're letting you know they don't like you. That's what I think. And after that, Chrissy and a lot of them just stop bothering you guys. They don't. I tell you, y'all, if they don't like you, they don't want to be with you. Blah blah blah. Move on and go find somebody else. They let you know they don't want to be with you. So why are they bothering you? Go talk about somebody else. You let know these guys, these group of guys you don't like, you don't want to be with. So if these guys want to be with women overseas, African women or Latinos or white, what do you care? You don't like them. You don't want them around. They're going to go someplace where they're going to be happy. Leave them alone.
No, they
Let
just
them
want
eat
us to stay
cake.
inside the community being miserable. That's what it is. They want us on the back burner.
I think a lot of what it is it's multiple reasons, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I think reason one is like he said before, like the back guy that was speaking, like they definitely need a second option when the first guy doesn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
The
Hey,
other guy, the other guy that they like does not have the intellectual prowess, cannot navigate through the world like us. And it's not just that all of us are smart, it's just some of us are very persistent and we get to where we are today
Yeah, but
with
hard
a
work.
lot of sacrifice.
Yeah, a lot of hard work. And what it is, they want to be around for the come up. That's what it is. That's what
Right.
it's not the lames, not the lames that are you know, it's not the lames that are broke. Okay, if you go on with Pookie and Ray don't have two nickels, but then you can jump on a lame because he's broke. And what you want to be around for the come up in case he hit. Okay, he done got it. He has a job that he's making $100,000 a year, $125,000. He done come up, and you want in on that. That's what it is. That's
And,
all it is.
and my question is like, okay, even if they wanted to be around for the come up, because contrary to popular opinion, all these baby mamas are not teenagers with
No,
direction. That's bullcrap.
most of them aren't. I mean, teenage
Right.
pregnancy is way down.
It's way down.
Most chicks, most young women most single mothers are between the ages of 23 and 29, with the bulk of them.
Right. So they're not spring chickens. Like my thing is, okay, after you guys get through gobbling all the cock you're gonna gobble, like I'm not one to judge because I fuck pros, so I'm not one to judge. So cool, you get through gobbling your cock, I get through fucking all my pros and whatever, and we end up meeting up and trying to get serious. Well, why don't you guys approach me when you're 24, 25 instead of continuing to talk to Mr. Goodbar, Pookie Ray, whatever you want to call him? I just think like women just don't think this stuff out. And
I don't. Of course not. They never think. They never think this. They never think it out. That's the whole thing. They don't think, and that's what I was trying to relate to those chicks online about women having babies out of wedlock, or and then run into run into the clinic. I said they're having the babies by emotion. They're not having babies by logic. Or the same thing with being on the cock carousel. They're not thinking. They're trying to feel good. That's what it is, because a lot of chicks are rolling around empty. They
I
really
agree.
are. Yeah, a lot of them are rolling around empty. In other
BGS.
words,
I learned a lot
Yeah.
from you.
With,
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
like I said, also to add to that, my other issue is that when they do have kids, they don't look at it as like, oh, I made a mistake. Like old school, like my parents did, which it wasn't really that issue, but you have a kid, you already have a leg down. Be with a man that can be somebody, and then let them know that don't disrespect this man because he took you on when you already had a leg down.
I want to get into
they
this.
try still to disrespect you, even though you're supposed to be taking on the responsibility of like, taking care of a child that's not even yours.
I hear you. I agree with you, but I'm about to say something. Cause I
Go
learned some
ahead.
stuff from BGS, and I totally. Women want to bond. They want to connect to something. Like he said, they feel empty.
Mhm.
I think my issue comes, and this is not that I go through it, but this is what I think women. Not that I know women, but this is what I believe. They don't
Mhm.
understand that. Okay, you got a kid. The only reason I'm getting
Mhm.
with you is because you look good, and I want to sexually connect
They
with
know
you.
that.
So
They
no,
know
I'm
that.
saying, but a lot of them don't realize what it's going to take. Like a lot of men start dating a woman, and you know, you the whole purpose of dating her is to fuck, but you like you got to take their kid. And what? Listen, I'm losing by taking you and your kid. How am I going to win? And I think a lot of women don't
So,
think about that.
in other words, in other words, they're trying to figure out which candidate that they can lure in. They're recruiting, and they're
Yeah.
using basically that's bait. So, in other words, in other words, the chick say a chick is an 8. She's used to dating dudes that are about an 8, right? And so she's gonna keep dropping down until she finds somebody that. Thank you, bro, for donating. Is it Sydney? Okay, thanks, bro, for donating. What is going to happen is that I think if you guys go back and listen to the I think the video I did to what's his name, one of my fellow IBMOR brothers,
Like Graham.
because he no what's his name, good grief, drawing a blank.
Solo.
No, not Solo, because he invented the
Genuine.
term IBMOR. No, he invented the term
Oh,
IBMOR.
oh.
Um, anyway, he was dating a single mother because she was like an 8, right? She was hot, and she was taking through all these trips. I said she's already made one mistake, and she's trying to get something this time. So basically, she's doing business. She's doing business. You got to realize with a single mother, especially if the baby is small, she's just hot off the presses. She's doing business. She's trying to use her sexuality as payment for you
Yep.
taking her on.
Yeah, that's true. And
That's what she's trying to do.
it's some some women they get older like 30, the older they get, like even no matter even if they're younger, and I just woke up, but yeah, they want a baby doll, just like you said, BGS. They, that's their
Yeah,
main kind of, well, not main, but
it,
that's what they always wanted.
it's wanted. Yeah, yeah. And then the biggest I'm gonna tell you, and y'all gonna laugh. The biggest cause of single motherhood and pregnancies are baby showers. Just like weddings,
Oh,
just like
Yeah, you got
weddings.
me
Wow,
laughing.
yeah,
I actually
yeah,
believe you on that because
yeah,
all the
I
women see that the other women getting showered with
showers.
attention and
Yeah,
gifts and
yeah,
yeah,
yep, yep,
yeah.
yep. I'm a witness, man. My daughters, I can tell you. Because
yeah,
my daughter, my oldest daughter, I can tell you this. My oldest daughter got pregnant. You're a dumbass. Go, Well, anyway, she got pregnant, and they gave her a big baby shower, right? And then right after that, my daughter-in-law got pregnant, and then my baby girl got pregnant. I said, "Oh shit!" I said,
yeah,
"I knew it was gonna happen."
yeah. In the
Because
80s, oh, I'm
yeah.
sorry, I don't mean to
Go
cut
ahead.
you off.
No, go ahead.
In the 80s, like my aunts and uncles, it was like, more marriages that we
Yeah.
were going to. Man, my cousins and most of us, man, they just popping out babies, man. I'm
Yeah.
the only guy that got married. Me and my other cousin and
Hmm.
my other
Really?
cousin from like a distant part of the country. I mean, my marriage is fucked up. I'm talking. I mean, my my situation is like what the fuck
Holy
are y'all
shit, bro!
talking
Let this
about?
be a testimonial for
Yeah,
marriage. Let's
yeah.
go.
My situation is what y'all talking about. I mean, I'm in a
Yeah.
separate house from my wife, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But
I
you
mean,
did
it's
try.
like
Yeah.
yeah. I tried, put up the good fight.
Yeah. I ain't mad at you. It happens. Somebody got to take a hit for us every now and then.
Hey, I respect guys who get married. I was engaged to be married twice, so
Really?
yeah.
What did they say? Let me ask you this question, Duke, because it happened to me. When you put the ring on their finger, did they start tripping?
Oh, yeah, they definitely start tripping for different
Yeah.
reasons, but
Okay.
they
I just
definitely
want to.
start tripping.
You start tripping. Then all of a sudden they put the ring on the finger. They didn't wait for the paper, paper and the ink. Put the ring on the finger. Oh, I got him now, so I can change right now.
Yeah,
I hate it.
it got really bad. The second one,
Yeah.
like my second fiance was gorgeous. She was
Mm-hmm.
definitely a 10.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
she was just entitled when she got that ring.
Yep.
She didn't think she had to come home on time. I was like, nah,
Oh yeah.
bitch, we're not gonna do this. Nope. This is not happening right now.
I
This is
made the
not.
move too.
Mm-mm.
These are the real her, huh? The real her. Yeah.
So, hey, Duke, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
For both times, what made you get engaged? I'm just curious.
They were bad.
No, I
The
understand that.
first no. The first girl was not. She was an average girl, but she was very sweet
Mm-hmm.
and she was
Okay.
very attentive to my needs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She took care of me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that was really what I liked about her. I really enjoy how she took care of me, but
Mm.
one of the reasons why I ended up stopped talking to her was because she was very insecure.
Oh.
It became
Oh yeah.
emotionally draining to
Yeah.
deal with that every day. It was,
She's needy, huh?
yeah, she was way too needy.
Yeah.
She's needy. Yeah.
So, but okay. Overall, the primary purpose was it to have like children, or just because you loved her and you wanted to stay with her?
It's the thing to do, huh?
I was really attracted to the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I really did love the first girl. I wanted her to be the mother of my children.
Okay. So, what about the second one?
average one?
The second one was just incredibly bad, bro. I've never
You
seen
had to
a
try,
woman
huh?
that bad. Yeah,
Mhm.
I had to try it out.
And how'd you catch her? How did she catch you?
I was at the time I was attending a church. I no longer go to that church, but at
And
the
you
time I was.
and
Oh, I'm sorry.
had you started your career, or you just still studying?
Oh no, I was still studying. Yeah, I was still going through
Okay.
school, but at the time I was in school to become a business attorney. But
Okay.
I've since changed that. But
Mhm.
yeah, I was going to a church night and they had like young singles,
Mm.
and I'm walking through the door and I just catch this girl as I'm walking through the door. Most beautiful girl I had ever seen.
Oh.
She is African.
Mhm.
She
Okay.
was gorgeous though.
Can I say, brothers? He got hit by the thunderbolt.
Yeah,
I can tell. As soon as he talked, you got hit by the thunderbolt.
I want to ask more.
Yeah.
Continue,
It,
because
it
I want to
didn't
ask
do.
one more questions.
As soon as she came, it's like a ray of sun, just a halo just came over her head, didn't it?
Yeah, bro. It
Yes.
was
You look into her
bad.
eyes, she look into yours, and that was it. I gotta
How
have
long
her.
It was yeah.
How long did you date her before you got engaged?
Oh,
Wasn't that
2
long?
months. That was
Yeah, it wasn't that
it.
long.
Yeah,
You
I
let
was on
you,
one knee like a numbskull.
Oh man.
he hit it. He hit it, and that sealed the deal. That's a thunderbolt.
I
Okay, my
actually
question.
did not have
The
sex
thunderbolt.
with her. And that's the
Oh
yeah,
wow.
I know.
Hey,
Wow.
This gonna go down in history books. I was an
Okay.
evangelical Christian, and
Oh, okay.
we made this covenant that we wouldn't have
Okay.
sex before
Okay.
marriage.
No, he got hit by the
Of course, one of the primary reasons why we ended up breaking up was because she didn't honor that covenant.
She had
Uh,
sex with somebody else.
yeah, she had sex with
Ooh.
somebody else, and that was just
Oh,
that
Dismiss.
broke it for
Dismiss.
me.
oh, yeah.
Dismiss.
Yeah,
That is a deal breaker. I would say so.
Dismiss. I agree.
And he swarm off from then on, huh?
yeah. After that, it was just pros. But yeah,
My heart goes out to you, brother. My heart goes out to you.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah. He got
Man,
hit by the thunderbolt.
she caught you at the right time. She caught you in the church. And she was.
He got hit. He got hit. It didn't
No, I
matter.
understand. I
He
said she caught him at the
he
right
could have
time.
been he could have been in the bar.
But if
He
he
got
had
hit
been,
by the thunderbolt.
if he had been the Duke today, he wouldn't have went. It wouldn't have went down like that.
It don't
oh,
matter.
I
He
wouldn't have
been doing
even
it.
wasted the energy. I would have.
Dukes The Dukes today would still do it. You get hit by the thunderbolt, man. It don't matter.
Yep.
No, your eyes will have an orgasm.
Yep.
Yeah.
It don't. It don't. A lot
I'm
of
waiting.
women don't understand that it doesn't even have anything to do with sex. Because,
Nope.
like he said, he didn't even have sex. That happened to me in college.
Yeah.
I understand it. I do understand it. I just never really been through it like that.
He
So I
just
Really?
dropped the
relate.
gym. He just dropped the
Well,
gym.
I mean, you gotta understand. I came from a very, very strict household. Like the older kids that my parents had when they were younger, they had kind of like a different set of rules. But the younger ones, we were really well managed by my parents.
Mm-hmm.
Parents were very observant of us. Yeah, so it wasn't like we were just able to just get out there and do the stuff that the older ones were doing.
It was
In
opposite.
fact, I had a
It was opposite with me. They strict on me, and the younger ones got away with everything.
yeah, so
Yeah, you got hit by the thunderbolt, man. It don't matter. The thing is, you got to be a little older, man, to kind of resist the thunderbolt, man. I had to do that twice, man, in my 50s. I said, oh, nope, not doing that one. No. Especially down in Mexico, man. This chick, oh my gosh, she was fine too. Shit. And she kept looking over her shoulder. I said, this can't be happening. She's like half my age. She was like an olive brown, man, just perfectly tan. She wearing sandals.
she was bad.
Oh God damn, she was bad. And she kept looking over her shoulder and said, baby, I'm too old for you. No, just look the other way. I know I feel it too, but this can't happen.
She was bad and bougie. She was going.
I'm gonna say this, and then y'all can check me all you want. And this may sound disingenuous and dishonest,
No,
but I don't
no,
care.
it's just-
It could be Nicole Murphy, and you think Nicole Murphy is fine as all get out. She may look great, but once I get it, I'm like, okay, I see you later. Give me some dap. I'm telling you.
You might be emotionally like some guys are emotionally detached. It's rare, but some guys are like that.
You get a hold of Nicole Murphy, you're gonna show her off at least once.
Of course.
Exactly.
At least once.
She can get in the car. She can ride with me.
No, I'm taking her around for a couple of months. To say that we went together, and then she can go.
Mall.
Yeah, everybody. I'm gonna show her
I'm
off.
about to make you laugh. I got it. I'm good. I don't need nobody to know.
No, I'm showing her off.
I told you I don't think I'm disingenuous and being dishonest with that one.
But okay, the thing is that the reason you do that is you get some chick like Nicole Murphy for a couple of months to show her off. What does that do as far as this pickup? It raises your status.
Yeah.
What's your sexual market value?
I'm already high in my mind. So
I'm telling you, my fiance. My fiance looked. She looked a darker version of Pam Grier. In fact, she had better breasts than Pam Grier. And I took her to a work function because we had. It was remember Magic Johnson used to have the
classic basketball game.
Yeah, and during the summer, right?
Midsummer Night Classic.
Midsummer Night Classic, and I took her, right, and all the work chicks were there, right. You had never seen so many work chicks put their heads down. No, a fine chick. If you ever want to see chicks kind of cower. Whatever it is, you get a fine chick and you bring her out in public around a whole bunch of chicks. You watch chicks just slink on back into the corners. You just cower for whatever reason, man. So
yeah, that's definitely true. With my second ex fiance, and this is why I don't even believe that color stuff. That like, not saying that it's not true. There's elements of truth, but she was a very dark skinned woman, but. Women of all races, they saw her and they just knew that was just it.
Yeah,
interesting, brother.
Yeah, they know they compare, and they compare themselves to at a certain level. They stop comparing. I can't compete with her.
I do understand everything that you say. I think I never needed a woman to attract other women for me, even though I know it would happen. It's just like I never cared.
When did you first have sex, though?
I was young.
Yeah, see that. The younger you lose your virginity, the more detached you become from sex and stuff when you get older.
I